hear this echo of my head. I'm using these earbuds, and I'm very not used to the sound. Anyway, welcome to the show, ladies and germs. I'm going to mute myself shortly here. In fact, right about now. Go for it, Lee.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out of here. That means you, little Jimmy, back there. Back to you, Jimmy.
That is it. You got to get out, ladies and germs. I think I may be logged in the wrong. No, I am logged in with the right account. All right, so I can post the link here shortly. Ladies and germs, welcome to the show. Let me see if I can find this link. I don't know why I have it
Let's skip on first.
at hand on this computer for some reason. It's always a battle for first, ladies and gentlemen. It's for pride. It's for glory. It's for all the marbles in the entire shelf. Probably, I don't know what marble. Where did I check it? There it is. All the marbles in the shelf of the story of marbles in. That's
First, I
there
win.
Now it's working. Nice job, D. You get all the marbles. Well done. Congratulations. Again, the link without reloading the chat. It's so weird. Well, anyway, all right. Now I reload the chat. I can pin the message. There we go. Boom. Ladies and germs, you know the drill. Hit the live chat so you have a little bit better chatting experience. Make sure to say hello. Make sure to, you don't have to say hello, of course, but if you feel like it, feel free to say hello. And of course, do hit the link, ladies and gentlemen, and join us. That's something you definitely should do one of these days. If you haven't before, now's the time to do it. It's going to be a nice, easy takeover day with B. I'm going to be in the background somewhere, but we're going to make dinner and stuff. So I don't know how much I'm going to participate in the show yet, but I am going to be around. So hopefully, if the show gets taken down again, like it did last week, it's basically gotten taken down every single week. For the last couple, or even 3 weeks, it gets taken down for like after the first hour and a half, and then we start it up again, and it's back.
For some reason, every time, like around 3 o'clock, it automatically shuts off. So I think that must be like a 5-hour limit or something.
Not on my channel, not on my show. It's super weird. No, I think it gets reported or something, and then just gets taken down. It's really weird. I haven't gotten any strikes or anything, so knock on wood, that's doing all right. But whatever. Anyway, cheers, folks. Cheers, Crime Rose. Good to see you. Cheers, Stony Creek. Cheers. Who else in here? Green Fingers is already chatting. I good to see you, Green Fingers. Cheers, T. Barrington. Good to see you as well. Nice to see the Klingons in the chat. I think I'm going to switch this. I think I have my headphones on voice canceling because I have a humidifier right behind me, but I think I'm going to switch to transparency. Is that a little bit better? Yeah, it's a little better, even though I hear the freaking fan. Hopefully you guys don't hear the fan. If you do, I guess just let me know. But now I don't feel like I'm talking into a hollow room or something. Anyway, what am I looking for? I'm looking for telling you guys the rules. The rules are: don't be a dick, don't show your dick, don't bullshit. So if you caught a 10-inch fish, just tell us it's true and accurate story of that 10-inch fish. I'm sure it's perfectly interesting. You don't have to lie and tell us it was a 24-inch fish. It was actually 15 fish in a row. They were actually black belts in judo. It doesn't matter. Don't lie to us, ladies and gentlemen. Most of us are smart enough to kind of suss that through. So please, do us all a favor, honestly, and just tell the real story. It's more interesting. Other than that, like I said, it should be self-explanatory. Don't do anything inappropriate, like showing your fucking wiener off. We just don't need it. I don't care how amazing your wiener is. We're not really. I'm personally not into wieners. I'm not a wienerologist. I'm not wiener sewer. I'm not. I don't even know. A wiener file. I'm not. I'm fine with wieners. I'm not a wiener phobe, but not a wiener focused show. This is not the. If you're trying to show off your wiener and you really need it to count, go to OnlyFans or something. You'll make money there. Yeah. Fame and fortune await. I mean, seriously. Pornhub, OnlyFans, those places are for you. This is not the place for your wiener. We don't want it. We don't need it. Just don't bring it. Okay, that should be self-explanatory at this point. And then, of course, don't be an asshole. Don't be a dick. Don't be a fucking wiener, make douchey pants. Don't be a piece of poop. Don't be somebody that your kindergarten self would have been ashamed of. That's probably the best way that I could say it right there. Come here to chat with us. Have a good conversation. Talk about whatever that you have questions about. Fuck, we talk about all kinds of stuff on the show. Not only obviously, I guess I'm trying to minimize the words that I use so we don't get taken down. But probably from past shows, hopefully, or process of elimination or great logical ability. You probably know what we talk about mostly, but we also talk about all kinds of other stuff: drones, cameras, growing in general, tomatoes. I mean, you fucking name it, ladies and germs. We talked about all kinds of stuff on this show. We've talked about satellites. We've talked about what's that, Smashed?
Food.
Food. We talk about food all the time. Seriously, ladies and germs. So yeah, don't get us started on food, or we're going to make liable to make you all hungry or something. So, ladies and germs, don't be ashamed to come on here. If you are not an expert in one thing or another, that's okay. You're probably an expert in something else. So feel free to come on here and share that expertise. We used to have a lot bigger panels on these shows. I would love to get that back, but I feel like that's probably lightning in a bottle. So unless we do find some way to recapture that particular magic where we had big panels with all kinds of experts in different fields, until then, we can have small panels. And you guys can come on here and tell us about your freaking wine harvest this year. That probably has just finished and is in the barrels as well. You can come tell us about your plans for a gigantic pumpkin next year. I don't even know. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's interesting enough because it's interesting to you, so it'll probably be interesting to other people. The point is, come on over, have an interesting conversation with us, ladies and germs. I promise we don't bite. We bite food. Bite the hell out of snacks. What is that, Smash? What do you got there? He's gonna bite the ever living shit out of that. I can promise you.
Some rice, well, pork fried rice, teriyaki.
Oh,
Nice.
damn
I'm
it.
jealous. Good stuff. Well, I don't have to be jealous because we're gonna be having baked potatoes, barbecue chicken. I'm gonna be barbecuing the chicken. We're gonna be baking the potatoes here shortly. And the interesting surprise is we're doing fondue. We're doing a cheese fondue with veggies. So yeah. I
I'll
haven't
be
had
right
fondue in a
over.
long time. Yeah, right on.
Dude, I don't
We'll save you some carrots, Dean. What's that, Smash?
know how my algorithm pushed me towards the Spud guys in the UK, but they call it a jacket potato.
Yep.
So they send you all kinds of like English potato videos.
Yeah, all the time. I love
That's
it.
genuinely amusing. That is genuinely amusing. Tell us, have you learned one of the secrets of the English potato? I don't know. Is there a secret?
They use high heat and they wrap it in the tin foil to make it, because a lot of people just roast their potatoes with the tin foil.
Oh, I don't even use tinfoil anymore. I just put it bare skin in there. Seriously. Even in the fire. I mean, in the fire, I'll wrap it up in aluminum because it just scald too much. But in the oven or on top of the grill or something, if I have time, I don't have time tonight to bake the potatoes on the grill, I'll just put it on the skin.
Damn. Now I'm hungry.
See, don't get us started on food, ladies and germs. We talk about all kinds of things. So if you're a food person, not even necessarily a particular expert in the cultivation of varietals that I just don't want to say the names of so that we don't maybe get banned. It's not like you don't have to say the word, but I'm just trying to minimize them at the beginning of the show here. Anyway, point is, hop on, folks. Come chat with us. Come chat about
Chat with us, Danny.
computers, video game setups. Fuck it, you name it. If drones, I've already mentioned drones, model cars. Fuck, I don't even care. Somebody in here is interested in whatever you're interested in, and the rest of us will be probably fascinated too.
Dude, I get
Smashed.
I get this guy all the time, Spud Man, and he literally just makes jacket potatoes, and and it's cool. He's really nice though. He does a lot on TikTok, but if he gets like 1 million likes, which is easy on TikTok lives, because you don't just get one like and keep clicking. He gives away free food all the time and stuff.
That's genuinely funny. I wonder how you got stuck on the potato algorithm. The tater rhythm. No, tater.
Does he have an accent, Smash?
Oh yeah. He's definitely from the UK.
Cheerio, Governor.
what's the store over there? Bookums or something like that. It's like a Costco. Bookers.
But do they have hot dogs like Costco does?
I don't know.
Bookums.
The Hardy Boys.
Doesn't come up. Oh, maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Bookums.
Bookers.
Lady Bookums. Snuggums Bookums.
Yeah. Oh, it's Booker.
Booker.
Damn.
It looks like It looks like our Home Depot, but it's like food. Like, look.
That's pretty chill.
Oh, I wish I could show that video. I can find that.
Yeah, it is like a warehouse store. It's kind of like a Costco. Yeah, they have these warehouse stores around the world. I didn't think it was that common, but I guess yeah, warehouse stores are not that uncommon apparently.
There's a video I've seen this video where it's this guy's like in a warehouse full of like steak. And he's like, "Come on in, look around. We got like $5,000 worth of meat, or like some ridiculous price, like of meat. Like all the steaks on this different shelf, aging and shit. It's crazy."
I always get this other kid, and he's Hispanic, and he always pulls up to like taco joints in like the hood, and he's like, oh, he talks to him for a minute, and if they're nice and he tries one, if they're good, he's like, oh, I want to give away free tacos for an hour. So they like, it's pretty cool.
Right on, dude.
I would love to have like a food truck.
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool?
I mean, you say that until you have to do it 7 days a week, rain, sun, or fucking shine, or whatever else. But what would you like about it?
Well, one, you're your own boss, so you can pick what events you want to go to. You can pick if you want to just do events or if you want to actually get a food permit for like a spot, which I think a little bit of both would work very well. Like when you're not at an event.
Do you know what business has looked to me like cheating at life in some ways?
What?
What do you even call it? It's a like a beer cart. Basically, it's like a food truck or a food cart. They're stationary, but it's a beer cart. So you go there and you just get beer. So the guy he's just like a tap. He's a cart that has taps. Every time I see them, they look like the happiest people in the entire fucking universe. They're just sitting there like dispensing beer to people. People are always happy that they're there. There's no one that complains like, oh my God, the beer is something. Like, no, everyone's always pleased. They clock out for the day whenever they feel like it and they go home.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them seem like they make pretty good money.
Yeah. You gotta hustle. It's one of those jobs you definitely gotta hustle, but like once you get a following, then you're good. And with social media nowadays, dude, if you're funny or have any personality, and
or wholesale price on beer, I guess, if you drink tons and tons of beer.
I'm wondering how that works because, like, they have to have a liquor license, huh?
Beer.
Probably, yeah. But I guess I don't know. That's probably the same in most states. At least here, there's the beer and wine license, and then the full liquor license. I think.
Yeah, I think the grocery store just has beer and wine.
God's license. They've loosened the rules a little bit though, because you can sell liquor. Oregon is weird with alcohol though. We have for the rest of the country, probably Oregon's laws won't make any fucking sense. All the liquor stores are run privately; they're private liquor stores, but all of the liquor itself, the prices are set by the state because technically the state owns all the liquor. So when you go into the liquor store, all of the liquor is owned by the state, and like all the liquor around the state is set to the same prices. And so basically the only money that the liquor store people make is from a small spread that they're allowed to charge by the state, and then all the mints and knickknacks and peanuts, and that's why they all have like feta cheese and whatever else, because that's the shit that they make their money on. Just in case you're interested in buying feta cheese at a liquor store, I'm always laughing at the weird shit that they have. But the liquor itself, they only make maybe 50 cents or a dollar on a bottle. Isn't that bizarre? Yeah, that's not the case in most other places. Most other places, they sell it like a normal product. So, for example, in California, you can buy liquor store at basically any store, pretty much. Like any not every store, but you can basically buy it at any 7-Eleven, grocery store, anything. They all have
That's crazy. How some of you guys in the States have that
yeah.
request liquor anywhere. We don't.
Oh, we still have dry counties and dry cities too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
There are places where you literally cannot buy alcohol.
If you go to Alaska, the higher you get up, the more money liquor's worth.
Yep. It's because of the laws of the natives. The natives are dry. They're dry. Some of the places. But places
Wait,
like
what did you say? I think I misunderstood you. You get into a bathtub? I totally didn't understand that.
The higher you go in Alaska.
Oh, I thought you said in a bathtub. I was like, what? You fill up the bathtub more and that has something to do? I was like, what the fuck's going on here? Back to you.
Well, shit, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something about Robbinsville in Carolina. That's one of the dry spots where it's totally dry. Yeah, but yeah, it's crazy how like here in Canada we have the liquor store, so you get it. That's the only place really you can buy liquor. And then the beer store, we have the beer store as well, and that's it.
What's the town in Oregon? I don't know. I think it might not be dry anymore, but it's not Monmouth, but I think it's Independence. Anyway, they're right next to each other, and one is dry and the other one is wet. And so basically all the people from the dry one go to the other one to buy their alcohol and then drive right back.
So apparently right now there's 38 counties in the United States where sales of liquor is completely prohibited.
That's where a lot of the moonshiners are too, especially Carolina State.
Cheers, Zesty. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome everyone in the chat. Cheers, Ned. Good to see you. Chur Bros hanging. Good to see you, Chur Bros. Like D always says, welcome lurkers, non-lurkers. Welcome everyone. Come join the show. Come chat. Hopefully you guys tell us about what you guys are doing for the holidays. Hanukkah was last week, but we definitely have a small Jewish audience. Tell us what. Obviously, most of you are probably celebrating Christmas. Tell us what you guys are thinking about doing for Christmas. Tell us what Santa's thinking about bringing for you or anybody else. Come join us. I was going to get myself a workbench thingy. Right now, I don't have the space for a proper workbench and stuff, so I wanted something a little bit different. And I was going to get this thing called the Jaw Horse, but fucking Amazon raised the price right before Christmas. I was like, fuck you, Amazon. I'm not going to pay. It is literally $25 that they raised it, but I'm still out of principle. I'm like, fuck you, Amazon. Like, I'm going to wait until after Christmas.
What does it do?
It just holds things. It holds, like, if you work on wood or, I don't know, just carving, or I don't know if you were to cut a door in half or some shit, you could basically have it help you. It's there's a word for this old clamp that I can't think of the name for. It's a very old style of clamp that people used to use. But anyway, it's like a foot activated clamp basically, and it just ends up basically. It's kind of a hybrid, nice, clever design, a hybrid. Yeah, there you go. That's one of the what do you call it? That's even a different brand. It was designed in like the 70s in Australia, and it's been licensed by a bunch of people now. It's probably expired. Patent's probably expired too. Yeah, exactly. Use the whole shit with it.
You know something funny? The actual Uggs is from Australia, and there's a US-based company that calls themselves Uggs, but they have no relationship with real Uggs. They're like,
oh really?
It's such a weird little copyright thing.
Hate that shit. That's not a brand name thing. I'll just show you like 57 things that are like all capital letters. Oh, my internet is unstable again. I'm literally right next to the freaking router. Anyway, all kinds of random fucking brands. Fei Yang I saw the other day. It was just literally random letters. And all capitalized.
Okay.
I want
So
I want.
the ones people get in the US that just have the big G is fake a lot of the time.
I'm terribly disappointed.
Pretty
I'll have to
interesting.
throw away my entire UGG collection.
I thought about getting some. They're comfortable, bro.
I have heard they are comfy for what it's worth. You know what is an absurdly comfy shoe though? People don't really talk about it, but Jordans. Everyone talks about them because they're like fancy looking or whatever, and it's the fancy shoe to wear. But they're actually incredibly fucking comfortable. I remember I had a couple pairs when I was a kid. They're obscenely comfortable. Anyway, I always wondered like how you'd play basketball in one of those shoes. They didn't seem supportive enough. What was it? I don't remember what shoe Scottie Pippen wore. But anyway, his seemed way more supportive. But the Jordans, oh my god, it's like stepping into a cloud.
You know the NBA's have banned shoes for being too good.
It's banned them for being too good.
Yeah, like it's too performance enhancing or something like that.
Oh, I believe that. In what way? Like springiness or what?
Yeah, I think it had something to do with like a spring, like a carbon fiber piece. And
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. There's been all kinds of stuff in running and stuff with, like you say, with like springs and stuff. And sometimes they allow it, and sometimes they kind of just let it toe the line. Like what was it? The swimsuits that like Michael Phelps and those guys were wearing. People were complaining that there was some. Well, now I don't remember. I don't know, a flamethrower.
they used to say that it was fucking. Those suits are like they make them swim faster. It's made
Yeah, I
out of
don't
a
remember what it
certain
was.
material.
I want this for melting snow, so I don't have to shovel anymore. I don't know if you guys can hear me
I
or
was gonna say I
not.
want a flamethrower, but no, I can hear you. I want a flamethrower, but I'm not sure how I would use it because you can't really set anything on fire. Like,
Yeah,
See, I don't want one.
I mean, basically the most useless toy. You're like, yeah, I have a flamethrower, and then, oh damn it, I can't do anything with it.
Unless you got to start a
Never
lot
mind.
of fires.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
an arsonist, so yeah, it doesn't really appeal to me. I mean, I guess if all your friends like to have bonfires, they can call you up. You're like,
I want
hey,
this one.
Smash, come over and start our bonfire for us.
okay, now that's crazy.
A killbot with a fucking a flamethrower on the back. Yeah, give me 5 of those. That'll work out great.
Oh, Jesus.
You can order them.
Tell you what though, killbot with like, I don't know what's non-lethal. I don't know.
Oh, have you ever
Maybe
seen
BB guns or something. That would be a great guard for your like cannabis
That's-
garden.
You
Keep the
should
rippers
try it.
away.
So some
Can you
dude had
imagine
a
how creepy that would be? All of a sudden, like just out of the out of the corner of the house, like 4 or 5 killbots come around, and all they're doing is like shooting freaking paintballs at you. Oh my god, the robber would shit themselves right there.
some dude at an airsoft range attached a Glock replica airsoft gun to a
Oh, I
drone,
saw that.
and he was just flying the bitch around and shooting people.
Jesus. Oh, I didn't see that. I saw someone like fucking around. Actually, it was a real company. It was like Ruger or somebody attached a pistol to a drone and was flying it around. We laughed because that's all we can really do. Cheers, Coffee Pod. Good to see you, buddy. He's saying, how do you do, fellow kids? Who else in here that I have surely missed? Jones at 2 Grow, I think I got. Cheers, everyone. Nightbot's hanging with us.
Okay, look at
And
this.
by the way, folks, please do remember that Nightbot is here in humor, so don't ever get offended. Nightbot likes to fight with people for some reason. That's the most weird thing about Nightbot, but
Bitch.
Nightbot fights with you. Please remember, we're not trying to annoy you. It's supposed to be there for fun. Go ahead.
It's just, yeah. Let's see if I can get a picture of it flying.
But it's just a gun on a thing. There's no actual trigger on it, or is there? Oh, okay, there's target.
Oh, there's. I'm gonna see if I'll get it shooting someone. Hold on.
Holy shit!
Okay, I'm gonna watch this. And I'm gonna try to find the hockey puck machine
So
gun.
this is the drone. It's him and his girlfriend working it.
Wow.
She's working the trigger. He's working the flights because they had to put the actuator. But look, yeah, he just killed someone with it. See?
Wow.
Imagine being at an airsoft game and a drone just shows up with a gun on it. You're like, what the fuck?
Seriously. Dude,
like
that shit's
a
coming to a war near you. I mean, have you guys been watching all the drone footage from the Ukraine war? And it's not just the Ukrainians doing it. Apparently, the Russians are big into the drones. They attacked Kiev or something just the other day with like a whole flock of drones. I don't even know
The
what
funny thing
swarm, I
is,
guess you'd call it. But they drop grenades on each other, and they're crazy good at it now.
the
Wow.
funny, the funny thing is, like, well, there's no funny thing about it, actually. The shitty thing is that, like, you're totally right, and they can attach a lot of different ordnance on that, and they just release it. But it's helped Ukraine really turn a fight back towards Russia because they were really the ones using it at first. They had a lot of drones. I think someone, I forgot what country, gave them a bunch of drones. But yeah,
Cheers, Captain.
you can't just put a grenade on it because unless you can figure out how to pull the pin, you know what I mean, or you tie the pin off and when it falls, it comes out. I've seen some have like an RPG rocket on it.
That's crazy.
No, they have multiple grenade carriers and stuff now. They're very sophisticated at it, yeah. And they've gotten really scarily good. Like the Russians have had to change their entire
They're still using
way of life on the freaking front, yeah. But they're so sloppy about it. They leave garbage strewn everywhere. But it's been really depressing, honestly, to see how easily the Russians spend their lives. They don't really seem to pick up each other's dead. There's bodies strewn all over the place. It's like some zombie horde shit, but that war just never ends. Anyway, but it has been, I guess, to avoid taking it back down this creepy road or this sad road. It has been strange and interesting anyway to see the development of drones in warfare. Like just a few years ago, that wasn't really a case. Not only surveillance, but actually they're basically hyper accurate artillery, and they can confirm artillery hits, they can confirm movement of targets, they can do all this stuff that until a few years ago was very difficult. You'd have to have a helicopter flying up in the air, and that helicopter is a target. But the drone, dude, it's very hard to hit a little tiny drone.
I think the U.S. has been using drones longer. Well, like obviously the drones that they use in the military aren't like the ones we buy, but they've been working that fucking platform for a while. They've known it's gonna go to a manless army at one point. It's gonna be no one flying the jets, no one driving the tanks. It's all gonna be fucking controls in a station.
The Air Force, though, has famously, well, not just the Air Force, but the Navy and so on, all the air groups basically had famously resisted, what's the word I'm looking for, moving to unmanned craft. They basically spend these hundreds of millions of dollars on these jet aircraft for these dogfights that everyone says aren't going to happen anymore.
The U.S. began experimenting with radio-controlled aircraft during the 1930s, which is so early. But think about it, like our technology has gotten so much better this last 20 years that it's made the field go leaps and bounds. But yeah, they've always wanted to take the soldier out for less damage or less harm. Like, you know what I mean? They don't want to risk it. They're trying to get to the point where they're not risking soldiers in aircrafts or a tank and shit.
Becomes a very interesting situation whereby go ahead, Captain.
And the thing of it is the control unit that you have at home on your PlayStation is the same exact one that controls that Abrams tank on the battlefield.
Yep.
And
I mean, that sounds idiotic, but Sony spent a ton of money on that.
They've been going after gamers for the past 15 to 20 years.
So when I was still in school, they had the Army pull up and the Navy. They both had one. They had the Army pull up one day, and they had a whole fucking semi-truck teched out to the T's with gaming shit, like gaming, like PCs and Xboxes.
It's because the processors were so much better and cheaper than what the government could get. At one point, they had a whole bunch of PlayStations and
Yeah,
they
they're
made a
using-
supercomputer.
No, that wasn't, I think, what Smash was talking about, though. They basically were trying to attract the gamer crowd, basically. So, no, I saw that at events and stuff. Yeah, I mean, the Army, Navy, they sponsor the hell out of NFL
They
events
have-
and everything else. They have all kinds of booths set up. Yeah.
The Army pays people to game all day. They have a gaming team, and
Oh, I've heard about that.
they're online all day playing these war games and talking to people. Like they
Yeah,
get
I
a lot
can see on there for intelligence purposes.
gaming bus.
Because some of these
Just like
guys
fish, man.
gaming could be just one push over the edge.
Oh, maybe that too. But I mean, there is actually a lot of
Yo, look
well,
at
what do
this.
they even say? Yeah, a lot of anti-Semitism, a lot of right-wing shit, a lot of
Look at this shit, bro.
radical ideologies in gaming groups.
This isn't fucking cool. This
Yeah.
is like,
Mm.
you know what I mean? Like, they know what they're doing. This is marketing to the T. Like, they have the flashiest shit. They're trying to catch their eyes, and like, they're playing stupid games too. Yeah. But yeah, they have their own fucking team that enters tournaments. These fucking esports teams are huge.
But
Yeah.
in terms of the controller, I remember a bunch of people were laughing at the Titan submersible that blew up. The one thing that they probably shouldn't have been laughing about is that they were talking about how it was powered by basically a PlayStation controller, or even I think
It
just
was
a
a
PlayStation
Logitech.
controller. Maybe. I mean, I was just thinking, like, man, there's no accident that those things are the way they are. Like, gaming companies have been working on that for 30 years now, basically, maybe even a little bit longer, because don't forget Atari and everything else. I had an Atari something or other when I was a little kid, right? And they've advanced tremendously, and the companies collectively, from Nintendo to Sony to Xbox to Microsoft to probably even other ones, Logitech even, have invested tremendously in R&D basically for those things, and have reiterated over and over and over again, to the point that they really perfected it for somebody that 10-year-old kid, a fucking 65-year-old retiree, whatever, they can all basically use these things and do everything up to including flying spaceships and whatever in these video games. So it's no accident these things are, and it's replaceable. It doesn't cost a fucking fortune. You can literally buy them at Best Buy. If it breaks, you can just literally buy it anywhere in town. There's no
They're
accident.
not that cheap.
No, but I mean, like, it's not a $200,000 device that you have to hand wire.
It's not like
You know
a
what I mean?
special
Like, it's
controller.
literally easily replaceable. You can get it on same day on Amazon. You can buy it at Best Buy. You can get it at Target. You can get it wherever the fuck you want. You know what I mean? So that's
They've been using-
actually a good thing.
They've been using that. So the Titan sub had a PlayStation controller made by Logitech. Bluetooth, I think. And people are making fun of it, like you said. And I went in and I like pulled articles about the fucking U.S. military using PlayStation controllers since like the early 2000s.
Yep.
Right on. Ladies and germs, it is time for me to go make dinner, so I'm going to hand it off to the capable hands of D Zombie right here, who is very interested in your brains and your conversation. Ladies and germs, come join us. If the stream drops or something, D, just text me again. But ladies and germs, you know the drill. Hop on here. Come join the chat. What's up, Smash?
Before you leave, have you been to Vegas?
A couple times.
Where's a good steak out there? Like, what's a good restaurant?
Oh, I don't even know.
No, I'm trying to find a good restaurant to go to. I gotta post something on Instagram. So, or if anyone in chat,
I wouldn't really go to Vegas for a steak, though. What would you get? I mean, they do have good steakhouses. What would you get in Vegas?
The shrimp bars and the lobster bars are gone. Those days of crab legs and good shrimp bars are gone.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck Vegas and
so he is right. Steak, you really can't go wrong. And I've got a couple of suggestions.
There you go. Right on.
I will too after.
Listen to the captain. Maybe Bud would know too. Yeah, Bud would know because Bud goes to Vegas
Yeah.
fairly often with his buddies, and he's always talking about, well, we eat high end when we go to Vegas. Maybe you want a high end steak over in Vegas. Ladies and germs, I think I've made it here. I'm going to make
You're in
Captain
Vegas.
the host, make Captain the co-host as well.
Hey.
So we have a couple of co-hosts, ladies and gentlemen. We have a few people that can let people in. But by the way, guys, do remember to from time to time check if anybody's trying to get in, because sometimes I come back to the computer, I'm like, oh shit, how long has Green Fingers or somebody been waiting? Anyway, ladies and germs, do hop on here. These guys normally see people right away, so I'm just kind of teasing them. But do hop on, ladies and germs, and come enjoy the chat. Maybe I'll be back a little bit later. I don't know yet exactly, but at the very least, you guys have a place to chat and enjoy yourselves. So thanks very much for joining us, and back to you guys. Oh, I don't think we even did our introductions. Go for it, D.
What's going on? I'm D Zombie. You can find me on Instagram at D_zombie_. I'm smoking on a peripheral of stuff tonight. Yes, Dr. Dank 420, go to the buffet. I agree. What else?
Well, yeah, but I'm gonna be there 5. You guys gotta
21
remember.
and over.
I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there January 29th to February 3rd. So I'm gonna have a couple nights to go out to eat and do some stuff.
I'm gonna look up. I know there's a couple names. I have to look them up. I'm a Howard Stern fan, and they go to Vegas quite a lot, and they mention places they go when they're in Vegas. Especially
So,
now that one guy lives there now.
Captain,
If that's early February, then wouldn't Champs be going on or something like that in Las Vegas? Like another cannabis event?
I don't know when Champs is. I'm going 2 events and they end on the 3rd.
Yeah, that one girl from my Instagram does Champs every year.
So this buffet has seafood.
I think that's like middle February.
Yeah, but they want a lot of money. Like, all right, regular brunch, adults $64.99. Crab $79.99.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said go with the steak. There's a couple places not too far of a walk from the Flamingo, Caesar's Palace, all that, the Bellagio. It's not too far of a walk towards, Frontier Street and the old downtown. And there's a couple steak restaurants there. And you're going to pay about $38. So it's not bad. Maybe 40 for, a 1 pound ribeye.
Okay, now here we go. Now we're talking about food. Get me all hungry. Motherfucker.
Well, how do you think it is for me? I'm starting off Christmas Eve already.
Yeah, you fucked me when you said Happy Christmas Eve. I was like, wait, I looked, I'm like, it's the 23rd. And then I realized you're a day ahead.
Yep.
Let's continue on with the intros before we get too far into the show. Smashed.
Fuck you all. I'm just kidding. What's up, everyone? I hope you have a great day.
Ashton McKaiser over there.
I was thinking about that myself.
I'm smoking a grape fun dip. I started to trim it up today. We're gonna go downstairs in like 10 minutes and cut down my last plant. Then I gotta take down the tents, and I'm not popping anything or doing anything until I get back from the show. So when I get back, you guys are supposed to see me building a room. I'm adding some lights. But yeah, I hope everyone having a great holiday. If you don't celebrate Christmas, whatever holiday you do celebrate, and this time can get really lonely for people. So like, if you know someone that like lives alone, or you have like an uncle that's the wife's pet, just think about calling some of the family or friends that you have, just checking in on people, saying happy holidays.
Right on. Captain, Agree.
Cheers, everyone. Merry
What's going on?
Christmas.
Yeah, Christmas Eve for you tonight or today.
Today
10:47.
already.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. There's other crazier shit we can talk about, but
Okay.
I'll leave all that out of this shit.
So
You're
these are
talking
the
about some trolls out there, that's for sure.
these are the restaurants they have in my hotel.
Hold on. Let me. Can you start at the top again, Smash? I'm scrolling. Okay.
So top of the world's the one at the top of the stratosphere that like circles. It goes in a circle.
That's cool to watch a sunset from.
Sounds like the Sky Dome. Just the Sky Dome does that. I mean, the CN Tower.
So the Asian spot,
Oh,
swim and social bar and calf. That's probably where I'm gonna go to get my fucking coffee in the morning. Jump in the pool, wake up, grab a coffee, go take a shower, go to an event.
nice.
They got a wing spot. This is the grill, Heartland Grill. Another calf. Panini's ice cream and sweets. Ooh, a pizzeria.
Okay.
Starbucks, Quick Bites. I don't know if they have a buffet. Actually,
No, but go back up a couple that you can see in the picture. Keep going down. It's near the bottom.
Oh yeah,
That
okay. Well, no, this is just Panini's ice cream and sweet snacks.
Oh, it looks like a buffet. Like I'm looking at the picture.
Group dining.
Well, I'm gonna look at that expensive.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of the stuff that you used to get in Vegas, like free breakfast and, 99-cent shrimp cocktails.
Yes.
You don't get that anymore.
I was thinking of maybe checking this out. This looks cool. The guy that does like he was on America Got Talent. His show is actually pretty fucking sick. That's at my hotel. The sexiest show in Vegas is apparently at my hotel, which I'm not gonna go see. Oh, the Remix Lounge. There's a couple other things. I don't drink, but
Where you're staying at, though, like I said, there's a whole bunch of places to eat down there. And to tell you the truth, I found Subway to be a good one. Or if you go over to the Second Street, not the main Las Vegas Boulevard, not the main strip, but you go behind like the Flamingo to, is it a full street? Or no, it's not a full street, but there's a couple delis back there that make really good sandwiches for like $8. I mean, really good deli sandwiches. Because
Yeah,
I found myself pissed off and eating Subway one night.
I'm gonna end up going to Walmart and grabbing like water and snacks and shit, so I don't have to buy. I'm just gonna leave them in the hotel room for the week.
You gotta get to Walmart first.
Yeah, that's not hard. Uber. I Uber everywhere.
Well,
They have a place called The Cut, and it's a Wolfgang Puck restaurant in Vegas.
yeah, too expensive. Way too expensive. And so is what's his name? The other guy cook.
The British
Ramsey.
guy, Gordon Ramsay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Captain. I don't think it's too far. The strip. So there's one on Tropicana Ave, there's one on Rainbow Boulevard, Charleston Boulevard.
you go for it.
You don't go to
Oh,
North
look.
Vegas. Stay the fuck out of North Vegas.
So this is my
All
hotel right here.
right.
Can I like zoom in on this? So that's my hotel. The Walmart's like right here. So it's, I don't know, kind of close.
You can walk that. That's
I'll
only
probably-
15 miles.
I'll see how much Uber is. Because you can get shit delivered now too.
I've been planning my trip out for Vietnam, and it was like, wait a second. Okay, that's 30 kilometers, not 3 kilometers. We're going to have to rethink that trip. Because I'm sure Camp Vietnam's going to be like Cambodia and Thailand, where 30 kilometers takes you an hour to an hour and a half to achieve.
I already signed up for a player's card. So when I get there, I got to go pick up my player's card. And then I've already dedicated $150 for gambling. So I'm gonna go hit some slots and make that shit last for a while. I'm gonna try to get.
Since you already did that, you may want to go in and say, I just got in off my flight. I'm kind of hungry. I'd like to eat before I gamble.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like the first thing I do when I get there is I'm going to the player card, picking it up, and talking to them.
Well, you want to check in.
No, I can't check in until 3. So I get there at 1, and then I have a couple hours.
I hate that.
So I'm hoping I hit the player card up, and I'm like, yo, I just came in off a flight. I didn't sleep last night. Trying to get some sleep. I'm here till the 3rd. Here's my reservation. Is there any way you can talk? Like, I'm so hungry. Where should I go to get some?
Just tell them I'm hungry. Feed me. I'm here to gamble.
But yeah, I'm gonna gamble some too.
Papa
You
Son,
don't have to tell them how much you're going to gamble. You just tell them you're here to gamble and leave it to their imagination at how much you're going to spend.
So the thing is,
and another thing is how you dress when you walk in. You want to be kind of nice, like you have money. Is what you want to do when you walk up to that.
So I
Then
think
you'll be able to get that free lunch or free dinner.
Well, here,
right away.
So I think I have a homie from Chicago flying in to meet me there, and I got a homie from Oklahoma flying in to meet me there. And I've literally they're like, yeah, my wife said I can go. And my other homie's like, yeah, I'm definitely 100% as long as I'm healthy and going. He's like that. So there's gonna be a little group of us. The owner of the art gallery is gonna be out there. What's up, Green Figures?
Cheers, guys.
Hey, Robert.
What y'all up to?
Taking Valium, trying to relax.
Nice.
I've been up since like 2 a.m.
It's awesome.
No, it wasn't. I woke up because it was 46 degrees in my room.
Not often.
I fell asleep. It was 72.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, no shit. Winter came in like the past 3 days. We were at 72 at nighttime here up until like 3-4 days ago. We haven't been in the 60s since.
It was snowing a little bit here tonight, and then started to rain. It turned right to ice.
It's 64 degrees outside. There was no way in hell the sun's out, but it ain't that warm here.
You would laugh because it was 37 when I left my house, and I just said fuck it. I didn't want to put pants on. I already had shorts on, so I just wore my shorts and a hoodie to go pick up the food.
Yeah, and I haven't been in shorts in like 4 days. Because it's only been like 72, 73 degrees during the day. Shit, we were up in the 88, 89, and then it dropped. But we should have been colder than this over a month ago. I'm glad I didn't have a early harvest out though. It would have been ruined this year.
Oh, motherfucker.
Because the rains actually lasted an extra almost 3 to 4 weeks in October. And of course, I'm off by the old airport, which the military uses to seed the clouds. So I hear the cannons going off when they shoot them.
So I do want to go check this out when I'm in Vegas. It's the Neon Graveyard.
Oh, that's cool.
I'd suggest 2 little pieces of paper and walking the main drag, the old main drag downtown, and just staring up at the covered
Super.
street. That's what I did one night there. That was fun as fuck, dude.
I think it's Caesar's Palace. The one I really want to go check out.
What really tripped me out were the people doing the zip lines.
Now you go to Caesar's Palace later at night, around 9, 10 o'clock. Just see all the high class hookers out front waiting with their pimp.
Dude,
funny.
what's
I didn't see any of that.
What?
Well, I was across from the Bellagio. When I was up on that bridge, I was in between the Flamingo and the Bellagio, and Caesar's Palace is right next door to that.
I was down by Circus Circus. I didn't stay at Circus Circus. I wouldn't stay
Yeah.
there. I wouldn't I wouldn't get caught
Right.
taking shit in Circus Circus.
$12 room.
Smashes. He took a little bit cheaper of a room, which also
Where is
put
this
him
way?
closer down towards the Flamingo. But
actually I have the
there
elevated.
is every hour at one of the hotels, like the big volcano that they have there erupts.
Yeah, they
And
just
it's
opened
pretty
it back
cool.
up.
Okay. I think I posted a video on that, maybe
Where's
on
this?
IG, or I showed you guys live one night.
Like, I want to visit this place.
Fremont Street? Or what street is that?
Is that what it is?
That's Fremont Street. That's
Okay.
Yeah, that's
take
fire, bro.
two tabs and have
That's
fun.
fire.
Yeah. So I'm
They've
definitely
got
gonna go to
zip
Fremont.
lines that
I
go
even
the
got-
whole length of that.
Even the
The
posters.
zip lines.
I got a poster of that when I left just because I was like, that's what I want to remember. So I got a poster of Fremont Street. That's sick. That's
I'm gonna have a lot of footage, dude. I'm just gonna run a GoPro. I'm buying like 10 memory cards.
yeah, dude.
So Fremont Street and Bangkok are probably my 2 favorite cities to go like tripping in.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Hey, bud.
Fremont
And they
Street
have trouble.
Experience. Where is this?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I seen your buds. They look fucking delicious, Robert. On
Thank you.
Instagram.
Alright. I let some go too far. Seeds are all done. The seeds are all done though. There's no premature broken seeds. They're not popping in my fingers like the last batch. So I'm happy. I'm
That's
happy.
good.
Yeah, I'm like, thank God. It's like 100% so far.
I actually take my seeded plants almost an extra half their flowering cycle. So
Yeah,
I
I want
take them
120.
between 90 and 100 days.
Yeah, I want 120 just to be extra sure. Just to be extra sure that they were falling out of the plant. Right when I cut them, you hear like 5, 10 of them fall right when I snip. Snip. So, damn. So I have some volunteers. It'll be fun.
Yeah, the only time I do that is when I leave a male in the room for like 2 weeks. And then I know it's got 2 weeks of possibly picking up that pollen.
Yeah. I tell if this is a seed.
You know,
Holy crap.
usually at 100 days, they're coming down.
Yeah, I should have took them at 100. I should have. I learned my lesson.
Hey, it doesn't matter though.
I got a question, Green Fingers.
Oh
Did you
yeah,
talk to your
the
Did you talk
package
to your mom?
landed. The eagle
Did it
has
come?
landed. The eagle has
Oh,
landed.
good. Because
Yeah.
when I mailed it, I thought, oh, that was maybe too close to before. Now, does your mom coming over for Christmas? You're gonna see her before Christmas?
Yeah, I think I'll see her on Christmas.
Oh, you're gonna be stoked.
Oh yeah. Yeah, thank you once
Hey,
again.
bud.
I was in a super good mood.
Yeah.
I love it. Thank
So I
you
gotta
very
go to
much.
the
Appreciate you.
There's 3 of them in there, Robert.
I know
3
I
of
read
them,
your
please.
message. I gotta get back to you, but yeah, I'll give them to you. Whatever. Whatever ones you want. Doesn't matter.
Hey, bud, how does the music scene look for like mid-March?
I don't know exactly. I mean, most years Phil always plays because it's his birthday, but sometimes that's been on the East Coast. I'll keep my eye
That's
open.
closer for me. I can drive to the East Coast, brother. I can't drive
Yeah,
to the West Coast
I'm
all the
sure
time.
I'm sure you'll be here for something. Man, March is things are up and going. Maybe even Billy
Yeah.
Strings will be doing that area, Michigan or
I
Ohio.
found it.
I'd really like to go see Warren.
So it's
So-
called. I found it. It's
So
called
yesterday,
the Fremont Street
I,
Experience.
I drove up. There was like a Masonics. It was like on off. It was like in this. I don't even know how to describe the building. Like some, and it was a bunch of. It was Turk tasting event. It was the normal. Like all the hash guys had their tables and their rigs, and now I ate a muffin and drank coffee and drove like 2.5 hours up there. And somewhere between the 5th and 6th dab of like the best dabs. I don't even know what fucking play the best in Turp Slurpers. Like, oh, I got too high. I like, oh, there was a lounge with these couches. And like, oh, I went and no one was hanging out in there. I went and sat on the couch and there was like a clock. And I remember it was like 5:50, 5:53. And I was like, all right, just 7 minutes till 6 o'clock. And and I was zoning out. It was almost psychedelic. And then when I finally was like, I got to get up. I can't just
Sit
pass
here.
out here. It was like 6:07. So like, I don't know, like less than 20 minutes had gone by. And then I went back out to where everyone was and the fucking room was still spinning. And then I had the brilliant idea. well, I better just fucking
Coffee.
get out of here and drive home. Well, well, I had drank a lot of coffee before I went there. I was like, that was part of it. So I started driving home,
Oh, okay.
and then there was like, I
I
thought
can
to myself,
understand
oh,
that.
I'm gonna pull over in a couple of exits and rest. I can't even function driving. And I had a second muffin in my car, and then I ate it, and then I realized, yeah, the reason I got so messed up, or like
Didn't eat all day.
I hadn't eaten it, and yeah, the thing started. I got there around 2, but yeah, I didn't eat. Did super dabs, but I came home with like I have this one full milk called oil tanker, which is like a motor breath crossed into something. Oh man, that's good. And then there was Masonic Head Stash, which isn't really him. It's a different person that runs that. It's a hash company. There were 40 of these. They only a half gram in each jar. But for $40, that was like part of the thing. You get 6 half grams of all these different their flavors, and
Yeah.
they were all super. Yeah, I've been smoking dabs all day, getting too high, and
Nice.
now I just left. Me and my partners, we harvested the one room, scrubbed and did that whole thing, and reset the room. We started at 1 and just finished.
I waiting.
And took clones of all those and did the whole thing. Mainly because
Cool.
one of the partners, as kids, Christmas, like wanted to get it all done today rather than after Christmas because, oh, God forbid you work on Christmas Eve or Christmas. I get it.
Window.
Since you took clones, did you take clones of the stuff like the older stuff?
Yeah. Well, we also took clones of these new
Okay.
ones. We took clones of the Bubba, turned it back because it was big enough. The Topanga Canyon Kush and turned it back, and the I-95 and turned it back. Just
Yeah.
like to, they probably could be bigger and we could top and veg them more, but as they're new plants, we want to get them in a cycle as soon as possible to see what they are before you go any further. It's just a
You
name.
took clones of them.
Oh
right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Could I get you to send some of those to a friend's garden that's going on in Ohio?
Yeah, a couple. Like first off,
Yeah.
the Topanga
Like one of
Kush.
these
Oh,
two of each.
that plant. I think we got 12 off of it. Some of these other ones, we only got a few because, well, they weren't even.
It can be.
Plants weren't
It could be
weren't
a
even
couple.
that
It could
big.
be a couple months down the road, bud.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it's not like it needs to be right away. I just wanted to make sure that you had taken clones of those plants and they were still around.
so from that's the idea because even myself, like usually a couple halfway through the cycle, like a month from now, I'll be able to really rub up against those plants and know if they're what they. When you get clones, even though they're from
Exactly.
somebody you trust, and no, you never know. That's part of.
Here, over here. Huh? Here.
You gotta
Hey, have
grow
I
'em for
ever
yourself. I know the
if I
Bubba.
ever hand
I
you
grew
something and say I don't
Katsu.
know, but it's good. I don't know the strain, but it is good. Believe
I
me.
grew Katsu Bubba and Bubba 398 for years.
Yeah.
Years.
Yeah.
This plant was given to me as a Katsu Bubba, and if I didn't even know the name and you just asked me to guess what that plant was, I would have guessed it right because there's just a certain look that plant has, and this one
I've
has.
been watching his Bubba for the past almost 20 years.
Well, I miss like if I knew I could go buy like an ounce of Bubba from someone, like I would. even if it was like a retail price. Because yeah, I kind of missed
I
that.
was buying it in Amsterdam.
It used to be like Bubba was everywhere for years, but there's a lot of Bubba crosses. But there's not many like just Bubba or Platinum Kush or Master Kush. I loved all those. The cushy, that cushy.
The old Hindu Kush.
Just Kush. That's
The
one of my
Master Hindu
favorite.
Kush.
As far as smoking weed, that's one of my favorite flavors. That cushy Kush. I don't need any fruit. I just need Kush.
To tell you the truth,
I don't even know
really
how to
do
describe.
enjoy a great Death Star.
Like I don't know how to describe Kush. It's Kush.
Go.
Not like
He's roboting. You're roboting.
describe things better.
You're back.
Myself, if someone said, "Well, what is Kush like?" I would say it's Kush. It's like that's it. It's not like anything else.
We're coming. Dr. Cooler coming.
And somehow,
Sour,
okay,
gassy, and citrus.
if you're familiar with Encinitas, there's this dive bar. It's been right there on the PCH forever. It's called Captain Kino's. It's like probably the worst food. It's the dingiest place. But somehow my boss and this other horse guy who's in town, because they like Kino. I've gone there when I used to surf because it was like breakfast all hours, but somehow I'm headed over to some
Kino.
Captain Kino's. Well, it's been there forever. I guess they're finally tearing it down. And if you want to reminisce about the good old days, you got to do it now before they tear it down. Captain Kino's.
You traveling, bud?
Yeah, I'm driving on. I'm going into Encinitas right now.
Okay.
To Captain Kino's to play Kino and get some prime rib or whatever they got on the menu.
Oh man. I want to play Kino.
Oh man, prime rib.
Yeah, prime rib and Kino.
Like I say, it's like probably the worst food, but they've been there for like, it's one of those restaurants that's been there forever. Probably should have closed like 20 years ago.
But the
But it's
Kino
right
has
there.
kept them open.
Well, it's a what do you call it? It's a
It's a
bar.
local dive. It's
Yeah,
a
it's a
local
dive.
dive.
And some people just love dives, especially drinkers. Like it's
Yep.
people like the dive bar.
Besides that, they got cheapest beer in town, probably.
My tent is officially closed till next year. Well, my lights are off. I don't have anything.
Congratulations.
Well,
For
next
6
year's
days.
in a week. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Can
but
you believe it? Did 23 go by extremely fast for everyone or just me?
Yep. And I had a lot of
I was
people. It
injured
was a
for
bad
5
fucking
months.
year.
Where during the hernia, time slowed down, but no, it still went by super fast. I look back and go, wow, that year just whizzed by.
I am so glad I'm in my cycle of the mid years, the 4, the 5, and the 6, that I'm so ecstatic, really. I mean, 2023, was just, it's been actually a really terrible year for me.
It seems that, yeah, a lot of people have said that, like enough to where I think overall it was more bad than good.
I had
Like
more
overall.
people die that really meant something to me this year than any other year for shit since my grandmother died. because my aunt on my mom's side passed away before my grandmother. And that was 8 years ago, 9 years ago. But yeah, this has been a really good, I mean, a really shitty year. And I'm hoping 24 will be a good year, and 25 and 26 are going to be stellar. Because, like I say, it was shitty enough that it turned my world upside down. It broke me for a while. I'm still a little bit broke because I lost someone I thought was going to be with me at the end of my life, our lives. And that person had a massive heart attack at fucking work and passed away at 53. Not to say that, you know, my High Times collections at her house, my Grateful Dead with the doors opening up, and 67 posters at her house, my Amsterdam pictures at her house. And yes, Bud's car does sound like that. And if you give it a little bit more gas, it actually chirps the tires when you make a turn. Well, I was making a turn and it kind of chirped them a little bit when I gave it
Well,
gas.
it has what they call track pack. It has like a lowered suspension. So you never, the tires might chirp, but you're not getting them loose.
No,
pretty hard.
no, I didn't get them loose. I just chirped them going around the corner.
That's what she said.
There was only 6 or 7 feet of rubber.
Right now, I'm in Lucadia, and just pulling up. The next light is PCH, so I'm down at the ocean. And Lucadia is the next city north of Encinitas, like the rich area of the coastal area here.
Oh, the volume's hitting.
I'm usually pretty antisocial when people call and say, "Oh, hey, you want to meet at whatever bar or whatever." I'm always like, no thanks. But tonight I was like, sure.
It's the holidays. You need to go out, bud. Especially during the holidays, we need to go out.
Well, yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's the holidays, all right. But
it's just not for the holidays. It's basically us getting out and being around other people. Because at home, it's kind of lonely.
That's my favorite taco shop, Pacheco. When I surf down here at Grandview, I get a burrito afterwards right there. I used to live in this town like 20-some years ago.
I spent the night before I came over to your house out that way.
It's nice down.
I stayed on the beach for the night.
It's really expensive to have any kind of, like, everybody's right on top of each other. It's like, you can't have like well, you could have, there's some people that have acres, but that's a lot of money because it's on the coast. My partner pays like $5,000 a month rent to live right in Cardiff, where he doesn't live on the beach, but he can just walk right down to the beach.
And he's got what, a 2-bedroom for $5K?
It's actually 3-bedroom, and him and his other surf buddy. It's like all surfers live right there.
Oh, okay.
What it costs. It's like
no.
It's right at the surf point, and yeah. for him, it's worth it. That's his like thing. Like, so he surfs every day. If he had to drive a mile or two to the beach, he wouldn't surf every day.
And see, that's something that's a little bit different. I mean, if you had like a golf course that literally changed every day, you would have a massive amount of people living around it. And for surfers, being able to go out to the surf within a 5-minute walk with your board, yeah.
Wow, Captain Kino's is packed. There's no parking.
It's all the old ladies out there trying to hit that Keno number.
Oh, wait. I got lucky.
What, I'd leave my handicap placard in your car?
No, but looks like I got a spot.
I have to do that when I.
Well, you know, I was gonna smoke some weed before I got here, but I forgot, so I'm gonna smoke it now.
Well, thanks for smoking a joint with us tonight, bud. It was good seeing you, and happy holidays.
Yeah, I'll take you in the bar, see what's happening. Hopefully there's no music in the background.
See, like, it sucks because like my best friend has kids, so he can never go out. Because one of them
Yeah,
is like
well,
wheelchair and stuff, so it makes it super hard.
most of my friends, to tell you the truth, because I got involved with normal, are mainly older than me. And a lot of them had disabilities 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. So, you know, I'm in a point in my life where it shouldn't happen for another 10 years with the amount of people that basically, since me moving to Thailand the past 7 years, over the past 4 years, I would say has been the majority of it. Not the first two. They were really fun here.
Yeah, there's always shitty times, man.
And then
Sucks.
there's always good ones too, and that's what we have to look for, and that's why we have a new year coming up. And like I said, 2004 was a good year, 2014 was a good year. So 15 and 16 are going to be even better for all of us.
I wanna
Everybody
finish
out
this
in
tonight.
chat.
I think it's gonna happen.
And with all the testing we got going on, hopefully we can cut out most of the hemp blade virus and seed stock and clone form. I know I will be spending a fortune on it. Testing and testing and more testing. I just wish I can get somebody to sex plants for me for like a couple bucks a piece. I can in Michigan.
You buy those. That dude, Farmer
Anybody?
Free.
I'm
Everyone, they use that dude.
There's a lady in Michigan. She was a scientist. She still is a scientist. Uh, but she has moved over into the testing of cannabis for hemp blade viruses and also doing sex testing in Michigan. and she's one of the quickest turnarounds and the cheapest prices in the country. Her sex testing are like $5 a piece, and you get them literally back within 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, Farmer Freeman's pretty good. When you buy a bunch of them, they come about that price.
Yep.
It's good. I
And a
don't know.
bunch of them's like 30, 40, 50. You know, it's not 100. Like when I send them to her, if I was to send them to her, it would have to be, hey, let me know when you go to send them so I can tell people, hey, don't send me anything for a while.
I really want to finish trimming this plant tonight, but I don't know if it's gonna happen.
What restaurant are we at, bud? Taco shop?
No, it died.
Oh yeah,
This
the one
is the
you're
bar
talking
back.
about. Yeah.
Yeah, there's music playing, so you
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, what do you expect? Every bar has music playing.
Yeah, but
True, right?
that's a dive bar, and in the back they could just have like music with no singing. He did say it's an older dive bar, so depending on the crowd, they could be like wanting to go back there to chill out. I don't mind classical music and a good bourbon, especially after smoking a good joint.
Yeah, see, I don't even drink anymore. I might have a beer, a cake. Like I haven't had one in 2 years.
I swear to God, the bottles are a lot smaller here in Thailand.
Dude, this
Because
strain.
I don't remember being able to go through a fifth in like 12 days.
Right. I do. Hold on.
Well,
What do you mean? I used to
that's like
fucking-
3 drinks for me, and that's like Spinsville. I get the spins at 3.
Back when I
But
used to
I'm
party.
drinking aged bourbon, and the one from Cincinnati that I have here, that shit's 90 proof.
So back when I used to party at the college, I used to go to the liquor store and I'd buy beer, but I'd always buy uh, a fifth 151.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh,
That was
I
one of
would
my favorite
keep it.
things to get too. Holy shit. I'd make
Well, the
caribou
reason
lose.
why I did it is because if I wanted to make a mixed drink, fuck, might as well use 151.
Yeah, we would make caribou lose because Tech Nine sung about them or made a rap, and we were like, let's do that. It's just like the same thing with the Hulks. We just Hulk up sometimes. Yeah. It's like, oh my god. Jaeger bombs. That was a big thing.
I don't
I
like
remember
it.
Jaeger bombs. They're good.
Irish
That's-
car bombs. They're horrible, but I drank hella Irish car bomb. And they would explode every time on me too. Those things would freaking explode, and I'd still drink it all curdled up. And be like, just finish it.
Yo, I used to do these drinks called cement trucks. It was um Irish cream and then lemon juice. It curdles it, and you take the shot.
That sounds awful. Just awful. Just awful. Yeah. All the alcohol stuff sounds awful right now.
Yeah.
I drink moonshine like whenever.
Really?
Like Smokies.
I was
Yeah.
just about to
Wow.
say,
Shit.
a quarter
Smoky
barrel of ground up corn,
Can you
add
read the
sugar and a little
sign?
bit of yeast, and come back in 7 days, 5 days.
The city
Yeah.
Encinitas is smoke free. No vaping, no smoking, which means anything.
Uh-oh. Better put that joint out, bud.
You know, what kind of city would like think that they can do that. Like there's like
Wait,
5
they
people
can't
out in
smoke,
front
but
of
they
these
smoke
bars.
meat right there, right? They're smoking
Well,
meat in
yeah,
that
but
building, right?
I
You can't
forgot
smoke
about it, but I
outside.
heard about it. Yeah, this city is so uptight that they voted to ban smoking in the whole city. Like even if you
Yeah,
rent an
I'm sorry.
apartment, technically you're not allowed to smoke even on your own
In your own
property
home.
or anything.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Crazy. Where are you supposed to be able to smoke at?
Yeah, that's what it says, and that's what it means.
Right.
Now, how much they enforce it, probably not that hard unless they want to, but it's stupid.
It's the end of
But
the month. They may
But
need
I
a
guess
ticket.
that would also mean you can't smoke weed. You know, smoking is
Right.
smoking. It's smoke free. It says
Yeah,
no vaping.
period.
That's
Well,
boring.
But that's California. Like California is like worse than other places as far as smoking goes.
you come to Thailand, you ask for an ashtray when you sit down.
There was fun.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Probably
Leah's-
because of you can't video in a gambling establishment.
Well, you can. You gotta ask.
Oh, you're like something else.
Do not do it in Vegas.
No, exactly.
Dude, there's people that live stream in Vegas now, doing slots and cards and
Okay,
shit.
I know that
well,
trips
let's
me
put
out.
it
And then
this
like I
way.
almost got kicked
I-
out for doing the same thing they did. I'm
You
like,
gotta ask.
I had my headphones on and I wanted to play blackjack. After the second hand of blackjack, he made me take the headphones out and turn off my music because you're not allowed to have a phone on while you're playing at a carded table.
I know.
Table for cards, at least. That's the way I was explained.
Yeah, it's hard now with everyone with phones. People's
And then
jobs.
I explained to him, okay, slow down your deal a little bit because you're giving me, anxieties. You're going too fast. It's bringing my post-traumatic stress disorder out. And he goes, really? And I said, actually, yeah. And then he started playing a couple hands for me. Oh, you didn't want to hit that, or you wanted to hit that.
I think I'm
That's why
gonna
I like sitting down with tables with nobody at them, because I also play to win, not the way your cards are coming out.
Exactly. That's how I play too.
I'm gonna play Baccarat.
3-card
Yeah,
poker.
it's easy game. You only need to get to one.
I like 3-card poker. That's fun to play in Vegas.
I normally stick with things that I basically have a chance of winning, maybe 40% of the time at least, and blackjack and roulette. Something that gives you odd or even or red or black to bet
So
on. That's
Baccarat
your
Baccarat
best bets.
Baccarat right now, there's less. So all you have to do is bet player or
There's three
dealer.
different types of baccarat, by the way.
I only played now.
There's actually, I just watched a thing on baccarat because the one guy that's all tatted up that got kicked out of Vegas, he made millions. His biggest win was off baccarat.
Yeah,
And
'cause
he
that's
goes
where all
and
the
he
Chinese
explains it. And he explains it, and he explains that there's three different types of baccarat. And one is simple, then the next one gets more sophisticated, and then the final one is like really sophisticated. You have so many bets, it's not even funny. I like the simple one,
Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do.
but I'm a simple person when it comes to losing money. I don't like it. That's why I normally don't gamble.
Easy come, easy go in the gambling world.
See, I'm going to Vegas,
Yep.
so I feel like I have to spend some money gambling. Just being in
Oh,
Vegas.
I've gone into casinos and I've changed in $200 and basically by the third hand didn't have the feeling and just lost $45 and I'm on my way out. You say hi to the guy that opened the door and you say bye to him and he looks at you and goes, "That was quick." And you just look at him and say, "Well,
That's what she
wasn't feeling it and I lost 3 hands in a row." He says, "Better to go home with money in your pocket than none." I said, "You're exactly right."
I leave it all on the table.
Yeah.
Go broke and go home. Go broke and go home. I usually go home broke. I usually go home broke.
I've
I
only
don't-
left 3 casinos down,
I go home broke all the time, bro. My favorite thing to
and
do.
I probably left 25 of them up.
I think subconsciously that's my favorite thing to do. I don't even know it. I know I like. I don't think I know I like to lose, but I do it so much that I must like to lose. It's
So
I get in the hot streaks with blackjack, and what I'll do is every once in a while I'll take a couple of those chips and I'll put them in my pocket. And then at times I've gotten up from the table and the guy has actually asked me, "You want to cash out all those chips you put in your pocket?" And I'm like, "Oh, I got that many." He looks down at his tray and says, "Yeah, you got quite a few." And that's when you find out they're all $5 chips.
hey,
Where the fuck is the 10 and $25 chips, man? They're all fives. Fuck. Yeah. When you got like 30 or 40 of them in your pocket, it ain't too bad when you sat down with 200 3 hours ago.
hello, pretty lady.
I look at it this way. If I lose $200, and that's normally what I go in with the idea of betting and losing. And if I spend 3 or 4 hours there and I lose the 150 or $200, I'm okay with it because it's cheap entertainment.
What I
I
like,
mean, where else can you go and make 100 decisions in an hour for $25?
Yeah, that's why I like to,
So I could play you in Magic the Gathering, or I could play you in Pokemon.
so what's this?
No, you can. I'll stop in Japan and get some cards, and you never beat me.
Dude, I have a Magic. I still to this day have a legacy Magic the Gathering deck that was so hard to beat. My friends hated it.
Oh.
I'm really good at. I've always been really good at making like deck for card games.
When we were getting those Pokemon cards in from Japan, I should have set a couple of those boxes back.
I wish I still had my
Holy
whole collection. I had.
Oh, here we go again.
We
Right
had
on.
to take
Base
20 cases every 7 days.
I've had full collections of from
Oh,
base
hey.
set all the way to base set 2.
We
I
had to
lost
take 80 cases a month.
I lost interest when they were doing. So like I started when they first came out with the Pokemon when I was young, and I did the Fossil, I did the Team Rocket, and then they came out with base set 2, which was the
base set just like reworked or whatever or something. And I was like, that's stupid. I don't want to collect anymore. But I had first editions of every card from base set to I collected some of the actual base set twos, but I kind of stopped doing that. But I had first edition collections of each base set, fossil, the green one, jungle.
In 93, I opened up my store with three cases of antiquities and 10 cases of Ice Age. And at that time, antiquities, I think, were going for like $40-50 a pack. And Ice Age was like $15 a pack.
Trying to like figure out, trying to put all the bigger nugs away, and then I'll come down here tomorrow and like trim up some of the smaller ones.
YouTube grabbed me on one of those shows I was going past, and this kid was not kid, he's an owner of a sports card shop in Ohio that I follow. He was opening up this box of football cards. And it's a box, but you got like
you get like 4 cards. Guaranteed autograph.
And it was 12 cards because it was $18,000.
Yeah, they have.
And he opened up this box, and basically he didn't get his money back.
I've seen people pull ones. Yeah, there's some really good.
I had some of that early 101 shit. I mean, today it's outrageous of some of the Jordan and LeBron autographs that I have.
Well, even Kobe, dude. Kobe's autographs are skyrocketing after he passed.
Yeah, I never had Kobe.
I loved Kobe.
And I pulled a Peyton Manning SP Upper Deck autograph card, but it was a redemption card, and I pulled it in 2004. So it was past the redemption time.
Even though I'm from Boston or Massachusetts, I still enjoyed watching Kobe play basketball. He was truly one of the greats. He was like LeBron. LeBron's on that same level.
The neat thing about that Upper Deck card, though, is even though it wasn't autographed, it was the card that they did autograph. So that card, I actually was able to get more than his regular base card for, even though it was expired, because it was the one that he autographed. That's the only way to get that one.
To like Panini, send in their redemptions, and they just wait, and then all of a sudden, 5 years later, you'll get a card.
Or the great one is you send in your redemption, they say, well, you don't have that card, but we're going to send you these other ones, and they send you nothing but stiffs.
How do you not have that card if you fucking gave me a redemption? That's happened more than you would think.
I ran into that with Bowman Chrome because I was a heavy Bowman and Bowman Chrome and ST collector. I went for the little bit higher dollar stuff in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I had a bunch of redemptions that I sent in, and they would constantly. I had like 35 redemption cards for one guy that at the beginning of the season was really fucking hot. And I sent the redemptions in, and then they send me half the redemptions, and half of them are other cards telling me, sorry. we don't have those cards in stock.
Sorry, we're so sorry.
Well, you printed these cards telling me I won one.
Oh, yeah, they should have had them put aside.
Yeah. And I ended up with a whole stack of stiff autographs, and it's like, holy shit, man.
To be
He gave me a
completely
bunch of
honest,
$5 cards.
to be completely honest, it's kind of false advertising that you
He's lucky.
you get a redemption card of a LeBron James 101 or something, and they don't send that card to you. They send some shit. That should be false advertising.
That's okay. One of the big grading companies lost a friend's 52 Topps Mickey Mantle rookie card.
I'm looking right now. So, do you remember when Emmitt Smith was fucking rocking the NFL?
I've got his record-breaking touchdown ticket.
I won a card from a flea market. It was worth $75, and they're like, "Oh, it's just gonna go up from there."
No,
Like a year or two later, like $2. I'm like, how does a $75
well,
card go to $2?
you know, I look at all the sports cards that I sold in memorabilia in 2016 that hadn't been to a show since 2000 and basically 7, because my contract for 2006 for the show I did was on top of the box when we opened it. And I went through and I looked in there and I thought, you know, okay, all those Shaq rookies, all those Roethlisberger rookies that I had, I looked them up. And even in PSA 9, they're like $12 still. But then you look at the stuff like the A7 88, the 88, 89 Flair basketball boxes that I had that were graded by GAI, by the box. And those boxes are like $25,000 a piece. So, you know, a lot of stuff didn't really move, and it would have cost me about $15,000 to put it all in storage.
Jack Beanstalk wants to know if you have any graded stuff left.
Yeah, I've got some great stuff. And when I go back, I'm coming back in March for a little bit. I'm going to be sending off my LeBron James first game in Cleveland tickets to PSA to be graded because there's only 3 of them graded.
Right on.
And I'm going to send in 4, including my personal ticket. I went on eBay like the day before the game, and I was able to pick up tickets for less than face value for that game. So I made a deal with all my friends that, hey, listen, I'll take you and your girlfriend to the game. You keep one ticket and I get the other one. So I ended up taking like 16 people to the game.
Huh.
Now, my friends that are single and didn't have a girlfriend, I let them keep the ticket because it was something special to us. Because part of our group got to work LeBron James' birthday party the first year he was in Cleveland.
That's cool.
Yeah, he even gave out special hats, and they all got one. And last time I offered my friend $500 for the hat.
People say LeBron, same thing with like Kobe. And MJ, they're different. They're just built different.
Yeah, because they come from different generations. When you look at basketball, you have and baseball, well, all major sports, you have to understand that the level of training in the 50s, the football players had full-time jobs. Football was something they did on the weekend.
I'm talking more of
Baseball
like
was basically the same thing too.
all the great
But-
basketball players have like this mentality. It's like a work mentality that like. Oh,
Well,
I've done.
I think also, you have to look at the different generations and how much the athletics and sports has become more about getting paid from the game instead of playing it for fun, and how advanced training has gotten over the years. So I think when you look at sports, you should look at it by like decades and say, this was the best player of this decade. Because I know a lot of people get into this argument about who was the best basketball player. Well, in the 50s, it was Bill. In the 60s, it was like Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. And then Lou Alcindor came along, who's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and he changed the game. Then Magic Johnson and Larry Bird came in and they changed the game. Then Michael Jordan comes around a few years later, 5, 6 years later, and changes the game completely again.
Was Larry Bird drafted?
Yeah, a lot of them are.
1981 was his first card. And there's actually a Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and Kareem all on the same card.
He was the
Kind
30.
of like there's a
You just don't want to get any of
LeBron.
that Magic
and-
Johnson on your card. Sorry.
They say
You don't want to get any of that Magic
Well, come
cream
on.
on your bird. Okay.
Come on, he's only had it for 30 years and he's still alive. Money can buy you life.
1970.
Who are we talking about?
Larry Bird.
Oh, that's funny. I was just gonna put a picture of him up. And look at the shirt he's wearing, believe it or not.
So he joined in 1979.
Doesn't he look like a?
He was
Doesn't he ever look like a
drafted in
bird?
79, played in 80, I believe, was his first game.
Oh yes, and Michael Jordan was 84, right? Yeah.
He played on the 84 Olympic team. Along with Charles Barkley and
They
a few
call
other
that
people.
the Dream Team. That's called the Dream Team, the '84 Olympic team.
No, the Dream Team was 1990 or
Oh.
92 when the NBA players were
Oh.
allowed to play
Yeah, 92.
professionals.
Did you guys?
Was it that late?
Yeah, 92.
Yeah.
And that was like one of the only years they let actual professionals play. Well, I mean, the NBA team is professionals, but they're just not.
Well, I remember that. It
They're
was
not
kind of like a
superstars.
blowout, wasn't it? Like it was like the Harlem Globetrotters against the rest of the world.
Yeah, kind of.
I think you guys left out Shaq.
Yeah, Vince Carter jumped over a 7-foot person in one of their games. He jumped
I mean,
over him. Boom.
Shaq's never out of the equation. Shaq kind of made Kobe who he was the first year.
That's
He
white.
actually talks about that. They didn't know that he actually cleared a 7 foot tall guy, but he did.
Right? And he thought his fingers weren't even gonna touch the rim. He said that shit was crazy. I thought I was gonna finger it in. My hand went all the way over, and I knew I got that. He's like, "That's what you're celebrating for, right? You jumped over somebody?" Like, no, I just said that I dunked
No,
it.
yeah.
I just said I made it. I didn't think I was gonna make it. Yeah, that was a great story.
That's
Yeah.
amazing, though. Being an athlete and being able to hurdle someone at
He
7
used to
foot
hook his
tall.
forearm in there, hang from his elbow, or hang from right here. Like that's how high he could jump and hang, throw the whole arm, and then like, bam. What the fuck?
So
Yeah, I'm a white boy. I can't play basketball.
What you can't jump?
I can play that. I play basketball.
I used to be able to touch the rim, barely. I used to barely be able to touch the rim, but nah, couldn't dunk it.
Dude, this grape fun dip is good, but it doesn't smell anything like grape fun dip.
Hmm.
It smells like
Did you just cut it?
It smells like a cherry Tootsie Pop.
Hmm.
You just cut it, right?
Last week.
Okay, so you're about 7 days into dry.
Yeah, about that, I think. But the humidity dropped off real low, so I had to get it in jars.
Yeah, I think in the next, 7 to 14 days, you'll really start to get the terpenes to pop and the freshness will go away.
Like, even when you smoke it, it's almost like a chocolatey cherry, which is dope. And it hits hard, dude. My eyes are heavy.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Which one is it? Smash?
Grape Fun Dip.
Grape Fun Dip. That sounds like it should taste the way you described it. Yeah, it sounds nice.
That was fun.
Fun dip. Wait.
So the cross is.
Jesus, excuse me. That came out of nowhere.
I smoked some Sensi Star times candy and a little bit of gasoline mixed together, and it hit me completely wrong.
This toad flower, the toad flower, that's got like a Kim in it, and I don't know the other half, but that shit's so fire. Excuse my French, super fire. I'll look it up.
This picture right here, this grape fun dip is so frosty. I was showing it on the camera earlier. The bud kind of looks white almost because of how many trichomes are on it. Yeah. But it's a Blacklight Fantasy to Cushman's.
Nice.
So if you're gonna do anything with grading, PSA is the most sought after, by the way, Jack, for sure. But the other ones, like Beckett's pretty good. Beckett's pretty sought after. So it goes PSA, Beckett, I think. Like
GAI. Now, if you get boxes that are graded by GAI, they're like the top grader of boxes, or they were early on. And they were the first company to actually grade packs and boxes. But PSA, they normally say that Beckett, if you get a Beckett 10, then you're actually looking at like a PSA 9 or 9.5 now. All the other companies are at least 1 or 2 grades lower when you go to pop them and resubmit them. But once in a while, you can clean some fingerprints off of a card and get from a 9 to a 10.
I don't know if GAI is still in business. I haven't heard anything from them in a long time.
Well,
I'm just saying
Beckett, and I'm sure there is one. It's
PSA is the one everyone.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the third company though.
DGC or
SGC was it.
That's not what I wanted.
All my, if I had a bunch of tobacco cards in pre-1900, that's who I would send those to.
Okay.
Because I think PSA grades those tobacco cards and stuff like that. I think they grade a little off.
That's the thing. So they sell these little things. I mean, they probably sold them back in your day too. When you go in to grade a
That
card,
measure the card for centering.
yeah, you put it over the card. It has every little thing, like where it should be and everything.
My friend actually has this like computer, and it's like a photocopier, and you place your card in the photocopier. It takes a photo of it. It's like a pre-submission machine, and it will actually grade your card for you because it measures it all out by computer.
Yeah,
But yeah, we used to have little plastic sleeves, and on the bottom, it would tell you if it was 50-50 center, 60-40, top to bottom, left to right, if it was an oversized card, undersized card. And this is where it gets into it, because in the 50s, you can have undersized cards by just a little bit.
They hand cut them back then, I think. Or they used
No, it was all done by wire. It was a wire cutter. I've been to the Topps factory in Pennsylvania.
Oh, I'm talking about those, like, my buddy had a collection of those they're like small baseball cards.
Donruss and Fleer even cut them under that.
You know what I'm talking about? The first baseball cards, they were in like the tobacco packs.
Yeah, in the 1800s.
My buddy had
they were cabinet cards.
Or tobacco cards, maybe they're called.
They're called cabinet cards because they're much bigger than a regular card. And then Mayo Plug came out with theirs, an old Judd, and those were much smaller cards.
Yeah, these ones. So hold on, I'll show you.
They came in pouches of tobacco.
Topps T06 or 206.
It's not Topps, it's just T206. T is for tobacco.
Oh, well, right here, the logo says Topps 206. I don't know why, but the tobacco cards 1909 to 1911 and cigarettes. So my buddy had almost a complete set of this growing up. His grandparents,
which is 500 and some cards for that set.
He had a
by the way, because there's minor league involved too.
So I think he had a full set of
Federal League.
I don't know. He had a lot of them. He had a huge. His grandfather collected them back then. His great grandfather.
But there's only like 5 or 8 known Maggie heirs.
Honus Wagner.
He sold them. He made enough money off selling them to go to Northeastern for 4 years. I'll put it that way.
Oh yeah.
He had that.
Talking an average of $20 a card, and there's 500 and some cards to the set.
Yeah, but then you got the Ty Cobb. I think you have some of the Ty Cobbs, which go for more.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 of them in the set. There's like, they made them for, that group of years, and people like Ty Cobb got one every time they made a series.
Oh yeah, it says okay.
So there's like 4 or 5 Ty Cobbs. There's portraits. There's batting.
So there was 524 cards overall. Over 100 of the cards pictured minor league players. So I don't think he had all the minor league ones. I think he had all the major league ones. And
and there were quite a few Hall of Famers in the minor league cards.
Oh yeah, he had
Delaney, he was there.
I remember looking at the Cy Young. That was crazy.
I had the one that had the pastel. It was a portrait, It's pastel blue. It was a beautiful card. And then I had a green background of him pitching. I could have bought a T206 Cobb, but the 33 Garrett was in better condition, so I bought the Garrett for 150.
This is one of the ones I looked at in his collection. And it wasn't even
way off cut.
His collection wasn't
being off cut like that. That should be like a 3. What grade is that?
That was a 3. You're right. It's a 4.
Look, see, that's so beautiful. That card there.
He had a lot of
pastel blue backgrounds are beautiful.
Let me see.
And then the reds were really vibrant red. And these are cards from 1909, 1910 coming off real printing plates of like artistry.
Why is this one so much money? I don't remember.
Is it the Maggie Air?
I don't remember if he had one.
There's some airs to this set.
Oh, it's a 7.
Yeah, that's why.
What's this one? The green background.
I think mine would have been better than that. So I think the one I would have gotten would have probably been halfway in between. So it's 5, but the Gehrig is an 8. So I took the Gehrig instead.
Imagine, yeah, I just know he made a lot of fucking money off him. Enough his parents didn't have to pay for him to go to college.
There is one card that I do want in life, and I want the 33 Napoleon Lajoie. I know where one is sitting still on a sheet. There's a 26 card sheet that has one sitting on it, and I know where it's sitting.
So if
I also left a $75,000 bid too.
If I ever could get a card, I would want this one.
The 33 Lajoie. It's probably one of the rarest cards, along with the Hannes Wagner.
I'd want I want a Babe Ruth.
You want a Sporting News Babe Ruth.
I love Babe Ruth,
1914.
Man. Even though we got the fucking Babe curse when they traded him to the Yankees.
Oh, he's sold. He wasn't traded.
Yeah, sold, whatever.
It went to pay for a Broadway show. Believe it or not. The Home Run King was sold for a Broadway show for a guy's girlfriend.
So they just made another one. Topps did a 2022 Babe Ruth card. I think they had a signed one.
Well, they have cut signatures and they add those to the card, or it's a redemption. You send it in and you get like a card, and then you get a cut signature underneath it, all encapsulated in a Topps plastic.
Yeah, I think this one, it's like they do it like this. It's so cool. I'd love a Babe Ruth autograph, man. If I ever got rich, I'd buy that. I'd buy Muhammad Ali gloves, and I'd buy a Jimi Hendrix guitar and a Carlos Santana guitar.
Well, you can get a pair of Muhammad Ali signed gloves. They haven't jumped like you would think. You could probably still pick them up for like $1,500. When he could actually write is what you want to look for, because there's a lot of shaky Ali autographs out there, because he was just trembling at the end.
Let's see. Oh yeah, they're
I
not
can
bad.
hook you up with a guy in Chicago. You can buy a couple of his robes from him.
That's not
The
bad.
guy actually started out the CD market, and he was one of the first companies to put out CD-ROMs. And then he got into boxing cards, and he just spent millions and millions of
This one's
dollars on
fine. This one's
boxing memorabilia.
210.93.
He's got like Johnny Sullivan's heavyweight championship belt.
I wonder how much Jimi Hendrix guitar is going for.
That's awesome. I think Wayne
$1 million.
Gretzky autographed hockey stick. And my dad got it at an auction that Magic Johnson used to hold every year in LA. Yeah, that thing was awesome. My ex-girlfriend should still have it. I hope she still has it.
I had a
Yeah,
bunch.
it's about $1,000.
I'd have to look.
It gets you $1,000 at least.
I had Pedro Martinez's autograph. I had Nomar's. I used to go. I played baseball my whole life. My mom, she worked with a guy that had season tickets, and he would always sell them. He went in with a couple people, and they would always end up selling them. So we always went to games, and I tried to get things autographed all the time.
Yeah, I miss getting autographs and stuff, or trying to, never getting them at baseball games. I'd always be disappointed. Autograph my ball.
I got Julio Franco's autograph at the stadium, and he doesn't sign, but
Crazy. Yeah, I would never sign anything for me. I was just a little kid too, asking for an autograph. I said, nope.
yeah, 13.
There's some people like that still. They want autograph things.
Yeah, so one guy came back with it was actually my dad's friend, so that's why he came back with the ball. But he used to know a lot of baseball players too. He used to make a lot of golf carts for these people, high class stuff.
I worked. So one of the managers of the Mets had a place in West Boylston area in Massachusetts, and in his off season he'd come out here. It was quiet. He had a bunch of land, nice ass pool, beautiful house, and he'd just come down here and chill. And we did his lawn. One day I was outside and we were getting ready for work. He was talking baseball on the he's on the phone with the coaches, talking. He's jumping in his car. He waves to me. It's damn, that's cool.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
I've got a people would look at it and they'd say, man, that's a shitty painting of Don Shula. But it actually hung in his restaurant in Cleveland because Don Shula is from Cleveland. His sister-in-law was my English teacher in high school. And she'd always wear that fucking Super Bowl pendant around her neck. I wanted to steal that from their perfect season. But I ended up buying his portrait out of his restaurant when they closed it down. I paid $20 for it. I've got pictures of it in the restaurant.
What the hell are you doing?
Got pictures of the manager taking it off the wall. And I got pictures of me getting handed it.
I could take of the bar, man. There's too much noise and people.
No.
Dude, it's always busy the night before Christmas.
Drunken, yeah.
How was your ribeye?
No,
Or,
I had
prime rib.
No, I didn't have that. I had baby back ribs.
Oh man.
And it was $11. It's $10.99. You can't
Chili,
complain.
baby
It
back
was
rib.
all right.
Shit, I paid $15 for a rack over here.
Hey, honey, nice rack. Oh,
Barbecue sauce.
I don't know, dude. I keep thinking like I'm looking for like an extra hobby. I'm gonna start smoking brisket in my backyard.
Here's an extra hobby for you. Smelt silver.
I thought about like collecting silver and stuff. Like, I'm a nerd, so like I know people
You can
that
charge
actually
like $1 to $1.50 an ounce to smelt down sterling into pure silver. And all it is melting it down and adding borax to it.
so I know
And that's
people
all
that
it is.
they like take in electronics and take it apart for the gold and reclaim it.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. But I don't know. I want to smoke. I've always wanted to like try like smoking brisket. I've never actually. I've worked at a pit. I've never actually like done it myself.
Well, just remember every piece of meat you fuck up is going to be $30, $40, $50.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm pretty good cook. I've worked at a lot of restaurants. I've actually worked at a barbecue pit.
Yeah, but you're going to be doing it by
I practice
yourself.
with the Boston butt a lot, smoking a Boston butt. That's the pork shoulder or something. I don't know why they don't call it a shoulder. That yeah, I did a lot of practicing with that because it's not as expensive.
That's what we get here in the
low and
pulled
slow,
pork
right?
form.
Yeah, go real low and slow. It's
Yeah,
not.
actually,
It's pretty easy to smoke as long as you don't run out of wet wood. You know? Wood chips or pellets, whatever you're gonna do.
For good smoked pulled pork over here, I pay about $2.50 for 100 grams.
oh my pork.
That's
So I pay about $10 a pound.
I love bacon.
Yeah, me too.
You'd love it over here.
They
call it belly with fat.
Try not to, but it's so hard. It's so hard not to.
So I was looking to build something maybe like this. I don't know what screen you're looking at. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So this is one made out of a 55-gallon barrel, just a new one. You gotta heat it up a couple times before using it, though.
Yeah, get the warp.
Then I seen this one. This guy does like a terracotta pot smoker. Pretty interesting.
We got a lot of pizza ovens like that.
The easiest one I made was a wooden box.
I wouldn't use pallets.
Nice box, honey.
The cardboard box works fine too. It's kind of crazy. It's really crazy. That cardboard box works.
The trash can smoker. I'll just go buy a trash can. And
gotta cut the bottom vent out and that's it. That's all you're doing. Cutting the bottom out so you can put the fire in there.
Yeah, they sell like a circle. Like, I gotta learn about this. I gotta figure out
fire ring.
Yeah, they keep the coals in one spot.
Yeah, you put it on electric. We used to use electric, portable stove, and then you put a tray of wood chips, and you just rotate those wood chips out whenever they run out. Put more in. Throw more in every time. really simple.
So I know a guy that used to do hickory smoked, but
Ow.
regular wood down, and then he would soak hickory in lemon juice and water, and then put it over the fire. So it would,
Sounds good.
then, well, I think he let it dry up for a little bit before he used it, but it had a lemony smell, lemony hickory smell.
Yeah, if you need good wood chips, or what are you gonna use? Pellets, or there's all kinds of ways. You'll find out.
I'm probably just gonna use wood and wood chips. I have so much extra wood in the backyard.
Yeah.
It all depends on your wood too.
Yeah. Like apple,
Hickory, cherry,
Sure.
apple.
I have a bunch of oak.
Oh,
cherry
good.
burns for a long time.
Yeah. Go for that little hardwood.
This thing was a fucking
that.
massive dude. This was an old growth oak that they cut down from the front of my house. I'm so mad they cut the fucker down because it was a beautiful tree, dude. It was like 6 feet across.
Yeah.
It was crazy. So I watched a car go off the road, hit it, and flip over, and the tree didn't move. And it barely scratched the fucking bark. It was crazy.
Yeah, I would have used that to fight to keep the tree, man.
Yeah, I
It's
hear
protecting our house from some idiot launching their car into the house. That's why my mom has a 90, it's literally between 80 and 90 feet long
Get out of
raised flower bed in the front of her house.
No.
Is because her house is on a
No.
curve and the road is a little bit higher than their yard. So if people don't judge that curve properly and they're flying, they can end up flying into the front of my parents' house, into their cars. So she built that 80, 90 foot, 6 foot wide raised flower bed. She gets so many people stopping by and taking pictures when the flowers are all blooming.
Right on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm reading chat. Yeah, I agree.
Believe me, when my caretaking days come, I'll cut the grass, but I ain't doing the flower beds.
I've decided I really want to put
My
a
mom's
fence.
got enough money. She could pay someone.
I want to put a 6 foot fence and a gate on my driveway.
Make a fedge.
Just because I have dogs and stuff, and I don't want people pulling in my driveway. So I want to get like a gate.
I think anybody that has dogs should be in a gated yard. That way their dog don't get out and happen to run into traffic or something.
Yeah.
Because he's excited about being outside.
So my dog is a rescue. My sister's dog, if you call him, he'll come right away when he gets out. My dog, as soon as the one we rescued, as soon as he gets out, it is a free for all until he fucking runs out of energy.
Yeah. I've got a friend that's got a puppy like that. Well, not a puppy, it's almost a year old, but yeah, it'll pull you and pull you and pull you. You just let go of the leash.
My whole yard is actually fenced in, and we have it so we have a front yard and we have the backyard, and I have a door where I can open because my sister puts her dog out in the backyard. We use the front yard most of the time, but we have a door in the summer that we can just let them out back and they can just run around, chase the birds all day, and do whatever the fuck they want.
Hey, Southern.
It's all there.
Cheers, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight?
I'm alright. I fucking trim
Above
for
ground.
Hey, can I say it to everybody? Yeah, everybody. Except for those past the Midwest. Happy Christmas Eve.
Oh yeah, Christmas Eve day for us.
Oh, is it
We
already?
just missed the 20.
Oh, we'll catch the next one.
Yeah, mine is almost mine's already half over with.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this bud gets me
I
lit.
got a little elf coming over tomorrow morning.
Oh. So
Hopefully
I bought some Burberry cologne. I know,
Cologne.
I love good cologne, dude. It's just so much money.
Oh yeah.
Get yourself some Mambo.
See, I'm usually like
Miyake.
I'm usually a body spray type of person, not like Axe, but like a nicer body spray. But I splurged and went with fucking cologne. I made sure I could buy a travel size though, because I want to bring it to Vegas.
That reminds me, I actually have to buy some here because it's the kind that I like. Izumaki is actually cheaper here in Asia than it is back in the United States by like $35 a bottle.
Check out and see how much they're charging for Dior Sauvage.
Dior, there's like many different kinds.
Yeah, it's called Sauvage.
Savage.
Yeah, I ain't gonna remember that.
Johnny Depp fucking promoted it actually.
That's what I like I said, I will be in Vietnam next month, so I'll check in. I'll be flying into Hanoi.
Do they have big shoes?
So
in Vietnam? No, probably not.
Probably not.
That's where they make
where some of the shoes are made.
Yeah, that's where they make Nikes, right?
Well, the thing is if you're going after like watches, yeah, those are all counterfeit. But the clothing and the shoes that are made in country, a lot of times you have to look at them because they're seconds. And sometimes it could just be like the Nike swoosh isn't completely filled out, like the thread ran out on the swoosh area, so it didn't print all the way. So you do get seconds, and then yes, you do have to watch for knockoffs.
They say
it's usually seconds.
No, but
36%.
About expensive colognes and perfumes, like if they're so expensive that people like make fake ones of those.
You know.
Well, actually, in like Bangkok, there's one market, and they actually have a little selection where you go in and they'll actually make your perfume or your cologne for you. And those guys are really good at matching up the chemistry. So you go in and you buy them at a market like that, where you have 15, 20 people that, that's their business, is to make up perfumes and stuff.
Yeah, they got a Nike store in
over
Vietnam.
here in Thailand, it's really big to have your own scent.
Oh my god, dude! They have fucking a Nike store in Vietnam.
Yeah,
There's good money in the
Cambodia,
retail market of
you
vintage
get
perfumes and colognes.
North Face.
What's 3 million baht? No, sorry, not baht. 3 million dong.
Oh, that's one big.
I think $500 is.
I think that equals one store, pussy.
I think $500 is comparable. Well, let's see.
Hi, kitty.
I gotta go over there, so let me check with the rate is.
It's 100.
US
Mm.
dollar to
Oh,
the
right on
dong.
green fingers.
Oh, it's $123. 3 million.
There you go. Get yourself some mambo. You'll have
So-
women out of the palm of your hands.
Right now, the conversion rate for you is
24,000 to one.
Ronnie
so yeah. One is 24,250.
green fingers.
Yep. It actually went down.
Oh, tough
So
chop.
it was. So I'll actually be getting a shittier exchange rate.
Oh,
Well, if you end up
'Cause
stopping
when I
there,
was looking, I was at like 25.
Brinton. Oh, creepy.
if you end up stopping there, let me know.
Well, that was pretty crazy.
Where's the store at?
Oh, I'll let you know. Hold on.
Nice.
Hanoi?
I'll find it. Location.
If it's Hanoi, okay. If not, then no. Because I'm going
want to
south
replay.
and Ho Chi Minh City is the biggest city that I'll be
That's the
going to
same.
in the south.
Hey! Knock it off, knucklehead.
When I get back from that, I'm taking my bike on a probably 10-day tour of the U.S. air bases,
I have no idea how to say
like
any.
Karat here in Thailand.
I need to. How do I do the Google to American?
What? Google to
What you
America.
do is look on the map and it's
Translate.
easy. I'm flying into one major city and I'm going to Hanoi is the major city I fly into. And Ho Chi Minh City is the next largest city I go to.
Hana.
Everything
No.
underneath that are villages.
I mean, they have a lot of stores. I don't know any of these places. I don't know where they are.
I'm hoping to be on an island for a
Sonia.
couple days.
Sonia Long Bay. Sonia Mangrove.
Those places from war movies about Vietnam.
Out of there. Good cat.
That was the big Vietnam thing.
Oh, I'm going to be hitting some of because, we had air bases over there and stuff. And my dad was supposed to go to Karat, but he ended up falling by fixing the engine because he was an aircraft mechanic
Here, Captain.
on the big C-130s.
Steven.
I don't
Oh,
know.
what's this?
So I'm
Yeah,
gonna do like Karat. Okay, so Hanoi is where all those red dots are
That's funny.
because
Oh, yeah,
that's
that's
the Delta. That's the Mekong Delta. That's the area I'm going to, but it's really muddy.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Nike.
He
All these
said-
dots are Nike stores.
Okay, then they're just like Levi stores here. They're just company-owned stores.
Yeah, they're the outlet. If
No,
you get,
they're
if
just
you,
they're just company stores. They say they're outlets, but over here that means different than what you're thinking. You're thinking discounted prices.
oh no. Yeah, I get it. 123 bucks isn't bad, but if you get a chance to stop, we can make some money maybe if they have some Nike Dunks.
Wait. Oh, donks. Never
I told-
mind.
You just have to. It's going to cost probably $40 to $50 a pair to send them back.
Oh damn! I didn't think of that. Well, if they have the right ones, it would be worth it. I told
I'm
Fumi
just saying.
the other day. I was like, because Fumi's in Portland where Nike's big, and I was like, yo, if you ever decide to go to the Nike outlet, I sent him a picture of the box. And I was like, if you see a box like this and it says Dunks, let me know, and I'll let you know if they're good or worth it.
You should send me a list of all of them that are like really, really good. Not the $500 ones. I want the ones that are $1,200-$1,500 a pair.
Well, those would be
The
like
ones I
the
can
the
buy here for
collabs.
150 bucks, 200 bucks, and
So you would walk in and be like, "Hey, I'm looking for off-white collabs. I'm looking for the Louis Vuitton collabs." They're
Louis
hard to get,
Lulu.
but
yeah, well, I know
Louis
those
Lou.
aren't going to be 200 bucks a pop. Aren't those like $900,000 brand new off the shelf?
the they were like 200 at retail for some of the last
Okay.
off-white Brooklyns. They were 200 retail.
Okay, how much were the Louis Vuittons?
They're a little bit more money, but I would toss in with you for that.
But I'm talking, you know, how much more were they? Were they 800, 1,000, 1,200?
How much? This Air Force One. Holy
Look
shit.
at them and see which ones we can make 6 times our money on. 6 times and up, because anything underneath that, it's not worth it because we have to ship them. Or I bring them back on.
All right, so
with
they're
me and just pay
2,750 for the Air Force Ones and 3,450 for the other ones. And they're still being released. So
Yeah, we ain't buying any of those, brother.
I'm trying. So if you get the right
It's
one,
150 ounces of silver.
It's 1 ounce of gold.
I don't know. We want a treat. You want a treat?
Ounce and a half.
Baby boy.
I think gold's 28 right now, isn't it? Spot price?
No,
What's
2,000 some.
What?
Take it in gold.
Generating. Oh yeah, you're right. 260. It went down. It went back down.
Silver's 24 something still,
Or
did it go back down to 23?
I'll look right now. What's silver spot price today? 24.40.
Okay.
784 key.
Hopefully silver's going up.
$2 over my last buy already.
It'd be nice to see it get
I
back up
caught
to
it at
40 again.
22.38. Yeah, if it hit 40, I think I'd be dumping about a third of mine.
Oh, get out of there.
I don't know.
It'd be tough to
Just
either hold it or dump it.
It cut. Well, I figured at 20 to 30%, then I can get a large money amount of my original money back. And then I could put that in other areas.
If I bought at 22, I'd sell,
But still
especially
have a
silver.
good chunk sitting there.
If silver ever got up to 30, I'd sell. I don't think it would go higher for a while.
No, we're about to see. You have to understand, every one of those Tomahawk missiles has 500 ounces of silver in the warhead. 500 ounces.
Wow.
Yeah. Your electric cars
riddled
are like 100 and some ounces in electric cars.
People are going to be metal detecting the battlefield.
So there's
collecting silver.
How much
There's
silver
a
has been
junkyard in China of 10,000 electric cars that are all in one spot. Imagine just go collecting the silver from those.
They're saying that there's 7 trillion kilograms of silver available throughout the Earth's crust, but we've mined 1.4 billion kilograms of silver so far.
The largest two mining facilities
Australia,
privately owned, that are
Poland.
privately owned are 10 million ounces a year is what they get into. There is just under, there's like 800 million ounces a year that is actually mined. And silver isn't really mined silver unless it's a really rich deposit. Most of our silver comes from mining stuff like copper
So
and
this
other
is
metals.
Peru has the largest silver reserve in the world with 120,000 metric tons, followed by Poland with 100,000 metric tons, and Australia with 90,000 metric tons. Russia has 45 metric tons.
You know, you really don't think about Poland or anything like that. Pull up how much gold Poland has bought over the past 2 to 3 years. And I bet you they bought close to 200 million, 300 million ounces. I mean, they have been buying heavy, and the Turkish government have been buying heavy. But the Turkish government allows their people to buy the gold from the government too, because they want them to hold wealth.
I think I watched on YouTube somewhere or read somewhere that gold wasn't actually part of the Earth's structure, that it came here like hundreds of millions of years ago or something on an asteroid or like a comet or something.
Well, yeah, that's why all the billionaires want to mine like the asteroid. There's one specific asteroid with like it has platinum, gold, silver.
$200 billion.
Yeah. They say the most gold is produced in China, Australia, and South Africa. The United States ranks 4th in gold production in 2016.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know what a toonie is though.
And the funny thing is
I can answer.
It's a coin.
It's a $2 coin. Let me see if I have one in my pocket. It's a Canadian $2 coin.
Yeah,
so
the Canadian.
For some reason, this says the World Gold Council estimates that there are approximately 197,000 toonies of mined gold and
there we go.
57 toonies of reserve left to be mined.
No. He's talking about the tuning of a weight. There's it's
yeah,
how can I explain this? Yeah, it's a really old weight system.
So a toonie is 6.92 grams. It is Canadian. Wait.
Right here. Hey.
There was also a weight measurement named that, or close to that. But that was, 500-600 years ago. What I look for here in Thailand is I look for Mexican silver from the mid 1800s to the late 1800s. And they usually, when I find them over here, they have chop marks on them or they have an assayer's mark. And some of them are kind of cool because they're like
a toonie
Thai
is a
letters
metric
and
unit.
Thai words. Or not Thai, but Chinese.
So it's TONNE. Tune. I don't know how to say it. Whatever. Is a metric unit of weight or mass that equals to 1,000 kilograms or 2,205 pounds. That's what I was talking about.
Or worth $2 in Canada.
Which is $1.60 American.
There you go. Why?
I went up and played Space Invaders because it was 25 cents Canadian. I thought I was getting a really good deal out in American dollar. I could play 5 times.
I've never heard that metric of weight used before, actually.
Well, if you go back and look, I believe I said it was 500-600 years old. So we're talking like 14th, 15th century, because that's 15 and 1600s.
I can't find them.
Hey, who are these people?
See, I can surprise some people. I have a little bit of knowledge outside of weed. Actually, I'm going to end up leaving all this and going and starting 5 other YouTube channels that actually don't have trolls and make money.
Huh. Yeah. A metric ton. I don't know what a metric ton weighs out to.
Well,
I've never
yeah.
heard of that.
Metric ton. Come on.
Metric ton should be like 2,000 pounds, I think.
The whole lot of
204.
2,000 pounds.
So a toonie is a metric ton. Okay.
Wow, man.
Your mom's a metric ton.
We're learning.
And you still paid for it.
You're still a fun guy.
27,000 baht.
That's what I
Such a fun guy.
Wow. You paid by the pound.
is that I learn something new every time I'm on.
I pay her in dong.
We try it, bud. We try.
Oh, Harry Wayne. Oh, Harry Wayne.
I learned, yeah, like does it matter what
That's funny.
a trick ton is in my life? No, but it's nice to know.
I got one. Get one, Captain. What'd that look like? There's a challenge.
Put too much hash in the bowl.
Never.
I was waiting for you to say that. Holy shit. It's too good. I just want the
Or
fresh.
someone say, well, just smoke some of it then there'll be less.
Yeah, I just want some of. Oh, well, that's a really good one too. Fine. I like both your answers. I'm just gonna light it on.
Either way, you're going to get high.
Well, my screen is a piece of nug, so it's like a nug, and I don't think that screen's gonna last as long with this hash.
Well, that's why heat up the hash,
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I'm
and
doing.
then try to melt the hash into the bud before you actually burn the bud.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I had to do that the other day too, because I let my mom use my screen and it's in the alcohol. She was sick when she was here, and I'm not using that pipe. The whole pipe's in the alcohol. And I don't want to get the screen out of there. It's a ceramic screen.
I haven't edited down the video yet, but I've got part of a folk art or a folk singer, a Thai folk singer, playing the other night at the cafe around the corner from my house.
Dude.
And I went around with a jar of rosin and people are doing bongs and I'm like heating up I didn't have any like dab tools, so I had like a paper clip and I was pulling it out and heating up the paper clip and dropping like goo into the bongs and letting it sit up and solidify again before they lit the bong.
Paper toilet paper rolls work fine. Hold the toilet paper roll and somebody holds it.
Yeah, it was pretty grooving music there, Captain. The video you posted, I liked it.
Yeah, that was the local bar that I normally go to on a Friday night. They don't have music
Right
on
on.
Saturday nights anymore. Not enough tourists in town. But both guitar players were playing new guitars. The one guitar player, which was to the left of the screen, that's actually just the strings, the board, and a little metal wire like 10 inches wide. There's no places to tighten the strings on the front of the guitar. And the other guitar player had a similar neck on his guitar where they're behind the neck. And a completely new one. He's the music or the guitar teacher at the local university here. The really expensive one. But the bass player, he owns his own music school, so he's really good. And the drummers plays in 5 bands here.
Oh, crazy.
But I think you'll get a kick out of the folk singer. It's really different.
You know what I was realizing the other day? You were talking about the guy playing, and he was just kind of humming and like making noise to the beat.
Yeah.
You hear that song? You ever hear that song, Scat Man? I'm a scat man. He does the same thing, and it just reminded me of when you were talking about it. I was like, hey, that's kind of like what Captain was talking about.
Yeah.
All right, guys, it's getting late. Oh, I hope everyone has a good Christmas Eve. If you celebrate, if you don't, whatever. Let's smoke later. I'm probably gonna go live later tonight. Smoke, trim a little bit, or I don't know what time. But yeah, hope everyone has a great night. Be safe.
Hey, Smash. Thanks for coming hanging out,
Bye,
buddy.
guys.
Have a good night, buddy.
Hope you guys have a good night. Bud, be safe. Captain Southern, hit me up, bro.
Yeah, once I get a car, I'll come down and check you out, buddy.
Southern, you got to just they don't need to have the backing or any of that Sterling picture frames.
What's that?
Do you have any of the Sterling picture frames? All I need is the Sterling part.
No.
Because I'm going to be redoing those again.
What the hell?
Putting new backs on them, new easels and everything. All right, I thought I'd ask. Never hurts, right?
Those get scoffed up usually pretty quick. And
yeah, I know.
Everyone grabs them for at least melt value.
Well, I pay over melt.
Yep.
Like 20 to 25%, depending on what they were, how big they are. They can even go up more than that. You know, I pay pretty good for my shit. I don't, I know how much I can get out of it. I know how much work goes into it. So.
Hey, Hardcore. That would make a good t-shirt, that last one you showed. Of Captain.
I know, you got quite the artistic thoughts and mind there.
I can see that as a t-shirt.
Could be a good little side hustle, right?
Yeah, probably.
It's all in the prompting. I've been thinking about it.
Yeah, shoot it off to me. I'll at least post it on my page or something.
Right.
You know, I'll make you some.
That's awesome. I like the captain's hat.
Captain 420 flying high in Thailand. But now I'm gonna be 2 weeks in fucking Vietnam, and I talked to my friend who's
Oh,
like
Kentucky.
an hour and a half out of Ho Chi Minh City,
Oh, Ho Chi
and he
Minh.
told me, man, he says, you know, I know you. Leave everything at home and get ready of 2 weeks of shitty weed.
Not the Thai boys. Oh, no, wait. Never mind.
I can't open this server.
He did tell me of a city though where there's like one whole street of like bars that you can actually sit at the bar and smoke a joint. So he did tell me about that city.
Ting Mao.
I do have a phone number for an area that I will be into. But he said, hey, even with this phone number, you're not going to be getting quality, but it's going to be something. So it should be like $2-3 for like 10 grams.
Oh, wow.
Well, Thailand now, I can get greenhouse weed for 5 grams for 35 baht, 7 baht a
Wow.
gram. Yeah. Take that, $60 ounces.
Yeah. I don't pay $60 an ounce either. I think. I have to do the math together. It's under $60.
That death bub shit. I'll send you $60. Just hold it for me.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's true.
It's too bad we couldn't ship to Thailand from Canada.
Nah, if anything, it would be going to the States.
Then you have nothing good to smoke in Thailand. Well, you know what I mean.
Oh, I could get it here. Don't worry about that. We got that nailed. Like I said, anything in Thailand is possible. You only need to know the right person.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
Cheers, everybody.
Shit,
Go ahead, Cap. I'm sorry, buddy.
I was offered a diplomatic immunity package. But you know, that would just make weed crazy expensive.
Mhm.
my favorite store to go to. What was that? Hardcore.
Birds are fantastic.
There's a thrift store, a consignment store.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
I never heard of it. Sounds cool.
Fantastic.
I made her. I made her quite a few.
Oh, he went to the big grocery store.
Oh, that looks awesome.
Let me make sure my quota's clean and I'll do it a lot more efficiently here in a minute.
Yeah, Bud's at the big grocery store tonight.
You got the Robertsons.
The
Yeah.
small one. Yeah, that you can't get
The
through it
Rosa
like that.
I miss going to Albertsons so bad.
Beaver bubble, beaver bubble.
He says that one's not good.
Ours was cool because it was in a rich city. It was just cool because it's like really expensive city. Yeah. The one in the not so good neighborhood, not so good.
Yeah.
It goes that way. So like, yeah, the one I'd only go to that one store.
I've noticed that for a while. It's like, well, you can just go to the store. No, I can't go to that store. Why? They carry a selection for people that are looking for totally different stuff than I am.
Yep.
Don't forget, bud, fresh carrots and some fresh apples. To the horse, to the horse.
No. The source and the horses get the $3 bag or $5 bag of apples they buys down the street from the
Actually, the other
orchard.
day they were out.
Oh, okay.
And
Get them Walmart
got
apples or you
I
get the
got them.
store apples?
Figure
I got 'em
cute.
these golden apples, and the horses ate it, but the zebra didn't eat the golden apple, which they were like $1.29 a pound. So I just got a few because the deal was off and they didn't have them anymore. And yeah, the zebra didn't like the golden apple.
They wouldn't eat the
He
boof
didn't eat
apples.
it. He ate one bite of it. He ate one nibble of it, and then that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he's got a nibble on the side of your face because you brought him some boofy apples.
Wait, what?
Better get him the good ones this time.
Huh?
Yeah, the $3 bushel ones. Wonder what he would do if you gave him a Granny Smith.
Throw it in your face, maybe. What the hell is this?
He may like it,
Yeah.
like really like it.
Well, that's pretty funny.
These are just 4 minutes set.
Today's Sunday.
Now, does this sound like a cool name for a design company?
Punani.
Shine. Yep. Yeah, there you go.
Hours till Sunday.
Punani.
Would you have to pay for the service for the month, or is this all part of the free service of it?
Free.
Yeah,
Just
it's a good
gotta
little side hustle, man.
know how to prompt. It takes a lot of learning to know how to prompt it the way you want.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Now we're starting to see more and more companies come out with theirs, and they're actually giving you more and more prompts to put in to help build you a quicker and better site.
There was one I was just at that that you could create. You would just create. It's just for creating a barn, but it was a free 3D barn building thing. Here's the one. doesn't spell correctly. Near misses. But the way that it misses is where someone that's got any lick of salt worth of Photoshop skills. Usually they'll give you the all the fucking ingredients you need. And you just got to do a little switcheroo here or there. Like they'll purposely fuck it up, and they make it sound like they don't know what they're, that it was an accident. But I kind of pretty certain that they do it on purpose, because they'll do it just so they have it. Yeah.
That's cool. Watching the playback.
Wait, I had a couple more on there, I think.
Yeah, that's sexy devil. Handsome devil.
Buddy?
That's my favorite captain.
What I was trying to make a bunch of dogs with little human green fingers, like millipedes.
That's hilarious.
Nice.
Ah.
There you go.
I have a deal where if I punch in my code, each gallon of ice cream is only $2.47. Can't say no to that. So I got two.
Nope.
I only had to buy one, but I got two.
Right on. Those are awesome.
$37.
Here's some my great grandparents' fucking birth records.
Would that say how to hide a body?
I need to look that up. These are a bunch of ones that I did for that caribou. Of that caribou heart shit. This one's crazy. It's got them growing out of the ground as trees and shit.
Yeah, that stuff looks wild. Those came out good.
This was martial artists. There was supposed to be. We couldn't spell that worth of shit. There's some Bud Kilowatt. Guess who that is?
Grain fingers.
No.
Oh, smashed.
No. He doesn't come on this show that much, actually, but.
Major.
Yeah. I was trying to make a picture of his face blurred, but I couldn't get it. I couldn't make it happen. They would just put like the black sensor thing over his eyes.
No, that works. That looks good.
And I made a bunch of these.
I gotta go sign up for Christmas dinner today. There's a restaurant doing like a buffet type Christmas dinner. They're actually going to have turkey.
What?
Yeah, turkey in Thailand.
He's a turtle. Never mind. My bad. I was like, wait, what?
Fucking 15-pound turkey over here is like $150.
I was like, turtle. He's a turkey. My hearing's way off.
To like when you go into a little bit better grocery store and they actually have turkey breast and they actually slice it off the breast for you, and you get that here in Thailand, and that shit is literally like $120, $130 a kilo. You're like, holy shit. I guess I'm not eating turkey or roast beef.
Mm. Ah, blue kiss, right on.
All the ways you can spell Sultan CC the wrong way.
All the ways you can spell it wrong, literally. Like, then the ones that you can't spell it wrong, right? You don't notice if you write it wrong. It's like, is that right? I can't even spell it no more. Only read it wrong 1,000 times.
But for instance, if Green Fingers wanted me to create this one, really bad, it's easy enough for me to clean that up with just even just with
Right,
my phone.
pony out, fix the end a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times they'll give you the cues you need or the ingredient. Got their fucking dab frog and ass chicken down there.
Huh.
Oh shit.
I want some dirty heart.
Whoa. So
Ha. That's funny.
And sometimes it gets on a roll where it just creates a bunch of good ones.
Probably feeds off itself there once you get going too.
Yeah. Well, it learns as it goes. So I'm sure if you had an account, it would
That's
actually
funny.
remember shit.
These nugs.
And then after probably 2 or 3 months, it would start to learn the way you think. Isn't that what AI is supposed to do?
Well, if it were more, I mean, in a couple of years, the user versions will be a lot better, or the paid versions especially. But right now, it almost feels like they're purposely sloppy almost. Like
Yeah, because they're like beta
it'll lose
testing
track of
it.
what you've done, and a lot of things won't show up in your history, and you can try to make it like I could never make it recreate this exact image. I would have to try to get something similar to it. You could try to say I really like that, and sometimes it'll go. Sometimes you can work along a path, but you got to really hack at it. You only get 30 shots for each prompt or for each thing or whatever. So if you can't figure it out in 30 revisions, too bad. But I don't know, it's weird. And like there's different ways to access it too. Like through fucking
No.
like one of them is the Microsoft Bing app, and one of them is the Microsoft Edge.
Yeah.
But they both use like Dolly and fucking GPT-4 and Microsoft Image Creator or some shit. I don't know. I've made it create some pretty crazy shit though too. Like it can get out there. I was having a roll the other night when I was making those human weed hybrids. Scientists and shit was all crazy. Or it'll draw really futuristic shit, and I don't know. That's crazy. kids are gonna go to school for prompt engineering.
Prompt engineering. That's fucking hilarious. But I could see it happening. I mean, I went from basically seeing what we do on our phones today and for the past couple years. I seen that back in fucking Star Wars. And now it's a reality. You can pick up the phone and look at the
Pick
person
up
you're
the
talking to.
phone.
I think that's like one of the coolest inventions in the world.
And I mean, I can like,
Now
I'm not a
we
fucking
need a
amazing artist. Like,
transporter.
I'm no art man or fucking Hollywood you or any of them guys, but
I'm a scat man.
like I fucking oh, was I getting at? I'm stoned. I saw an image, but I lost it.
Why didn't Green Fingers eat something
Yeah.
good? What are you eating, Green Fingers?
Chobani,
What?
cherry yogurt,
Oh, yogurt. Cool.
Greek yogurt, black cherry.
Nice.
Hmm.
I think it might be bad, but
Oh no,
I think it
dude!
might
Don't
be
get sick
bad.
before Christmas. That would suck.
no, it's cultured, so that means it'd be extra good, right? If that's like extra bad, it means there's gonna be extra
Hello.
badness in there. I mean, extra bad goodness. You know,
Yeah, and extra bad stomach ache and
I'm
extra
never got sick
bad smelling
enough
shit.
before. Never got sick enough to feel it. That's all.
Actually, when this time of year comes and my sinuses drain a lot, I actually get sick about once every month, month and a half, and I eat yogurt right after that to help colonize my stomach.
I was eating raw onions. That's
You
why I had
scat can't.
Here in
Yeah.
Thailand, they eat a lot of yogurt and they eat a lot of different spices, and I think that's their key. Because I can say a lot of them eat some really iffy meats, like they've been sitting out a little bit too long tight.
Yeah, the rainbow
I
roast.
know I have.
Man,
That looks like a reservoir of seeds.
Howard Stern Fist logo.
I'm not sure where the fist actually originates from. It's like the fight the power type of.
Yeah, I would say that.
Twenty twin. Here.
It's starting to finally warm up a little bit. It's only 1:30 in the afternoon.
Cheers, everybody. Good job, Abdul.
Fucked up.
Yo, 20.
Yeah, man.
I'm not all able to touch at once.
Merry Xmas.
So what seeds did everybody ask for Christmas?
I don't know. I didn't get a huge bag of seeds from Bud Kilowatt, that's for sure. Lucky
Yeah.
fucker.
I'm still trying to win. I'm still trying to win some off of Let's Be Bud's channel.
Hey,
We
so
don't
I'm
win yet
trying to win
before it's
another pack.
over.
I want to win another pack. I'm like, come on, I want to win another one. I'm addicted
Oh,
to
did you?
gambling.
Oh, Shay.
So I try to win. I try to play to win, just to win. Give it away to
Yeah.
someone.
I want some Spartan Seeds. Kinetics.
Hurt and puke.
I got the Vortex.
Vortex, shit.
Project Vortex.
I don't know, Buddy's got a bag for me that I may have to go pick up personally.
Where's the Death Star cut floating around?
Yeah.
It's around.
Oh yeah.
Still in its garden in Michigan, and it should still be with Smiley, even though I haven't talked with him lately.
True.
That would be cool to grow up.
We're going to be working on the lemon G back cross too. So you're going to have a little bit of hint of gas maybe with the lemon G. But I got to see a good selection grown out. And there are a couple of them leaning the way I wanted it to go, which was a tighter bud structure with that little bit more extra kick from the gas and the fuel side that I used of the East Bay. So yeah, at least there's a pheno turned out the way I wanted it to. So I'm sure there's a washer in there. Just hope it washes super lemon.
Get more hash out.
Oh, sweet. It wasn't so late. I posted some hash.
That's the only reason why I get the hash out, because it's getting later. So for me, it's not as late as it is for you. So that's why.
Yeah.
It's 10:24 here. I figure I'll be up till around 2. So I start off now with the hash. And by 2, I'll be like, I'm ready for bed. Yeah.
It does the opposite to me. This is crazy.
No, the one I did
like
start off with makes me up. It gives me an upper. That was the red Lebanese or Lebanese gold or Lebanese.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's a straight daytime hash all day. I can stay up till 6 in the morning on accident. Like, damn, gotta get to bed. Yeah.
Red lab right there.
Nice.
A little tiny piece. I've had that for a while. But yeah, definitely daytime.
Yeah, it kind of sucks for me because I really enjoy hash. And now that I've gotten older and I'm a little bit more THC sensitive, some of the hash I really like kind of doesn't agree with me anymore.
I can see that.
Because that's basically what it is. It's just THC. And it happens with all types: Charis, pressed,
Yeah, like I wouldn't smoke this stuff right now. That's fucking for sure. I don't have much left. Hold on.
Unpressed. My favorite. I think.
One hitter quitter.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Definitely not a smoke for now.
Yeah, I'll be getting a clone of that here soon.
Right
when
on.
I get back from, probably before I go to Vietnam, I think I'm gonna go down and see my friend in Chiang Mai.
I want to get
There's a girl
two
down there that I want to see.
Right on. I want to get see if we can get Mr. Toad on the show, on a Tuesday show.
And he's going the distance. He's going first. He's all alone.
Just tell him that you won't have me on, and he'll probably do it.
That's fucked up. Oh shit.
Yeah, it is really fucked up. And it all started with Fat Boy.
Nice green fingers.
Wasn't that the bomb they dropped on Hiroshima?
Yes, I what this was. No, I didn't.
No.
Raz. Ah, man, I lost the box.
Or is that what you were talking about?
Yeah. No buttons.
It's not what me and Green Fingers were talking about.
Gotta find this box. Want to find out what
Party now.
Raspberry sunshine. Jesus Christ.
Dang, and to come in. What we got coming in?
Why am I still in this hole?
Nothing, Jeff.
Hey, what's up? How's everybody doing?
Hey, Jeff.
Yes.
Hey, Cap. Green. D.
Fuck,
Southern. Cheers. Well, everyone else there. I can't really see everybody, not right now, but yeah, I just finished making some dry stuff. So yeah, I was waiting to hop on, but wanted to have something to hop on with. Yeah, it looks good. I cleaned my screen. That was nice. Wow, that made a big difference. Took it outside and just like took the bottle of alcohol, with the small opening, so we kind of squirt out. Yeah, the toothbrush. But I squirted it and let it run down. Like try to do half of it at a time, and then brush it real quickly, and then do the other half. And then I took some paper towels. Mostly tried to blot it, but because I was worried about leaving little shreds of the paper towel. But it was, it's pretty smooth. It didn't seem to really do that at all. And you could see on the paper towels, it was really getting off a lot.
Do you have metal or nylon screen?
Yeah, nylon.
Yeah, you gotta
nylon.
be really careful with that, not to fray the nylon. Because I use silk screen 110 micron nylon screen in my keep boxes.
What?
And I noticed after time in my keep boxes that I would get little strands of it. So watching, mostly I found the strands in the keef itself on the other side, which is a plate of glass for mine.
Now you have me thinking, I should probably zoom in with a microscope on the mesh
see
and see if it's
because
shredding.
it'll show up. You'll be able to see it when it does.
I hate when that happens on some of the plastic netting for scrogging. It even seems like right out of the roll sometimes it's just little shredding of the plastic.
Yeah, it can be because hey, they're making how much of it?
Yeah, it's not some really off brand. It's just pretty good. They probably all like that. I think it was actually maybe even one of the name brands. But yeah, I'm gonna look at that silk screen now, and it's on an aluminum frame, and I have two of them. I stopped using. I didn't even use the bottom one this time. I just used the one screen because I cleaned that one really, really well, and so I was like, yeah, I'll just try this
If you're
one. Just wanted to get moving.
if you're thinking about it, actually the trim bin is really good, and you can buy the replacement screens, which comes on a
Uh-huh.
little frame and everything. You can buy the replacement screens for like 12 to 15 bucks, something like that, I believe.
Yeah, I was actually came across some of the industrial ones at like Greens. I should bring that up maybe later, like $7,000 unit electrostatic sifter. Maybe something that I was then I was thinking, oh yeah, Petrie was talking about something this. And yeah, I was checking out some of that stuff out there. It has like stainless steel screens. Look like a
Yeah.
box. Looks like a box with four sides that were four screens, and it would tumble like that over something or something like that. Um, but
They make shake
yeah, I
tables.
just uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
You can
place.
make them at home. What you can do is go in the baby cribs. They have like a vibrating motor on the bottom of it. Take the vibrating motor and put it on a piece of wood frame or wood table. That would be cool. That's been an idea of mine for a long time with a large amount of flour. Because honestly, guys, if you're putting out a large amount of really, really frosty flour, you're going to want to run like a table like that for like 20, 30 seconds, because most of that triclones that you're going to take off in 20 or 30 seconds from a large amount is what you're going to lose on the inside of the bag to begin with. There is a point of, what is going to be lost and what is actually taking away from the bud.
Yeah, yeah. And most of those seem to
Because,
use one screen, like the
yeah,
pollinator. There is
like
just one with
110
one screen.
micron.
I
110
think that's
micron, and
about
if it pops off, it pops off.
I think it works out to it's 110 lines per inch, but I think it's
Strands
around
per
that anyway.
inch.
Yeah, it's somewhere in that anyway, or maybe it's up to
The bubble
200
bags and
micron.
the silk screens are like flip numbers.
Yeah, maybe it was up to two. I looked it up, but it was like 200 micron or something. I think. Oh, here it is. The Green Bros sells these weird machines. I can
Yeah,
bring
they
this
do.
up. Yeah, you looked at that before.
But they make a machine that weighs out the buds by air
Yeah, bud
and makes
size
jars up.
separators.
Yeah,
Separate your bud by size.
separators and
Yeah.
jar fillers. And it does it by air, so the buds really don't get touched putting in a jar even.
Huh. Like
That's what's
72
cool.
joint
But they're just
rolls where it weighs
120
out
million
each
dollars,
joint.
120,000.
It weighs out
There's
each
a
joint
couple.
though. I didn't realize it would do
Yeah,
that.
I haven't seen that one that weighs out each joint, but I've seen the ones where you can actually do like 1,000 joints at a time.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
you can put out like 100,000 pre-rolls a day if you run it like 24 hours a day.
You need to
Damn.
chop up all your stems and all your leaves in there, so you gotta get rid of it.
Oh no, Green Bros has this big fucking like mixer that you just throw your wheat in and turn the grinder on and grinds it all up for you.
Yeah, bring that up.
They're like $30,000.
I'll take two then.
Stuff I can't afford.
You.
Is that dry sifter?
But I can make a dry sifter.
Can you
I've
see
had
this
the
dry
plans
sifter?
for an electric roller one for years. Like my first trip to Amsterdam in 1996.
Huh.
I tried selling the
Would you
idea
make it
to
so the
people
bud
and
like
they were
tries
like,
to climb?
no.
So it tries to tumble uphill, kind of? That makes any sense? That
Well, you
tends to
can
be how I
Yeah.
put
get
things, you
my
can
best
put little
guns on.
fins in there to drive the bud like a screw type up the.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that? Like I just saw a video where this guy's got this like spiral piece of metal. Say it's like it looks like it's a drill bit, but it's not. It's just a spiral the whole way through, and it's like maybe 2 inches wide. And he has a faucet running, and he sticks the thing in the bottom of the water, and the whatever effect button makes it go up the water.
Yeah, it goes backwards and stays going up the water. That's crazy.
Well, they have these things over here that push water up.
Yeah, these things literally float in the water and go up the stream, like up the waterfall. Hits the top. Starting from the bottom. Spins backwards, going up the stream. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell did I just push?
So the sifter says 180 micron is what it uses. Oh, they also they talk about running it with dry ice also. So
Yeah, dry ice is awesome. Or
I like
cloth.
that. Oh, yeah. Breaks off all those heads.
Dude, it rains hash.
You just gotta do it for like a minute and a half and then move on. Like maybe 2 minutes, depending on how much flour you have in there, but like you don't want to get any green. And then if you do, you just static that
Here's
going.
an idea.
Yeah, I couldn't
Here's an
really see how
idea
this
for
one
you
did it
guys.
static. Really talk.
Brush.
Go to an estate sale, buy the old lady's deep freezer, pull the thermostat off of it, and it'll keep running, and then you have a sub-zero freezer, so you can pretty much freeze dry everything.
Freeze
And you
dry.
only spend
Clean out of it when you do the static hit.
I think we all need to pull our money together and get a freeze dryer. Well, we all pull our money together. We'll keep it at my house on Monday, your house on Wednesday.
Shit, might as well buy an ice cream truck at that point.
Yeah.
Drive it around.
Right. Yeah, doing this dry sift, it was really good because I was like, oh, I'm trying to be quick so I can get on the show. But it was really fast. Like just doing, it was maybe an ounce and a half or some trim. But it took me like 10, 15 minutes really, it seemed. Just really fast. So just the screens are pretty good for the home. I've got a place where I can just keep it constantly. I keep it in the box. I got it in a box. So I just cut the box, so I keep it in that. That's where I store it. And when it's closed, I kind of use it as a table anyway. And then when I need it, I just clear it off, and then so it's just ready to go. But yeah, it's
Here's
really
an
clean.
extra one. Don't give to your children.
Oh, they have this potency test. I don't know. Have you ever seen this thing? Gamma Cert? It's another company that makes it.
Yeah.
You've heard of that one? And so it used, talk about how it analyzes. It was some infrared, uses the infrared ultraviolet. some kind of
The thing
emissions.
is with those is you can
It's
their numbers, the way that they came up with
I
their
didn't like it.
numbers and things like that, they just don't jive.
It talked
And
about
come on,
image.
you know, basically, if we really want to talk about it, if you have the program, anybody at home could basically do testing. I mean, you only need one piece of equipment, two pieces of equipment, really. And one's just a centrifuge which spins it around. If you have a the gas spectrometer, that's all you need.
So it uses, yeah. So this one uses a near infrared spectroscopy and image analysis. The image analysis part is bogus, I'm sure. That's
That
what made me feel like, oh
exactly.
yeah,
That,
this is BS.
ex-
Motion
exactly,
mechanics, I don't know
because
what the hell that is.
they're
Data
taking a
science is just
picture of
buzzwords.
what the bud is, and they're going off the sheet that says that Gorilla Glue number 4 tests at this percentage, and that's what this is. So yeah, I thought that was all bullshit too.
Yeah. But yeah, doing something
That
at home. I don't. I think it depends what you really want to look for, like
well in the
cannabinoids.
states, but in the states like Michigan, they had a bunch of testing facilities when it was all medical. Now, if it fails medical, they can take it right over to the rec department and sell it through the rec department because there's no testing on the rec weed in Michigan. So they had a whole bunch of testing labs, but they all kind of went away. And basically, for $50, you could get the terpene test, the THC, and the CBD test for $50.
Huh. Yeah. That's about right.
So
this was that,
for $50, just send it off to a testing lab. If it's outside your city, so what? Tell them to send the results email. That way you don't get anything back in the mail and you can just put a Michigan address on it or something if it doesn't work in your state.
Yeah.
But what I just said should concern a shitload of people in Michigan if they go buy their weed at a regular rec dispensary.
Just say no to rec.
Because
Yeah.
they had a big lawsuit against that. And it was like, well, rec weed isn't state mandatory tested. So not like medical. Medical has to be tested. Because it was like they rejected a whole big facilities crop and it ended up going right onto the rec market. And they gave it all back to them after it failed the medical.
Huh.
Yeah. And
There's so many
Michigan, I was
games being
just
played.
talking with my friend. There were 80 when I was my own caregiver in Michigan because I was a felon still at that time. There were 80,000 caregivers. Today, with all the restrictions, there's like 10,000. And he was talking with an now ex-friend at working high up in one of these facilities, and they're bitching about the caregivers still holding 10% of the market, which they call the gray area market. And they want them all to go away because that 10% is actually their profit because of the $50 and $60 ounces at rec places. But that's their whole plan, is to make it so cheap that anybody that thought they had a chance in the game in the beginning lost all their money and they're out. And once all the small people and all the people that have stretched it out get to the end, then you're going to see prices go right back up because it's only held by a few companies. I can guarantee it may take a decade for prices to go up, but you'll see them rise. I think quality weed should be $250, $300 an ounce. But it's quality, and that's what you pay for. I'm sure we can all agree that we would be more willing to overpay a little bit better for better quality weed. We've all bought bags saying, man, if that was just a little bit better, it'd be worth the money. If you ever bought a dispo, you say that.
So I don't know if you're looking at these pre-roll machines or these roll machines that are scrolling through. They're pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah.
So they'll grind the bud. You just put in the buds. It'll grind the bud up. You can choose the cone size. It has 84, 98, 109 millimeter. And there was one that'll seal it if they're not like pre-sealed. But this one will weigh it, and I think it said like 45 seconds to do 72 cone joints.
Oh,
that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
45 seconds a cone would be good.
Yeah, this is a 72. These are pretty big machines.
Because I've sat there in front of the cigarette rolling machines before, and they take about, they shoot out about one every 8 seconds, 9 seconds.
There's a commercial, a Canon Mini Revolution commercial flower grinder for $6,600.
Yeah.
So I wonder how much that can do.
You know,
and
that
cone roll, you could also choose the grind size also. So yeah, what kind of grind you wanted to put in it.
What was the price on that? Was that like $30,000 or $40,000? Was that something that possibly could be affordable for one of us?
They had a small one for $6,000, $7,000.
Yeah,
I don't know if
that's just basically
a
shake. It's basically a shaker table. But the one that grinds it and weighs it and all that, you know, if that was like pretty much a plug and play type thing, just feed it a whole bunch of weed and a whole bunch of pre-rolls, and let it run, then the other ones you have to physically, you know, keep adding weed to it or
how about the big presses? These don't look too bad.
But you know, that could be something for someone like in Michigan that has a micro grow and they just decide to fill the pre-roll niche of really quality premium pre-rolls.
You know, they also have some really large rosin presses.
No popcorn buds. You know, but getting into the niche, the high-end pre-rolls where they charge $20, $25 for one. And it's like 3/4 of a gram.
Good night, everybody. Have a good night. I'll leave the show running because I don't have access to turn it off anyway. So.
Oh, can you assign anybody?
Oh.
Or just
Stay tuned, everybody in chat. I'll make a post for the show on Tuesday or not on Wrestling Day.
Yeah, have a great Canadian Christmas, whatever that is. Isn't it the day after or some deal? Or
Is that unpacking day? Is
Boxing
that what
Day,
they
just like
unboxing?
Boxing Day, like Australia.
And we
Yeah.
call it Wrestling Day. Yay.
Wrestling.
Cheers to our mates in Australia.
What's that?
I said cheers to our mates in Australia. Happy Boxing Day.
Yeah,
There you go.
cheers, D.
Please stop it
Yeah,
up.
happy holidays, D. Stay safe, homie.
You too.
Brains.
So Green Fingers, I sent you some heady nugs of cheetah pits. Let's see. I put heady nugs of apples and bananas, and I put heady nugs of Rainbow Belts OG, which yesterday when I went up to Masonics and hung out with all these heady guys or whatever, I was given Mace a few nugs of it, which it's not a keeper, but it's good. It's not bad. Oh, everyone loved it. I gave a few buds to people and they fucking thought it was so great. It just wasn't. I don't know. You'll see. You'll tell me what you think. It's all in there. I'm glad that it got there and that you'll get it in a short period of time, because I know your mom doesn't always come out to see you.
I'd actually be excited if my mom was like fucking Green Fingers' mom and brought him weed and shit like that. My mom, the coolest thing she ever did was buy me a t-shirt.
No, Green Fingers got the cool mom. She goes to the shops and gets him all the good
Yeah.
stuff and finds the best deals and everything.
That's what I'm talking about. My mom's all about finding good deals. She can't pass them up. It's her addiction. Even if she doesn't need it, she still buys it.
Well, I'll tell you, like what papaya, guava, Z Terps, like all these people, the whole whatever craft rosin guys from LA, which none of these are like brands or big to-dos, but no, yeah, some of the best stuff. It's just amazing, all the different flavors and kinds. And actually, this one guy, forget the kind that I ended up taking. He's like, oh, I said, well, what do you recommend? And he's like, something crossed into train wreck, right? And it was J1 crossed into train wreck, and he had this jar of the rosin, and yeah, I mean, it was exactly that. Total train wreck, J1. And I didn't want to take a dab of that. Like, I was like, oh, because there's all those other terps. But yeah, Jack terps or train wreck terps in rosin form. That's hardcore, man.
Yeah, it is. Was that one of your 7 that you smoked in the beginning when you walked in?
Yeah, I think I did 5 or 6 dabs within a couple hours, all under 500 degrees. And Turk Lurker and the people that were, I was trying there's bigger dabs than I would have taken myself. And then even on the one time I reheated it a little, and like, because these are all like heady hash guys, I realized, yeah, I don't know all the
ins and outs.
Yeah, like they laughed at me because, yeah, I don't like.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with all that. There's like ways you're supposed to do everything. Pathways. I did notice that numerous people, and it was like kind of something that was common, that have dab rights have like, oh, they're off. So like, oh, the one guy knows his is off high this amount. The other guy's different dab right. He knows his is off this amount. I was thinking, oh, that's not a very good product because this guy, guess they're kind of expensive. It was like look. At first, I thought it looked like a dab pen, but it's this device that is a thermometer basically, but the tip has to touch the
The
glass. Like
glass.
you just touch it to the Turk slurper or the bucket, and then it tells you exactly what temperature. Which that guy was like saying, yeah, this is the only accurate way to do it. Some other people had the guns, like the heat gun things, because as cool as those dab rights are, I guess they're not that accurate.
No, but I'm sure you can.
Like even like Mace, like I couldn't believe he took like he literally can take like almost a gram of like rosin.
Don't say it, really.
But he has to take it like at 680 to 700 degrees. And even when I watch it, I realize that much material actually cools it. Like it has to almost even be hotter than that, or otherwise, just the material drops the temperature pretty fast because it's like filling the bucket up or whatever, the Turk slurper. It's pretty crazy. I would die. Like I almost die with these little ass hits under 500. I don't know how anyone could take because the stuff is so potent and strong. And
This is dry sift hash I made with a fucking dollar store handkerchief. And this stuff, like I'll put a little pile on a glass bowl.
I somehow I
I don't
think
mean
that
myself.
it's just too like wait, you need weed that concentrated? Like holy shit.
Well, this I ran like
Not that I
at a
don't
bunch
do
of things
dab like it, but
and
I'm
little
still
buds.
on the fence if I really think like if I had to make a choice, I'd be like joints, flour all day long, not even close. Like if I one or the other. So I mean that's where I still am. But
Yeah.
dabbing's kind of like especially when you're with a bunch of these hardcore heady boy or whatever you call it, dab fucking enthusiasts. They're hardcore, man.
Snobs.
Give me a good joint.
Some of them are. Masonics group isn't that way, but I know what you're talking about. I call it pretentious. Like, yeah, some of the heady boys are like pretentious. Yeah, something about all that culture. It's weird.
They
Oh, I know.
shake when
And
you
even
grab
some of the
their rig.
pretentious being just a farmer who grows flowers, like hey, it all starts there. Don't ever forget it. And some of the house people, some seem to like think that the hash just appears out of the sky. It didn't start with someone growing it. You know what I mean? Like hash is only as good as the person that grew that particular thing. Some of them, like I get, terminologies and think a lot of people are trying to differentiate themselves. At least this is on the smaller scale. Single source, meaning, oh, they grew it and processed it. Right? They don't actually grow it. They just process other people's,
Yeah, I was gonna kind of joke on that about Mace wanting to be, what was it, Mac Daddy, single source, whatever. I had to watch like his video a couple times because he kept on changing what he wanted to be called, single source
And I
this
know
and
he's having fun with that. Like a lot of that's just poking fun at the all these other hash.
What's
yeah,
the term
I
for that
know.
there's a
I've
term
made
for it in commerce.
as a grower, I've contemplated it, and I've like been pitched by washers. Oh yeah, these are the numbers, and you don't have to trim it, and you all these things, right? Yeah, I've never cut my whole room down and said, yeah, let's just make rosin with it. But a lot of people have. Um, yeah, the only way that works, this is like even yesterday discussion with a couple of them, is that they have like a small brand and the rosin that they're mark selling, basically, right, is at retail. If you take that down to wholesale,
Yeah,
wait, the math doesn't really work out. Do you know what I mean? Or it's like, whoa,
no,
if it's a low yielder, meaning less than 3% or whatever, it doesn't really work out. Like, yeah, I'm
Press is
sticking.
more expensive too for those
Like,
larger
I know
quantities.
one thing, like, that's all seems like like at this point in my life, yeah, am I going to change up everything? I'm not, like, it's not, no, and it's not like it's, oh, well, you make way more if you do this. No, no,
Is that called being vertically integrated or something like that?
but there seems to be that, like in my years of doing this, I notice at this point, there's never been more people in the seed game, breeders, seed makers, seed seller.
yeah,
Holy Christ, every like thousands, right? And hash makers. Holy shit, they're sprouted out like fucking out of every corner. There's a new hash maker, right? I live like 34 years of growing. 20 of them, the grower was the king of the hill. He was the king of the game. It all started and ended with him, the grower, right? At this point, growers, they're like a fucking dime a dozen. They're like a bud tender or a trimmer or whatever. It's like breeders. Oh, they're all touted and everyone follows all their fucking ins and outs and blah blah blah, and hash makers too. But like growers, like I don't even know like what grower, just this guy that grows. There's a couple, right? But no, those aren't the ones that are like popular or whatever, known commodities in the social media cannabis community. No, breeders and hash makers. Those are the like, you know, look around. That's who a lot. That's what's a lot of around. I trip on that. Like, wait, doesn't anybody just grow anymore?
nope.
Oh, right.
Oh, they're out there. We're out here. We're the majority.
Yeah, we're out here. That's
The majority. Yeah.
You don't hear as much about numbers either, like how many pounds per light or anything like that.
Well,
Yeah, because have you seen a lot of these buds? They really, when me and Bud were doing this really hot and heavy, it was like smash the plants in, get as many as you can in, and
Yeah,
just
and it
throw a
would
whole
all
bunch of
sell
light at it.
really fast, no matter how much you can grow.
and things
Yeah,
that fetch top dollar in the market, they were low yielders, like OG, like the really good OG. You can top it, you can do a million different things to it. That yeah, on overall, that's like a low yielder. Bubba Kush, God, I had trays that's so fucking uniform and packed with these golf balls. I would always estimate,
Yeah.
yeah, it should be. Nope. When it got down to it and they dried and cured and you bagged it up, you're always like,
You're like,
yeah, that
fuck.
wasn't that much of a yielder. And then I've always thought that a lot of breeding was to try to like find the strains that are these really great, dankest, best strains that aren't the best yielders and cross them and to try to
Make yielders.
make yielders. But I think it's like natural selection. Like, oh yeah, for the most part, fuck with like the finest women, and oh yeah, it's a whole other level of fucking shit than right. Like it's like part of life. Like even with the best cannabis is never going to be like the best yielder or best looking in the bag, the shortest amount of flowering time. No, that's not how evolution and nature works. We found a lot of places in the middle, but we've also left out like, yeah, that's why most of us are like, yeah, whatever happened to like the really good weed? Oh, it's hard.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't fit the criteria of the modern thing, which even a
The
small home
plant
grow
was too big.
is dealing with the parameters of time, power, energy, all of that.
I was talking with my friend tonight, and he was like, hey, I had, because of root problems, and I found out it was my soil, and I changed the soil. I had this AFG that you gave me, and I said, oh, that's the AFGU. And he says, yeah. And I go, yeah, it should finish in about 56 to 58 days for you. He was excited as hell. But shit, man, I gave him that clone like almost a year ago. That's one thing about, people that use no-till soil or like living beds. Hey, things can go wrong.
Yeah.
Because it happened to the Death Star too. He almost lost that. Of course, after losing his wife, he wasn't really into too much. So the strong survived.
Well, there's only one guarantee. There's a saying, right? What do they say? Taxes and death, right? I mean, and I'm
That's what it comes down to.
like, yeah, the older you get, the more, yeah, it's just the way it goes. It's not even sad. It's just the way it goes. Or it is sad, but it also is just the way it goes.
Yeah, this is going to be their 48th wedding anniversary.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been going through anything recently, but there was a time, Chris, Scott, Sabrina, like, oh, it was, yeah, it was death all around me. It was like the weirdest thing. I went through
That's
that.
the way it is with me this year.
Yeah, I can relate to that. It's just, yeah, because I had a lot of years where, no, I didn't really know that many. No. And then all of a sudden it was like like some of the closest people to me. And they were all ultimately younger than me. Yeah.
But hey, there's a new year. We're all going to have a great one.
Yeah, there's actually there's a lot. I mean, I like the Stones are in tour for 24, right? Fish is
Yeah.
playing this year. The Dead are like inches away from their thing at the Spear. And there's so much other music. Billy Strings will be going everywhere just like last year. And all the widespread and all of it. Like last year, we were pretty much over COVID, but oh no, we were just getting over it as far as entertainment machine rolling. But I think we're back up to rolling it like full strength as far as there's gonna be a lot. Like it'll be overload of so many events you just won't be able to go to them all.
I'm hoping to catch a couple in March.
March is always a good month.
Yeah.
Mainly because sometimes Phil's done like 2 weeks residencies from the middle of March
New
to
York.
April. He doesn't do that anymore because but he's playing
He's some years old.
He's playing. He just played 2 nights at the Fillmore last week. 1 night off in between, not back to back, and then he just sold tickets for the Warfield on January 13th. Yeah.
How long were the sets?
Full. They were full. I didn't go, but my friends that went said that in the second sets he pretty much sat on a stool off and on, which I don't.
That's
when
all
you're
right.
83, 84 years old, he still plays and all that. He gets tired.
You can play a string instrument sitting down just as well as you can standing up.
Yeah, I mean,
I can see where it could be maybe a little harder with like a saxophone where you have to breathe or trumpet, something like that. But playing a guitar or bass, you sit down, fuck.
Seems like middle 80s. That's about for most people. Like even the fact that Willie's in
Yorma.
90s and still going, like he keeps announcing more shows. His tours are already all lined up for next year, nonstop. But yeah, pretty hard. Like
Look at Yorma.
It's not necessarily just the hours of music. It's what that whole day entails. Like show day.
And then the recovery day afterwards.
Yeah, when you get that old, that's pretty gnarly.
You got Yorma out there playing still.
Even bands like U2, who just did their thing at Vegas for whatever, I think it might even still be going on. Because it's like residencies. That's what it's called there. Those guys are old as fuck too. And they didn't even start till like they weren't part of the 60s and shit like that. Like you got bands that started in the early 60s that are like still having to get up there and do the same old shit. You play the same old songs.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Buddy Guy, he's been on his farewell tour. Well, I remember he was at the Billy Up like beginning of the year, and it was the last, Bill, this last time he was there. But then I think he's had COVID twice, where they've had to, or he's had some health thing where they've postponed legs of the shows and then rescheduled them. So he's still finishing the makeup shows from the final tour. But Buddy's pretty old. I think Buddy Guy's like almost 90. Yeah. He still shreds.
Yeah, I definitely want to see Warren. Going to see Widespread would be nice too. I miss seeing Jimmy Herring play. I think he's like
that for a few weeks to a month in March. One of those options will be within a short distance from where you are. Somebody will be somewhere.
Yeah, I have a feeling Phil's going to do like San Francisco.
Or he does the Capitol in New York. That's where he's done his birthdays the last so many years. Because that guy Shapiro makes it happen. Pete Shapiro. He's like the modern day
That's
Bill.
a 12-hour drive. We can be there in 12 hours.
Like even for whatever reason, odds are Billy Strings will be somewhere within range because those guys are like they have like they're the only act that still follows a spring, summer, fall, winter tours, even though they're only like whatever 12, 15 shows. Like he just finished the winter tour in Syracuse last week, and he's doing nights in New Orleans. Those don't count as tours, so he has the shows in between the tours. But then like, yeah, they're called summer tour, spring tour, fall tour, winter tour. Grateful Dead used to do that. Other bands used to do that. Now bands just do shows, really, not so much tours. Like Widespread, they're basically a weekend act. They do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then they have a week or two, and then they do another place 3 nights, and then another couple weeks off, and like that's their gig. They used to tour, like show by show by show. Yeah. You got to be young to do that. Like somewhere in your 30s, 40s. By the time you're in your 50s, you're tired of going from the bus to the hotel to the venue to the bus to the hotel to the venue, everything like that. It sounds fun until you've done it so much that it's not fun anymore.
Yeah. I've gotten that way with some things.
Bobby's playing Florida for New Year's this year. Like most of my Bay Area friends, are like, oh, they're not going to Florida for it, but somehow they're booked.
I think that'd be a cool show.
Yeah. There's like a couple cover bands in the Bay Area for New Year's, but there's not really any shows of note. Where for a lot of years the Bay Area had like a tradition of like sometimes there'd be 2-3 really killer acts all different places in the Bay Area for New Year's Eve party celebration shows. And now all of a sudden there's none.
I was thinking about going to Bangkok, but all my friends in Bangkok are going to this island, and I can't afford that.
Well, I
It's
get
like
the stream,
$100 US a night.
all the streams. I never have to pay, but even because a friend of mine's part of the people that own that Nugs.com, fans.com. They're both the same company that stream all the concerts. But Billy Strings New Orleans shows 28. No, the 29th, 30th, and 31st. They're all streaming. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do on New Year's. Watch that. And
I'll
if I
probably
can,
go to the clock tower here in town. They have a couple bands play before.
yeah, I spent just about my whole adult life in the Bay Area for New Year's Eve. There some years when it wasn't the Dead, oh, the Radiators and Hot Tuna and fuck, there were so many shows up there beyond all the years of the Grateful Dead and the Dead and Company and Phil. And then all of a sudden the tradition just like faded off. It's weird.
Some of the jam bands in Ohio and around, they kind of faded off. They used to do like Thanksgiving Day shows. Those all went away. I think basically because the majority of their people were in college.
A lot of all the jam bands have New Year's Eve runs. They're just none like, oh, Fish has got Madison Square Garden for not whatever nights leading up to New Year's. That's pretty epic, I guess. And Billy Strings is somewhere. I think Widespread is somewhere else. They're all got New Year's runs, but none in Cali or none in Bay Area. Some of that is, well, whatever. Probably better venues, better crowd. Um, that's what. And San Francisco, the Bay Area, and Oakland, the whole thing is like lawless and has its bigger problems than having concerts.
Ryan's showing us his grandmother's perfume collection.
Well, I
that
know
she
that
bought in 1946.
like some of the most best collectibles are like this certain era uh bottles, perfume bottles from like some of them like were silver and like
I'm not sharing my screen right now. That's Jeff.
Oh, Jeff.
They this big
La
controversy
Lique glass.
Nah, me, it's Southern. I'm taking pictures and I'm posting shit on eBay.
where in chess, we already have chess engines, Stockfish, a couple other ones, and they're AI in its own way. But now Chat GP4 has this new function that they added to try to, hit chess people. And what it is you can play a game against the Chat GP4 and it's gonna basically predict your rating to you if you're rated and be pretty much dead on by the way you played and then give you a written summary of the game where it basically critiques you like a coach would except that then a couple of the pros like tested it out and showed where like yeah it has some like fundamental flaws and like oh no, if you do this opening, you would never do this move. That would be like an absolute blunder. But the chat BP4s, like where Stockfish and the other computer
I don't think GPT-4 itself can actually play games. There
Oh,
are
they have this
there are
chess
programs that integrate Chat GPT-4 probably to play games, but it itself cannot. You can only create images and text and code, I guess. But
check it out. They have a new thing that they unleash it to try, because you know that it's estimated that 300 million people view chess content on a weekly basis. That's pretty many.
are you still using 3.5 there? Will that one let you create images? Jeff. Can you hear me?
I was muted. Yeah, I was muted. I couldn't get to it. But yeah, it's 3.5, and but it seems pretty good.
So if you ask this device, like, is Santa real? Does it tell you no, it's not real, it's just a fictional thing that's made up, or does it tell you some old bullshit that,
If you ask it what?
like, what does it even believe in Santa Claus?
No, it won't. It won't. And that it'll tell you that it's a fairy tale. But you can ask it like, will AI overtake the world or fucking?
Yeah, I wonder if it's got a safety built in, like don't ever become self-aware.
There's
Because
ways
otherwise,
around those
that could
safety.
happen at some point. Like all of a sudden, sometime, after it does get smarter and smarter, all of a sudden it might just,
That's
grab
AGI,
and
and that
start
happens.
realizing,
You're fine.
yeah, but
It's
yeah, but
interesting.
but just by talking to it.
It
Well,
can,
'cause they can already pass the Turing test by a lot of,
if we could ever trust it enough, and
Yeah.
it could figure out that there's things we're doing that is a mistake or blunder or wrong move, right? And correct that, right? Say, oh yeah, you're wrong about this. It's like, because there's a lot of things I think that along our development, yeah, we've gone down the wrong path, but we don't always like look at it that way, and we just keep pounding down the wrong path, right? Even when you talk about growing and fertilization and and the methods and industrial farming and things like that like have might have been good for a short period of time, but the longevity of it ruins the land and ruins everything. Like like if it came and said, "Yeah, you're doing that wrong. The only way to do this right would be this." I don't even know if we would trust it. Like, especially if money was at stake and people were going to lose money. But most likely, if this thing's going to take over the world or be that smart, like the first thing it's going to do is tell us where we're wrong, right?
no, the first thing it's going to do is recreate itself and take over and assemble and learn and recreate and start making shit.
Well, if all it can do is be a chatbot
There
and
were
answer questions that you type
sci-fi
in, it's pretty
movies
safe.
way back that, even though that they didn't really have good, like, I grew up with those old movies. This was like, this isn't some new concept. Like, oh, it's we actually are doing it for real. But yeah, they this was all like out of like old sci-fi shit.
Yeah. And then at some point, they'll be talking to each other. So asking each other questions and learning each other, and then it'll become like its own
Well,
society. I guess they've done that. It creates its own language too.
when they
At
reach
one point,
artificial general intelligence, the what do they call it? The I'm fucking stoned as fuck. I can't think of the term.
Well,
The
world, something world.
that means the different brands
Cheers,
or
Christopher.
the different AIs like Chat, GPT-4, and this guy, whatever it is and stuff. Well, aren't they going to be like competitive where the one is going to try to wipe out the other one?
well, the first person to get there wins the game, pretty much. When it comes to actual artificial general intelligence, when there's as smart or more smarter than a human, because at that point they can exponentially make progress, and we don't grasp what exponential really means as far as how much they can get
Right.
smarter in how little time. When it comes to
Mhm.
bits on 2 times 2 times 4 times 8 times.
So if I got this right, there's 3 or 4 major people that have developed their versions of AI, Chat, GPT-4, this, that, the other, right? Different entities,
Yeah, a bunch of.
right?
There's probably
There's a
maybe
lot more.
10 bigger ones.
Yeah.
And small.
That's
Wouldn't it start to like intel its own thing, realize the one that has the most views, the most activity, the most, just like Facebook and all that, they want, what do you call it, user time or whatever,
Algorithm.
right? Okay, so it's going to start to learn how to gain more of that. Well, then at some point it's going to realize, oh, well, I need to take users away from these other people, right? These other AIs out there. Like one, like you say, like the first war is going to be which AI becomes the dominant one, right? Because for some reason, I
Well,
know
then
they
it depends on how we program them too.
things.
If we program an AI to create nothing but paper, they call it the paperclip theory or whatever. Where if the one AI you just tell it its ground, or its end objective is to create paperclips. Humanity might be in the way of creating the most efficient way to create paperclips. So maybe it'll have to kill humanity so it can make the most paperclips it can. That's weird.
Yeah, it's probably more just enhancing the dangers that are already out there, like using AI militarily.
I just go, you know what? I'm 60. None of this shit matters to me. Like,
yep.
You guys are gonna have fun with it all, but yeah.
Well, I mean, like it could solve aging, and it could solve, cure cancer and all these things that we wouldn't, I mean, we're already almost at that point when it comes to science, like as far as aging and cancer and all these crazy things, and regeneration of limbs, and well, like way down to like like neural shit, like fucking, or like to the cells, or like the gene, or what am I trying to say? Like cell fucking teaching cells how to create new things or become, I don't know. I'm fucking stoned.
Like even if
Giving
you
new
said
functionality, so
stuff. Now you want to live 200 years, or do you? I'd be like, no, I don't think so. I'm just saying that, like, what about the natural cycles and rhythm? Like, wait, they take, like, you mess with that, then like, holy shit, then what's gonna happen?
I can't almost wait. Well, what's going to happen in like not too far in the future? I mean, where rooms are just going to be ran by computers, kind of just like how you can have grandpa can be sitting on an ICU bed for a year if he's got good insurance, and that machine will run every little aspect of his life. It'll breathe for him. It'll fucking make the pH in his system right. I mean, it'll fucking
Basically, one of my
it'll
grandparents
automatically compensate for
years
low levels
ago,
of this or that.
the wealthy side of my family, my grandparents, Sanford, yeah, that's basically what it was. Like I still visit him at least once a month for like that year and a half, and for like a year, he was gone. He was
You might have to come in to change a saline bag or to
like even in the way that left experience. I mean, I've had my other grandson that basically like had throat cancer and then like told the family he didn't want treatment and died like a week later, right? And then other people that died in their sleep, and then the one that was this prolonged thing, and I don't even know how much money that all cost or whatever. That's irrelevant, but not really. Oh,
This is kind of crazy. I just
like it. Yeah, you like, I don't know. No one has control of this, but I would hope that I'm in the group of people that go to sleep one night and just die. Not
Yeah.
not prolonged
so
thing.
this is kind of crazy, but like
Around me and for myself and for everything. And yeah, I don't know. That's how I feel about it. But then again, you know.
well, this is kind of crazy. There was an episode of Radio Lab. I don't know if anyone ever listens to that, but an episode of Radio Lab just came out today that was called, I think it was called Death Interrupted. And it was all about the fact where it was like there was this nurse that I think it's a male nurse that he was like literally the guy that wrote the book on the fact that we spend all this time keeping people alive, and like to the point where it's almost like a bad thing for them or whatever to keep these a shell of a
Yeah.
person alive for wasting, because it can cost like $1 million per year for someone on ICU and these things. And like they literally wrote the book on this, how we keep people on these intensive care for too long and connecting to all these machines and all these doing them all these drug trials. And then when it came to the time when her dad died, or his dad died, he found himself not following his own following his own advice, and he was trying, he called like the top specialists and everything to try to get his dad to live as long as they could at the end, when it was really a lost cause. And he said that, I don't know, it's kind of a weird.
Now,
Radio Lab episodes are always kind of like that.
But I think is kept alive through a lot of money and shit is that dude Dick Cheney. No, yeah, no, not Dick Cheney. Wait, this other guy that's part of all. He was Bush's vice president. What's that guy's name?
Gore?
No, Bush is vice president.
Oh. Cheney was Bush's vice president, wasn't he?
Bush. Yeah, he had that neocon guy that was hooked up big time. What was his fucking...
That was Dick Cheney, right? The guy who popped the guy, shot his friend.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Dick Cheney.
Accident.
That guy's I don't even think he has a real heart or some shit. He's kept alive, dude.
Yeah.
Viva la France!
They rebuilt him. I remember.
Part of that whole neocon fucking war machine of that era. Yeah, Cheney.
Good evening, my friends. Very, very
Cheers,
nice.
Christian.
I just happen to have a dick pic in my phone to send to the lady.
Bonjour.
Yeah, bonjour.
That's my unsolicited dick pic I sent.
You don't show us, we'll have to kick you off.
Well, I mean,
I just did show it.
I just hear the daily stuff. It's hard not to bring up the conversation, but to me, it's become so funny. The whole thing, oh no, the one state kicked him off the ballot, and then he said all this shit, and then he said this, and then he holy shit, it just never stops. The only way you can live and not let it affect you is if you look at it as it's a sitcom. It's funny, even though it's not funny and it's dead ass serious, and but holy shit, this shit is just one laugh after another. It couldn't get any crazier. I don't know what other people think about it. But holy
It
shit!
was that pardon today. That was kind of out of the blue, at least for me.
Well,
I
I
didn't
mean, there's
expect
so
that
many
that big
others too.
federal
Like,
pardon.
oh, well, if the Supreme Court
You
has
pardon
anything
turkey for
to
Christmas?
say about any of these rulings, well, we know what they're going to say, right? It's like 8-2 or something on the court or some crazy thing. Like we don't even have a ruling from the court. Uh, yeah, that's
Hey, Bud, do you have your headset nearby?
like wow. I remember that one dude from the mafia. His name was Teflon Don, right? He died in prison miserably when they finally put whatever his name was, the head of the mafia. But
Who's making all the background noise?
the real Teflon Don, yeah, that's fucking Trump, man. He is Teflon Don, dude.
What were you saying, Ryan? Did you hear about that pardon today?
No, but
No,
I
you
think
didn't
Captain's
either.
the one with the background noise going on.
Uh, but supposedly Biden is pardoning like I think thousands of people for simple marijuana offenses.
Cool.
Really? You didn't hear that?
Nope.
That was the good. That was the good
They
news.
should.
Eight marijuana. Let me see. Said a big number, and then at the end it was a small number. Let me go back.
Could be that.
Yeah, because the problem with a lot of that is that on a lot of these cases, that's just one of the charges, right? Right. So, okay, they put that
They got
charge,
him on 3 or others.
Yeah,
but
maybe
money
said
laundering,
simple.
tax charge, or the this or that, all the other things that are mounted from that kind of case, that doesn't go away,
Yeah, it sounded that way.
No, they fixed a few things. They've done some things. Like there's certain people that have been relatively in today's world small amount of cannabis that did like 20 or 30 years before they finally let them out. I'm like, holy shit. Just for cannabis, the prisoner project. There's been
Crazy.
but I always feel like those are like token like media. Like, yeah, the attention gets put on that, but if you dig a little deeper, and then what about the rest of it? You know, because even if
Yeah, but
the problem with Biden is
I still remember
he's
David
from
Peel.
the yes and no era, and if his advisors are telling him to do something about marijuana, that's the only reason he's doing it, not because he believes it, right? Because like a few times he talked about it, you could tell, yeah, he's one of those people that you have to wait to die to change the marijuana culture. Like he's never gonna like accept it that the world changed and it's not no. Like he thinks it's a drug. He thinks that he came from that era that yeah, he anything he does on marijuana, this is what I think. Yeah, it's
Well,
just because his PR people or his
yeah.
advisors are telling him, oh, there's a
Well,
possible
check it
vote.
out. This is what Trump did on his few last days. He did the same exact thing. On Trump's last few days, there's a story right here. Trump's last few days, he pardons people for non-violent drug offense charges
Yeah.
for marijuana. Like same
That's
damn
better
thing.
than nothing. But that when politicians do that bullshit, that's like some of the lowest moves ever, right? To me, when they just use the issue for their,
Yeah, it's politics.
the same damn thing every time there's another president. They use the same story. Sometimes they use the same
I mean,
speech. Like they've been found to use the same speeches.
I
Yeah.
think the whole
Listen.
world, the rest of the world, and the other countries are waiting for the federal law here. So many things are waiting for the federal law to change on cannabis. For there can be import, export, there can be this, interstate commerce, so many things. Big companies, brands, Wall Street, a whole bunch of stuff, right? But I think it's like all the other issues, it's become an issue where the one side isn't going to let the other side take credit for getting it through, right? So then
Ice cream.
issues, it'll just go on and on and on because whenever whoever's in power, it's better to obstruct anything to get through because then they get to take credit for it. You don't want them to take credit for it, God forbid, right? So then nothing happens. And that's like seems to be the latest way we live. That like the simplest things, no, they don't want to give an inch on either side because they hate each other that much. And yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
They're probably gonna
Well,
have to
kinda,
make
yeah.
a deal. This next deal that they're working on.
They just want us to think that they don't like
And
it.
I
Yeah,
don't think
Christopher.
the federal thing is about what's going to happen in our country. It's about how it's going to change the whole economics of all the other countries. And with our new free trade type of whatever you call all that, yeah, well, how are you going to like say that this isn't like any other commodity and you know, and I think that the complications of that is like what's slowing it down more than, how's it going to get from Texas to Oklahoma or interstate stuff? That's easy. But when you make it that the world is no longer under that treaty that of the drug whatever that's kept even countries that wanted to legalize cannabis not to because they would lose UN funding and all this bullshit. Yeah, that's when it gets complicated. How Thailand could export or Colombia could export. That's how it gets complicated.
Yeah, like I said, if Thailand could export and they're already offering greenhouse, you know, 7 baht, 5 baht a gram.
Look, it's like this too. If China is willing to make any chemical there is and export it, right? Right? Because that's where all these other chemicals come from that make drugs.
Yep.
China. If there was money in it and it was like I wouldn't be surprised in 10, 20 years where all of a sudden China, like most of the cannabis in the world's grown in China and sold out because China can grow it at like 5 cents a gram, where it costs like 85 cents a gram to grow it in Thailand. It costs
We still don't get a
$2.
lot of consumables though from China.
Here in Thailand, I actually see
the 100%, right? There's a whole bunch of industries that they got their paws in and totally disrupted. Like, so if there's international cannabis, why wouldn't they like get in on that?
Through Shopee, you can buy auto flowers, you can buy seeds from them, and they're a fraction of what the originals cost you. They all come from China already. They got knockoff seeds already.
I know when
Seeds, I could see that. I could see that level. They're not something you're actually going to smoke.
And there goes cat.
They had like a really bad thing with the baby formula milk a long time ago, even like in China. they were selling. It was fake baby formula. It was like the wrong kind of proteins, or I think was the baby, like babies died, and like after that, even the Chinese people didn't want to buy their own. They would buy baby formula from outside the country. Like for their babies, they took extra care. They wouldn't even like trust their own consumable markets there.
I got taken on this tour of a place like 5 miles from here, 400-acre seed production, mainly hemp, CBD. It had a hemp license, 400 acres. They had 100-foot greenhouses that had nothing but plants with full of seeds to the ceiling, full, waiting to be processed. But the guys that ran it, when I met them and talked to them and asked them some questions, at that point, most of the business of bulk seeds by the kilo or all of these different hemp varieties or whatever was China was the biggest customer. They were selling all like billions of seeds, kilos and kilos of seeds to Chinese customers to grow.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. They're making crude CBD oil with it.
There's not a lot. They're trying to sell more and more. Like I remember, I haven't noticed it in a while. It kind of came in a wave all of a sudden at the local supermarket. There was a lot of frozen Chinese products, like made in China.
Yeah, it's
But it
because
was
of
like
this
Chinese food
Chinese
though, so
Thai.
yeah.
There's a
Yeah, go ahead.
Chinese Thai company that actually owns one of the larger frozen food manufacturers in the United States. And they
Yeah.
literally ship vegetables and meat from China and other countries to the United States and then ship a product back to China.
So it
It's a
came from
CP
America.
corporation. No, it started in China, was cooked in America, and shipped back to China to eat. It's all a bunch of tax write-offs and all the rebates they get from the government.
I'm sure they're still selling that stuff here in some of the specialty shops or in Asian areas. But yeah, they tried
No,
to like get that more into the mainstream. I remember like for a while, all of a sudden, and I was interested in it. I think I bought one or two products, but it wasn't great quality. And yeah, I guess I didn't stop eating it because it was made in China, but that's definitely like, oh, you think like, oh, it's probably not the greatest quality thing. Like soy sauce, yeah, okay. Chinese soy sauce, that can come from China.
Yeah, but if you look on the back, you'll
Japanese
find
too.
fish sauce, oyster sauce in there. You'll find all of that.
Yeah, a few things. Yeah, there's some, but you know
when
what I
you
mean.
have a
People,
person that is filling up the kettles and they're opening up the boxes and the bag that all this stuff comes in, and they're reading from China, from China, from China. And then she looks at the other end of the line, and those boxes are all on Chinese. But, they also make products for Walmart. They make products for Dollar General, Dollar Store.
In the 80s, my mom had this client, and I got this job where I was liaison for the Shanghai acrobatic troupe and the Beijing acrobatic troupe. And they had a contract with Six Flags where the troupe would do like 5 shows a day, 6 days a week. And there was the one out here in outside LA in Canyon Country, the Six Flags. There was the one in Atlanta, and there was one other one. But part of my job was to find the Chinatown where they could access food because the troupe was 16 people, 15 performers, and a chef, right? and we get them these condos where like 4-unit apartments, and one would be where the chef would prepare all the meals because they part of them they were like total athletes. They were these acrobatics, and it was really important that they ate the proper food that they were used to, right?
Yeah.
In the story, yeah, I had meals with them a couple times, right? Like specialty chef to cook their special food. And it would be all these plates, all this stuff. Not one thing was ever like anything that you could order in a Chinese restaurant. That's all I got to tell you. And a lot of the things they use would be like fish heads and like what we consider byproduct
Parts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Like, but oh, it was good, and it was like, and like it was one apartment dispute where they wanted like some huge amount of money because the unit that they ate in, you could see the tracks of grease that went to the parking lot where they took the van to the show, to the laundry machine, and to the pool where they kicked back. Anywhere they walked, they would track grease. And all the pathways had to be like steam cleaned and all this shit to get the like when they moved out.
Wow.
Right. But like there was all these pictures. It wasn't, yeah, the main place where they ate in was so much grease that they tracked it everywhere.
Yeah, I'd say that was basically on the part of the guy doing the cleaning, and all he was doing was mopping the floor without cleaner in the water.
And they and a couple of them would have cigarettes and they would like trade me. And I remember these Chinese brands of cigarettes. It tasted like if you just rolled up newspaper and smoked it. That's how bad they were. The
And they're
Chinese.
expensive. They're actually really expensive here.
And even that, the whole thing of the Shanghai acrobatic troops, like parents bring their kids at like 2, 3 years old to these troops, and hopefully they get accepted in the tryout. And then if they do, they basically take their kid away and they're raised in this acrobatic troupe because, like, by the time they're like 13 or something, they can spin all those plates and do all this crazy shit. Even the ones I met, like, they worked all summer. It was communist. This was in the 80s. China was, I think, a lot different. Even the checks that were paid to the government. It was like a deal that the government sent over these acrobatic troops. Yeah, they were going to get a refrigerator. It was going to be like, oh yeah, our family's going to buy. I'll be able to buy a refrigerator for my family. Like they didn't get paid shit, but they did like 6 shows a day.
Exactly. You just work 70 hours a week for a year straight, and you
They've
got
been
a
like trained since they were like 3 years old to do all that. Like, if you've ever seen a Chinese acrobatic troupe, like they were the
It's
original
beautiful.
circus. That, yeah, they did some crazy shit. They could, yeah, they were definitely entertaining, but they had skills.
The music.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
Yeah, it's
music
killer.
too.
Yeah, the Chinese acrobats are killer. Southern ones. Yeah, that's good entertainment. Never seen it before. See in real life, like a circus. But yeah, I don't know. Like also, like you said, tobacco. Like I don't think any of that's grown in, say China. I don't know where it's grown. Really.
no, they got to.
Is it
They
all grown?
got tobacco.
Yeah, they
yeah,
have
but
has
but
tobacco.
like the main, yeah, but in America, like say Marlboro or all the J.R. Reynolds
got there, Brad?
tobacco. Like they call it Turkish tobacco, but isn't most of it grown over here in Carolinas?
They
Look at all
call
this
it,
stuff. Maybe it isn't
well,
though.
the
The
only one
American
that I know
tobacco.
that uses Turkish in their name is Camel. Everything else is Americans. Like the pack I'm
It
smoking
makes
right
sense. That's why
now
it's Camel.
is actually out of Greece. And they use Superior Virginian tobacco from Virginia.
Uh-huh. That cigar overwrap is supposedly an American tobacco.
Well, I
The
mean, you
wrap,
go into American
like
history,
Cuban cigars.
and like the way I understand it, tobacco
Big exporter.
and alcohol built our country. Like that was like in the early days, we were, even before the gold rush, we were already making a lot of money off tobacco in the world. It was one of the things that built our country in the early days.
Cotton was huge too.
The snorting is crazy.
The snuff.
Yeah, snuff, snorting tobacco. Yeah.
Yeah. If you snort anything, it should dissolve quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, snuff with a little hammer and you stick your nose in there.
Well, even though I stopped using it
Sneeze it
last
out.
year. Eagle, who's a cannabis worker, like I helped her get back across the border when she was done working up north. But she was like a true plant medicine person, and she left me and taught me how to use rapé, which is like basically snuff. Or somewhere up here, I even have this snorter where it's like it's made out of wood. It's a simple one. They have more innate ones, but it's like a self snorter thing that helps you, like, you blow it up your own nose, right?
Does it go up 2 nostrils or just one?
They have them both ways, but at first your eye tears and you're like, what the fuck? And it doesn't really like completely break into your
Like a power
mucus.
hitter.
So you end up like kind of blowing your nose like 10 minutes later to get all this like tobacco and other herbs that come from like Brazil. But what it does is it like opens up your sinus or your even your balance. What are all those things called? Your sinuses and your
your sinuses and tear ducts and all that.
yeah, like
Your
half
equilibrium?
hour equilibrium and shit. It like resets it, like where you don't even realize you were fucked up until you use this stuff like for a few days, and it's not like, oh, you don't get high from it. It's not a drug like that. But yeah, it was effective. But when I researched what rapés are, yeah, it's basically tobacco, but not our tobacco. Tobacco's from the Amazon and mixed with different herbs, and it's basically snuff.
Amazon.
This isn't really
Sounds
related,
French.
but I used to know a guy that had it was a little golden Hoover vacuum that was like 3 inches tall, and it went in, and it was a little tutor. Pretty cool.
She had one that had like a
Had a
carving of
big
an
wide
eagle.
front.
But this is like a thing where, like, yeah, you put this side in your nose and then you blow in this side, go, and you blow this powder that I have a jug of it somewhere. and then you go, "Oh my god,
That's
why
gotta
did I do
stink.
that? Why
That's
would I
like
do
snorting
that?"
black pepper.
I've seen that with some.
Yeah.
I've seen videos where they do that with like a
And
straight caffeine
wait,
shot.
what's worse is when you do it to one side, you got to do it to the other side. And so then after like the gnarly experience of the first one, you got to be ready to do the other one or it's pointless. You can't just do it in one side.
I've seen
And
video where a guy does that with like caffeine through the with it in the nose, and it, like just totally like shocks. They were like smelling salts almost.
now it's called Rapé, but it's spelled Rape, but there's a apostrophe on the E that makes it Rapé. But so it's spelled rape. So it's like, yeah, like a lot of people probably like, yeah, what
Oh,
rape,
shit.
right? But it's pronounced Rapé. You can look it up. It's plant medicine. It's been around for thousands of years, and hey, it did have an effect. Like I say, your equilibrium, your sense of balance. It was weird. Like
This one's too
I
good
bet
not to share again.
there was stoners
I
jonesing.
couldn't
I
make
bet
them
that
smoke
like
anything though.
went through their herb cabinet and just tried out like different things. Like take big sniffs of this. Oh yeah, this I feel something from that. All right, and then just go for it. We're just jonesing, nothing else around.
well, he died, God, a lot of years ago. My friend Frederick, who was like a black belt. He was a weed grower dude I knew, but in Venice Beach, California, he owned a Chinese medicine and herbal store. At the time, I wasn't. Oh, I remember this one stuff he gave me that helped clear congestion, but it was basically the store that had like nothing but herbs and roots and like 1,000 different things, and you'd weigh it up, and different things cost different amounts, but it was legit Chinese medicine herb. Like this was like these are stores are normal in China, right? And he knew all about it. That was like his thing. At the time when I like knew him and before he died, yeah, I didn't appreciate all that knowledge and all that stuff. But like I wouldn't even know where one of those stores are, but I know they exist. Because like years ago he had one where has all the different basically plant medicines that are used in China. A lot of it's roots and grind it up and do some of it you snort, some of it you mix into foods or consume other ways. But yeah, there's a whole world of stuff like that all's proven that works. Modern medicine kind of denies all that shit, you know?
Yeah, like cannabis.
Yeah.
Because, even over here, you've got plants out there that, could help the society, but the government wants to control what you put in your body. I think they should use like ayahuasca in drug treatment. Oh no, we don't want to give someone a hallucinogenic trip to cure their disease. I guess that's to feed the rest of society in rehab centers and
A little perfume bottle, Southern VT.
I like the one with the butterfly on it. Was that a porcelain butterfly on
Have like
This
the wings?
dab stick on
this
it.
one
Oh, that's what
this one here is a J Strongwater
Nice.
one, which is I know it's like $650 retail. That one there. This little one here that's got the frog on it's pretty badass.
Lalique Glass made some of the older ones. That's why they're really, really expensive.
Yeah, they got some cool shit. Some of the little weak stuff. Now this is a
Yeah.
little sniffer bottle. It's got a agate front. This is agate here. It's missing a few of the different stones. I never checked to see if they're actually quartz or not, but silver and or silver plated, I should say. And it's got the little scooper there, so you can keep whatever there.
Nice.
Unless you're a baller.
A lot of times they hung
That's
them.
really what I'm thinking. I saw Greer's eyes light up. He's like, ooh,
Oh,
cool.
that's perfect size.
kind of rock collection I can keep in there.
Yeah, that's the 2 1/4 ounce size.
Perfect.
Right.
Just like a trip to the casino, Just enough to last you that long.
Well, I mean, isn't there a bunch of antique stuff that was basically pill boxes and snuff containers and drug kit
that was big, but pre 1900s and 1700s and shit. Huge.
1860s, 1870s, 1880s.
Apothecary bottle.
Opium pipes.
Apothecary.
Yeah, I mean, if I could ever collect like cannabis memorabilia, like one of those, like from 100 years ago, bottles of cannabis tinctures or whatever, that would be probably one of the rarest things to have.
Actually, I've actually hunted cannabis related items ever since joining Normal and getting into it. And the apothecary jars that you're talking about that are basically labeled under glass, those are really hard to come by. And I have never seen one actually for sale.
I don't know
or
whatever
I would have bought it.
happened to it, but my dad, when I was a kid, used to have these Arizona tax stamps that were like this.
Those are kind of rare.
Yeah,
Those are on eBay all the time. You can still buy them.
Yeah, that kind of stuff would be cool. I mean, it's historic for sure.
Now, with those, you actually want to find them stamped because that means they were actually used. There's a whole bunch of them out there that are unused. I will say that.
Well, even it always seemed odd to me that it was from Arizona. But I guess at that point, Arizona was growing the weed or the hemp. Not much grows in Arizona. It's pretty much the desert.
And it still grows wild in Ryan's backyard.
My former backyard.
Former backyard.
Oh yes, as a generally speaking. Rough. And it's the first time I've ever had experienced rain on Christmas Eve here in Minnesota.
This is kind of cool. Here, I was doing some remodeling on a house, and tearing into the walls. And this jar was in the walls. It says Calumet or Clement, Kamath,
Calumet.
Coyote. Yeah, Northern California, Centimiglia.
Oh,
And, SK1 is the variety.
That's
But
cool.
it doesn't have a year on it. But I know it looks, 70s, 80s.
Oh,
That's cool.
Yeah, it's
That's
kind of
really
neat.
cool.
SK1 is the result of many generations of selective breeding and hybridization. Among that, Afghani and Colombian strains. It has won a number of harvest festivals here in the Northwest. I guess it could be a newer jar with like.
I would think it'd be from the 90s at least, from the
90s
top
or something.
215.
Yeah, maybe it was weird that we found it in the wall. Is what we thought was weird. And stuff.
Kid hiding it from his parents.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, maybe.
Probably more than
25 years ago. Come on.
I had this friend Lucas years ago that got a job and worked for this big outdoor grow in Humboldt for a few years and lived in this cabin that was like on the property. And that property had history before they took it over in like whatever years, like early 2000s. And they got busted. And then like my friend, I never saw it, but part of the case was beyond the weed that he was growing and had and all that, the cabin, when they punched through the walls, the insulation in the cabin was all weed. Like the growers from like years before they took it over had just made the cabin and then insulated it and used weed for the insulation, like old weed, whatever leaf. I'm sure it wasn't prime bud or anything, but yeah, all that became more weight and like was part of the case, even though it like they didn't put it there. It was obviously probably obvious to them. It was there for years, but yeah, they added it to the case. All this pounds of weed that was the insulation in this cabin on a weed farm up in Humboldt, which I'm sure that was probably like not an uncommon thing to do if you need to insulate your fucking cabin in the winter and all you had was a bunch of weed. And isn't that some of the things they say they could be used for, right?
Oh yeah, I've ripped open old farm walls that have all sorts of fucking. I mean, normally it would be like old rags and or old jeans or old potato sacks and shit. But you could build a straw house, straw. I mean,
The straw roof houses, maybe one day.
We put hay bales around the foundations of a lot of houses around here in the winter for an extra thermal break or whatever you call it.
Temple roof houses.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, before there was insulation, that they used just about anything to insulate before they made fiberglass insulation and shit like
clothes, leather shoes, like pretty much anything that is either going to go to the trash pile out in the backyard or throw it up in the attic or the wall stays and get some insulation value out of it.
Well, poop
One
was
of my parents,
back in the day. Poop and dirt. Make it stick.
One of my parents' friends bought a hunting cabin, and the guy took all the signs from his general store and put them up all along the inside of the cabin. So it was just a sheet of metal. And he had a big, big pot-bellied stove in it that was like probably 4 feet tall.
Yeah, I think if I could survive in a cabin, even if it didn't have running water, as long as there's water real close, with potbelly stove and you know, survive.
Starlink.
Yeah.
I've been on.
I'm a little. I mean, I've been living the good life for so long. It sounds good, but no, I think I would find enjoyment in that.
Kind of like I did with Thailand and moved here with 2 suitcases.
Look, I basically lived out of a fish house the first year I was growing commercial scale cannabis. I mean, it was a decent sized fish house and everything, but I was definitely roughing it.
I've always had a 12 by 12 bedroom. 3 and 4 bedroom houses. With large basements.
Yeah. Do you guys see those? Have you guys seen those 3D billboards?
Every billboard I see
in China, they're big. Supposedly, there's a bunch of them there. Saw videos of them on YouTube.
I sent Fumi and a
really
couple
amazing.
people some clip I saw that was like it was real. It was a 5G or no 5-dimensional theater, and it like showed like in the movie that a fire but it engulfed the whole and went on the ceiling and on the sides, but it was all like LED, I guess, or whatever. But it looked real. Like it was like people were sitting there and they were like fire was all around them, but it was like some special theater that they've designed where it's I guess 5D or I don't know what it said, but it was high tech.
Well, what do they call it? What like they had Tupac the
immersive.
Here, wait. I'll send it to you, and then you can post it because it's right.
What do they call
it? To Fumi. I forget who. I think I sent it also to. I sent it to D. I might have sent it to Green Fingers. Let me find it. It was a few days ago.
For a projected image. Like Tupac was at fucking South by Southwest or whatever. Hologram.
Yeah, they've been able to project holograms for years.
Like with lasers and shit even. Or I see a lot of they're doing crazy ones with. Was it in a like a club where they were doing like the fucking with a DJ and everyone's doing the fucking EDM shit? Because I've seen some of them where they have like whales that swim through the crowd or swim above the crowd, it seems, and shit like that. And everyone's all high on their hippie juice.
Their hippie juice.
They're happy pills or whatever the hell they're sucking on or doing. I've never been to it.
I passed on one of those festivals last night. This guy says, "Oh man, it's psychedelic electronic." I said, "It's electronic." "Oh, you like music?" I said, "Yeah, I like music that's played on instruments, not electric noise."
Yeah, you say that,
Besides that,
you
it was
take a little
cold as
blue pill
shit
and go
here
to one
last
next thing
night.
you know, you're out there dancing and taking all your clothes off.
No, my friend cured me of that stuff there. One New Year's Eve, he actually gave me the dose that him and his girlfriend took and didn't move the scale back down under the point. And yeah, that ruined me on that forever. That was like a body orgasm for like 6 hours.
See how many different ways AI can misspell Fumidoro.
You can't like prompt it with how to spell the name
Oh,
Fumidoro.
you can prompt it a million times and reiterate it 40 times. Make sure you spell it correctly. This is how you spell it. Watch your spelling. Make the spelling legible. Make sure you spell the correct letters. You put it in uppercase letters and you put it in quotes. But like I
sent
say,
it to you, Jeff.
A lot of times it does it to where a decent graphic artist can work with it and make it work. You know, like I could take these with just a regular, damn near with just you know, photos on, you know, or just a really simple imaging or, you know, Photoshop type device.
Jeff, I sent it to your Instagram. This clip of this 3D theater that or 5D theater that the flames go around you. I couldn't find hardcore.
I'll check that out. Yeah, I was gonna pull up this other one.
It's under Ryan
Pull that
Kurkowski.
one up. Pull that one
Yep.
up that I sent you. You'll be like, holy shit, you're gonna better go to a theater and have that happen? That's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I think my Instagram's still Ryan Kurkowski. There's I think hardcore is some thick gardener or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I sent it to Jeff. It pulled up in my list.
What's this new
Now,
Instagram?
when they can do those, if they can do those movies now for like 4 hours, now that would be something. I paid like $50-$60 to go see that.
But how many dongs?
Oh, too many.
Big old bag of them.
Yeah. I'm just glad I'm going to be able to find weed there. Even shitty weed can be better than no weed. After a couple days, even shitty weed gets pretty good. Right?
Yeah.
Or would you rather just go without?
Oh fuck! I started smoking hemp after the first initial COVID lockdown or whatever, and I was out of weed for a couple weeks or damn near a month. But I had a whole bunch of fucking hemp. And I started fucking realize that CBD fucking calms them to fucker
Do
down.
affect you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that I don't have any weed fucking edge off. I want to kill everyone around, you know, or maybe not kill, but
yeah.
Man, she's just coming. We're on the roll with the
No,
Fumidoro.
I'm pretty sure that if I got some like what would be considered like commercial weed, it might not taste as great as all the weed of today, but the first stone I would get off it would probably be gnarly because it's so different. You know, like anything you smoke different.
Yeah.
Like at least the first like time or two you smoke it gives you like, yeah, even if it was some like good Mexican weed, yeah, that shit got you stoned. Didn't like it had like yeah, if you smoked it all the time, it hardly got you stoned. But all weed's good weed, even the worst of it.
Weed.
Yeah. Back in the day, my dad used to just give me the trim. And I'd be smoking like full on leaves, like full fan leaves and shit. I didn't give a fuck. I just had full bags. You know, I was like, I'm sure, and I get a full bag.
Well, like back when, like, yeah, people used to say, "Oh, all I have is homegrown." Like a lot of times, homegrown was like
Yeah.
basically like
Yeah.
leaf and what just yeah, homegrown. Yeah.
Yeah, literally. He's like, yeah, we grew this at grandma's. That's when I was like, not really going to my grandma's, and he was giving me like bags and shake. Like, okay, smoke every last drop. It was like stuff I probably should have ate or something. Turned into edible.
Yeah, I remember when someone said, "Oh, I got a bag of homegrown," and you were kind of like, "Eh."
Right.
And then
Yeah,
every
exactly.
once in a while, they'd bring out a bag and it just had buds in it, and it's like, okay. And then you next person bring out something that was way immature before the buds even formed.
Leaves.
You could see where it could be nice, but they cut it like 2 weeks into flowering. And it's this big Afghani.
Yeah, you said like a branch break like that and have to smoke all these little things and be like, well, this is gonna be good on the rest of the tree, stuff that finishes. Pretty cool.
There we go.
Dang it.
I mean, when I look at all these images, the only thing that comes to mind is because even with my own companies and stuff, yeah, they weren't always easy relationships. You had to deal with like graphic artists or artists, someone to make these type of things, right? That there's no need for that anymore. I
It
mean,
is
I
still
guess
difficult to engineer the prompts though. Like it's I don't want to make genius or anything. It's not the. I mean, it's
I
not.
mean,
It's,
all these look like, I mean, depending on what you were trying to portray, look pretty damn good. Like, you
Right.
couldn't you just, we could use any of these, right? You just
yeah.
bam, the thing spitting them
Well,
out.
yeah, I'd have to like touch them up, like how the spelling is wrong on this. Like I say, it gives you all the ingredients you need. You know, where I could fix it. You know, with touch up or copy and paste basically. And like it gives you two eyes there, and you just got to scrunch everything together. But
Well, so okay, graphic artist
this
is a
one,
thing.
yeah,
It's a job. There's many people that are graphic. They
oh
must
yeah,
be
design firms or they
threatened by
usually have
this.
like label agencies, design agencies and shit.
Yeah, I mean, it was a whole thing, and by the hour, and you get what you pay for, and sometimes those images is what makes or breaks someone's brand. The
Yeah.
colors, everything. Like I know there's a big thing. Colors become like the big companies. Yeah, they 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 tested out like what shade of every color because even that has a big effect on people. Which AI is going to like actually be able to incorporate all that, right? Like it's intelligent, so it's going to like be able to use the data that supports the color schemes that are more.
Oh yeah, I can lead it down a path. You know, I can fine tune, and that's what I have to do is like you're not seeing the background, which what.
But like, am I correct that like, okay, I think those shades of green that's in 7 Up can't. They own those colors, right? Right. Certain companies own certain colors because they've like, oh, even this one color of the Ferrari red, that's owned by them, right? You can copyright a color, right?
I don't think
Yeah.
so. Maybe. I
I think
suppose.
so.
Certain car
Yeah,
companies
they
have
probably could
their
be.
own colors.
Like even Jaguar with that green, or wait, there's these
Or like
certain.
John Deere green, or yeah.
Now you can come close and probably hardly tell the difference, but oh, that actual formulation is the I know that Ferrari reds. Yeah, it's even named Ferrari red.
And the plum purple for the Dodge Chargers. That's proprietary.
Yeah. Well, and I think it even goes further into the like brands, like some of the soda companies. Oh yeah, that the
They're
certain
just
colors are
associated with
theirs.
those colors. Yeah.
That actual tone of that color.
That's why
Not just
Pepsi is red, white, and blue.
Yeah, but like there's an actual red, white, and blue that's their official color. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Same with Mountain Dew.
But
I think they have their color scheme, and football teams have their color schemes. That's they go after people using that. Yeah.
There was that black that was copyrighted.
Phantom.
Well, I mean, but
Protected somehow.
this graphic thing
That
seems to
Phantom
like.
black or that? What was it?
So a very black. Fumi talked
Yeah.
about one. There's another black that they can put on that they can't use on cars because it's too black. Like it's like the car can't be seen.
It eats radars. No, it eats radars. They've got paint out there now that
probably that
won't
too.
reflect the radar.
Well, there was always some trick that they used to sell some spray or something you could spray on your plates. That then if you went through one of those camera things, it wouldn't go to like it wouldn't show your plate.
Yeah,
Remember that?
Yeah, BMW.
I think it was like an oil. Like it was like a sheen that you put on there, and then if the photo enforcement snapped the shot, it would be blurry on your plate. Then that's what they need to be able to make.
Or you could just take that plastic and soak it in bleach, and it puts a haze over it. And when you walk up, you can read it, but the cameras can't.
Like, I mean,
whoops.
The knowledge came to me through when my friend Chris got murdered in LA, right? And then part of the evidence in the case was what they call license plate readers, right? So they didn't have video or anything like that, but they basically all the major streets in LA, the Valley, the whole area. Yeah, every license plate that comes through the intersection is logged. Okay, and they can go back and then trace a car's path and where it goes through license plate reader technology, which I'm sure if LA has it and all their fucking things, just about every major city has it or has it. Now, I don't think every humdum case can use it, right? But at a certain level, they can access this shit and bam, like I saw the data in the court, like, and it was from license plate readers that basically collect every fucking car that goes through the intersection.
Sometimes the cars will have it on cop cars, and as it's
Yeah.
driving around, it's just reading all the license plates of the cars around it.
Yeah, like
Any
I
license plate
think
it
that
sees,
when
it
they pull up
sees if
behind
it's
you,
when they have to
won't get pulled over.
Yeah,
they
it'll
don't
say-
have to.
it'll-
They
it'll-
don't have
yeah,
to
it'll flag
punch it in.
off, pull this guy over.
Yeah,
The
they don't
worst is
have
they
to
have the
punch
fake
it in.
towers. They'll have it. They'll set up a fake tower. I forget what they call them, but they because when your phone is always triangulating, they'll set up a fake radio tower that will It's like accept all the phone traffic coming in from it, and it'll
Yeah. I mean, I think what's been proven that all that is like, what's that guy Snowden and all whatever that whole like, oh, I don't think they ever stopped just because they said they stopped it. I don't think they stopped any of that. They just doing more of it. Like, yeah,
Do it
I don't
better.
think like I don't think our systems are secure in any way. Encrypted, non-encrypted. I don't think so. Well, I guess. I mean, I guess there's times when they're begging Apple to unlock a phone because they, need to use it for evidence, and no Apple won't cooperate even when they're given court orders. So, and only Apple can unlock it, or some, So I guess at some level there's some security, but I think once it goes out, like the internet, oh no, they're capturing it all. What they do with it, like even that is like, oh, at a certain point, it's so much information that it's like, oh, it's everything that you're worried about. You're like a needle in a haystack. Like, what are you worried about? Like, I'm not worried about it. Like, so what? You follow me around? What is that going to prove? Did I go grocery shopping?
That's pretty wicked looking.
I know that things that I don't even talk about and definitely don't Google search or anything, but have been topics on this when I'm on here, end up in my algorithm. Like all of a sudden it's like I'm being suggested about some topic or something that was a conversation on here. Not anything that I like, yeah, out of the blue, where I'm like, oh, that's obvious that that's happening. You know what I mean? Where I think they deny that they do that, but they do that. Like they use every bit of everything they can, even though they say they don't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I've got that fire video, that theater.
Yeah. Did you look at it? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That
hold
Yeah.
on,
looks
Bob,
pretty.
just a second
Can't,
here.
can't pull that on for a second.
You
It's
want
pretty amazing. If that's all LEDs, that
I mean, it looked pretty real when I first looked at it. I was like, holy shit.
I had to look it up on the web. Like, what is this thing? But I guess it's, and I guess these theaters are all around 5D theaters.
Well,
They
unless you
must be in
made
LA.
a movie that had you would have to add that to the movie, right? It could just put out what's not there, right?
Yeah.
And oh, the fire looks cool, but unless it's a movie with a fire and an explosion or
Yeah.
something, like okay,
Okay, now I'm
but
done.
you could probably do it with rain and clouds and a lot of things. And I know from like Myers Sound Systems, which are like the premier PA for concerts, that basically originated. John Mayer and his wife were part of the Dead thing in the '60s and started Meyer Sound. Most of their business is in theaters, and they've created these theater sound systems that are like dimensional too, which yeah, that adds to the whole effects of things too. That they have sound that can be dimensional like that.
Oh yeah.
So they're using some kind of glasses. But if that's really just all LED, I mean, just from this, it looks real.
I think it's just like LED on the ceiling and on the side walls. Is what I thought. Maybe I didn't really look at it that close. It's not too detailed. The fact it wasn't very detailed, yeah.
Keep my eyes open for it though. That thing is.
I know what it's like.
Oh, man. I think it's time for another joint.
Oh, that's a chair. And video, I mean, a 3D station. That's pretty cool. The movable screens.
Pretty soon you're gonna like get in a sphere and the movie's just gonna play around you. You're gonna be like another character, but you're just off to the side.
Yeah.
That's what it's gonna make you feel like.
I'm gonna pull up this other one.
When the explosion comes, you're gonna feel the shock, you're gonna feel the chair rumble, wind hitting you. It's even good, a little bit of dirt up in the air, hitting you in the face. Watch out on the sound.
Oh, that's weird. I thought if I muted myself, it would mute it. Huh. How can you mute YouTube then?
You go to the
Okay.
YouTube that you were using and mute it that
I
way.
didn't see it there. Okay. I'll look for it again.
It'll usually pop up in the top. It'll say unmute or mute. You gotta catch it. Or maybe if you tap the top of the image. Like I'll share it as like I'll share the website. I'll copy the YouTube link and share it as a web page. That makes any sense?
Hopefully we don't get nailed for that.
No, it wasn't actually, that wasn't even music. That was just noise.
I think we get nailed no matter what, though. Anyway,
Yeah.
it was
Notes of
additional settings.
I don't know. It seems to be kind of like I see other people that use music or have music. I think some of it is if it's in the background and you're talking over it, it's not as like, I don't know, if it's just playing, oh, that's a right. If it's silence, as far as people talking and there's music, but if
as
there's
far as having as long as you're
I
having
don't know.
a commentary, as long as you're having a commentary on the video.
Yeah, there seems to be some, and like
that's why they have
don't
all these response videos and shit that are perfectly okay.
Yeah.
And pause it every few seconds and talk over them sometimes too. So
yeah,
songs have to do that.
but no, I know the one guy Jamal, he went through a thing where a bunch of his, not all, it was like different artists or different things, but yeah, he had to pull a bunch of his response things. He's one of the more popular guys because whatever, it's not necessarily the artists themselves, but the legal team behind it all. Yeah, cease and desist or whatever on that. So it depends. I mean, for most artists at this point, it's counterproductive because any like the more it's out there, the more it's out there, the more it's relevant, the more it stays relevant. So I
don't know if
but
anyone
I get it. I get it that they're just trying to get paid. I mean, that's
I don't know if anyone did the whole like BitTorrent and all that shit back in the day, and LimeWire and all that, iMesh. What was the first one? With the V. I can't Napster. I mean, but like in any case,
yeah.
what the music what the studios started doing is like say if they had the new Robin Hood out, movie, um, they would create a file called Robin Hood, MKV or whatever, and or MP4, and then they would put that on like the Pirate Bay, and everyone that would download that file and keep it on their computer without changing the folder and everything, um, they would get a cease and desist letter in the mail. Like I had friends that got these letters in the mail saying, um, we found this file on your computer and you owe us, you don't pay $10,000 by then, we're gonna contact the FBI and all this shit. And the thing is that the file that they used to do that was never the actual movie. So they were trying to like almost blackmail people by saying, "Oh, you downloaded this file that's called, you know, Robin Hood movie," even though it's not the actual, it's just an empty file. And because like I don't know anyone that actually got. I mean, I'm sure there are, people that actually did have to fucking pay up to that. But
Yeah,
I mean,
well, BitTorrent started way before as a way that Deadheads and even the guy that invented it, it was to how we traded music, dead tapes and shit way before it became Napster. It's called BitTorrent. It's a shared filing share thing, right? When
I'm not
that
sure.
Napster
Napster might
thing,
have came
yeah.
first.
Well, but it was using BitTorrent as a way it did it,
File
which meant that
peer-to-peer
nobody,
networking.
like, part of the concept was not one single person was responsible for sharing the whole thing. It was shared, like, oh, you would
It's
share
peer-to-peer networking. It's called
peer to peer, yeah. But like when that
cloud
got out
sharing
of
on it.
control, which it did get out of control, like yeah, it wasn't just music, movies, everything. It was like all there as fast as ever. Yeah,
Well, we
they
had the
did
Pirate Bay.
everything. They did everything they could to like change the direction and yeah, get rid of that and act like they were going to go after everybody and
We have just like a handful of guys that we really have to thank for that whole movement, though. Like with the Pirate Bay, that Sweden didn't have piracy laws, so these guys created the Pirate Bay, which is a really simple blank website where people could upload all their latest files or whatever. And um, all the movie corporations tried to sue them and come after them, but they wouldn't. It wouldn't fly in Sweden. So I don't know. There's some really cool documentaries about it, about the Pirate Bay and how that all happened. And the guys that ran it were pretty funny guys. I don't know. I know I should have used the Pirate Bay a hell of a lot back in the day. And then when the FBI tried to cut off the heads of it, there would be 20 other heads that would pop up. And for a long time there was like every week there would be a different suffix, a different country that they would host the site out of. But now, I mean, it's been for the longest time. You can still go to the piratebay.se, I think it is, or maybe it's .org. I'm not sure if it's .org or not, but it's still there, and you can still legally use it. Or you can download Photoshop.
Archive.org.
Paying $59
There you
bucks.
go.
Remember back in the day, I used to download Photoshop for like when I was like 1,500 bucks or 200 or 2,000 bucks for Photoshop Pro. And then when you would download it, then you would have to go to a key list or something like that, where you'd copy a bunch of key code, like it would ask you for the key number, a code, and you would go through this list, and sometimes you'd get it on the first try, and sometimes you'd have to go through 20 of them, but it would always let you in. Back in the day.
even in my move, like, and I'm like, why am I still carrying these? But I have totes full of DATs, of like master recordings of concerts, but we've already put those on hard drives, right? So I have hard drives that have all of that. Plus, I have the original DATs and some cassettes and a lot of CDs. Except I don't use any of those forms to listen to music because it's all music. Slowly over time has gotten to where it's all just
is there a dead
online.
museum
Like
somewhere?
It's retro now for
like
cassettes.
Is there a dead museum?
yeah. Oh yeah, there's the Santa Cruz, the it's at the UC
Archive.
yeah, the archive. And then it's not just dead music, but if you want access to like download music, you go to archive.org, which is actually the University of North Carolina's that host it. And it doesn't just archive.org has a lot of stuff on there, but
Yeah,
there's a
does.
thing
Is
called
that the Wayback Machine? Similar to that?
yeah, that's on the archive.org.
Okay.
But then they have the music section, the live music or whatever. And it's sectioned off through different bands. It's a lot of it's bootleg recordings, but quality ones. But
I remember when I used to think that downloading a MIDI file, an 8-bit MIDI file of like a Sublime song was just the coolest thing. Like it sounded like a Nintendo music. And then you could play that
but
in
like the point of what I'm saying is, yeah,
the
music's just all online. Like even that archive.org, you can just play things and you don't have to download it. They have players.
There used to be a really
YouTube,
cool
so many sites. Why would you buy music? Like I don't think I've purchased a CD or
there used to be a really
purchased music.
cool discovery
Now
site that I used to play where you would type in a band and then it would show you like it'd be like a spider list and it would show you like with tentacles it would show you 12 other bands that sound like that. But they would a lot of times it would be obscure music like and God, I wish I could remember what that app was called. And
Yeah,
you could
but since
forever.
I was a teenager, when I had extra money for like so many years of my life, I'd buy music. Like I'd buy whatever. If it was an album, if it was a cassette, if it was a CD, there was music, I'd buy it. That was like something I did. And then I don't know how many years ago it's been, but because it's pretty much all music, even someone's new music is right on YouTube. You can listen. Oh, there might be commercials in
A
between
couple day
songs. You have
delay.
skip or whatever, but like it's not that I like had a problem with spending a few bucks on music, but I it's been a lot of years, a few years
I
that
used to run a
no, I don't spend any money on music. Any of you buy music where you actually pay money to get music?
maybe at a live show, but that's about
Actually,
it.
until just recently, yeah, for like in the when Warren started up his thing, where you could get live performances and
Okay,
his
yeah, but I'm
music that
saying like
way. Yeah,
bought a
that was the
CD
last time.
bought a CD at the music. There isn't even music like used to be
Shops
CDs.
anymore.
Like yeah, it's all I guess
A
Walmart,
record store.
and then even I guess they're phasing out CDs at this point, right?
I used
Yeah.
to run
Like
we used to have a bunch of what they call promotional pages on Facebook for underground bands, kind of. And because I used to be really into the heavy deathcore, hardcore music, and
Really?
oh yeah, I ran like I booked clubs in Minneapolis for shows and created flyers for them and shit, and had bands, set up the bands and did all the back door shit and fucking um. But what I would do is I like because I would get really into I would spend all my free time going to like Bandcamp and SoundCloud and all of these, sites where bands upload their music to, and I would listen to music from all over the world and all these obscure bands that only had, say 300 Facebook likes, even though they've been around for 5 years or 10 years, but no one's heard their music before. And I would share their song on my website or on my Facebook page, and it wouldn't necessarily be my sharing that would make them famous, but like the admins of the sites that did the same thing as me that were a lot bigger, they would get turned on by it. And like there was bands where I know that they only had like 300 likes before I shared them, and they were in the 10,000s within a week because they got picked up by a bigger group than me. And I don't know, it's kind of a really fun thing but I would just find it like the whole Facebook page is just a whole bunch of music videos from underground bands, basically. And
Well, here's what I was thinking in my experience. So as a kid, it was still albums. Like my parents had album collection. The first things I bought were albums. And then I started collecting cassettes. I'd buy cassettes of whatever rock music. I had a bunch. And then when I became a deadhead for a lot of years, I was a taper. We taped the shows. We had Sony D5 portable cassette recorders, mics, all this. And so we made years worth of cassettes, Maxell XL2s. And then in the later 80s, 90s, we went to DATs, right? But in real music, it went from cassettes and then it went to CDs. And
Black.
and the fact that like we phased out CDs at this point almost, cassettes have long since gone, but somehow albums have come back, right? Albums, there's like, oh, a lot of artists still print albums. It's like a thing, sort of a collector thing, but no, albums are like made a comeback. Shocking to me because out of all those forms, the album was like, yeah, you need a turntable. It had its limitations, scratch, this, that. But that's made a comeback. But cassette, CD, even remember Apple Pod, the hard drive thing where you store music on it? I guess that's still popular, but pretty much music's just on the internet now. It's like people just listen to it that way, not like store it. At least
you ever
I
come
don't.
across one of those Apple Pods that someone still has in the box, buddy? See if you can't get it. Those are like outrageously priced now because they become
They go for good
retro.
money. Even if they've got music on them, they go for good money because
One
of
guy,
all the money that's invested in the music.
our friend, God, we got married a long time ago, but when we got married, he gave me this CD case, but they're not, I forget. Oh, they're MP3s. So like
The mini,
all these
Really
CDs, they have I have like every Beatle album, every classic fucking music. I have, they're all in MP3s only, but I found it the other day. Yeah, it's all on CDs. There's like 20 or 30, 40 CDs, but it's like, oh, all of Johnny Cash, every album, all of everybody, every album, all of everybody, every album. Like, yeah, like as I've been downsizing stuff, I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, it's a lot of music, and maybe one day I don't even think I have a CD player that works anymore. Like that's the thing. It's not that they're phased out the CD. They stopped making CD players.
That's why combo CD players or DVD and VHS are good sellers on eBay.
Well, like new cars, they don't come with CD player anymore. Any player, it's all the unit they put in there is just all meant to be digital, or oh, you can plug in
Yeah,
your phone,
Bluetooth.
or you can plug in.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, you can also throw in a CD. No, fuck, if you want to have that, you got to have a custom unit put in. The new cars don't even add CD player anymore.
Nope. Or a cigarette lighter.
The original
ashtrays.
Master was that back
They
in the
don't
Columbia House
they
days
don't
when
they
people
don't
used to
new
rip
cars
off the
don't even
tapes
have
and
the old
CDs for a
ashtrays
penny.
like it used to be. Cars had ashtrays for smokers. New cars don't even put they've taken it out of the design. There's no more ashtray.
They're making away with the cigarette lighter too, and just giving you USB ports.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was news, but I guess because Ford refused to do it, but the rest of the car companies wanted to take AM out. No more AM. But Ford said
Which
no.
I think would be a mistake. All your news is broadcast on AM. It's long range.
Yeah. Well, so many years ago, my friend, he's since got murdered, but he was down and out. And he was living at my house, and I don't know why or what, but he transferred his Sirius account into my car, right? And it's been like 10 all these years. I have Sirius in my car. Don't but I don't know any of his info. Like whatever, I wouldn't even know to change the account to move it to another car. So oh, if I sold my car, I'd and then have to pay for Sirius, which nah, I don't think I would do that. Even when his was a lifetime thing. Yeah, he bought it at the beginning when I think it was like $300. You got it for life or some shit, right? Um, but I like Sirius because it has everything: comedy, music, every kind of music, news, fucking
Well,
all kinds
every
of shit on
once
there.
in a while they send out deals. It's only like $60 a year,
Well,
$5
they
a
tease
month.
everybody when you first get like a new car. Oh, 2 months of Sirius for free, and then they turn it off and you gotta pay them or whatever. But I remember when that first came on, I was like, yeah, I don't know who's gonna pay to have the Sirius satellite or whatever. Like even that's why Howard Stern got paid so much money because he was so popular at the time. They thought that by having him on that channel, that was like gonna get so many people to subscribe because that was the only place you could hear Howard Stern. I never listened to Howard Stern, but he's on there somewhere. But when Sirius first opened up, their big draw was they signed Howard Stern, and the only place you could hear Howard Stern was on Sirius. I like Sirius when I paid for a while before this happened because they have the Grateful Dead channel and they play nothing but Grateful Dead 24/7. It's a good channel, channel 23.
T-10 once again.
Yeah.
Hey, my 420 and your 420 in the morning.
Well, now I'm
Toast.
officially in California. We're in Christmas Eve. Yeah, we're in Christmas Eve now.
Congratulations, everyone. Happy holidays. May tomorrow be a fun day for you.
I'm my new house, my new ranch hand thing. Scott, who's a horse transporter who comes to towns every so often, he just went coast to coast
delivering a horse and came back. I'm not sure what state or who, maybe the customer, but it's like a ribeye roast that was in the fridge. It's got to be like 2.5 feet long.
Yeah.
I guess. But I could tell. Oh, it's not just something you buy in a store. It like came from like, oh, I mean, obviously he was moving horses.
Butcher.
Yeah, I think some rancher gave it to him or whatever. We're cooking that.
That'd be great. The one thing I do want to cook up when I get home is a tri-tip with pineapple. I miss beef so much, it ain't even funny. I'll probably gain 10 pounds in a month.
Yeah, I mean, I think from hearing the situation, yeah, it makes me realize, oh, one thing in living in the United States, oh, we take beef for granted because it's like, yeah, the one thing we got plenty of is beef. Good beef, medium beef, shit beef,
Yeah.
super high grade beef. You want it this big, that big, any way you want it. You want this cut, that cut, it's there.
See,
Now,
that's the thing.
prices have been a little high lately, but oh well.
But you can get a 1 pound steak. Over here, you're like 150 grams, 200 grams, 300 grams. And it's like, okay, you're going to get to 450? It'd be nice to cook a steak that doesn't mean 1 minute on one side, 1 minute on the other side, and pink on the inside. Holy shit.
Fucking crank it.
Well, that won't get us in trouble too, because I
With
think there's
one
one
time.
thing about clips is there is this amount of seconds, right? So that was like less than a fucking second. That doesn't count. It has to be like a certain amount of bars and then amount of time. That's all part of it too.
Yeah.
Like a super short clip. No, that didn't. Even though we recognized it, I don't think it triggers the thing.
Sin for that.
It was only 2 notes. It needs like 3 or 4.
It's ready to stop it. I had it. It went one time though. Did you see it? Did you see that billboard? Maybe.
Yeah.
Like the Project Bluebeam stuff, where it's just like the holograms. What was that?
Well, there's a billboard I drive by that one of the ads on it's for a cannabis thing, but it like has like 3 ads. It's like a TV screen, it's a full-size billboard, but it like as you're driving by it, it's got it timed. You see like 3 different things, like switches, like, oh, a dentist's office guy or some shit, a weed store, and some other person.
I don't know how this one does it. Sometimes like each pixel is two LEDs slightly offset.
Yeah, LEDs
two
pretty
eyes.
much beyond changing the grow game. It's like changed the whole visual. Like it's not like LED TVs haven't been around a while, but no, they've taken it to a different whole other level. Even I saw a
That's
thing
without
on
eyeglasses.
at the Spear from the outside, and yeah, those things aren't even that close together, but from a distance, it looks like so vivid. Like the LEDs that they have on the outside of the Spear, they're spaced a good distance apart, each one. But somehow when it shows, even the big like super screens they put in football stadiums, yeah, it's not like there's a no, that they can be spaced pretty far apart, but somehow when you look at it, it'll look like super detailed. It's pretty amazing how they got that figured out.
Yeah, Times Square also has some cool billboards.
I mean, I remember the transition where people still didn't everyone have LED. There was, remember, what do you call it, tube TVs or whatever, those other fucking TVs that were this other whole thing. I don't think anybody has those anymore. Like those are just completely obsolete at this point. XBR Sony's or whatever that one, that was a good one, but that was like a tube. Like, but I like not that many years ago, some people still hung onto their tubes and did, hadn't bought LED. Like I don't. Pretty
I
much.
still have a Sony Plasma with a glass screen. Well, I did. It may not be at her house anymore.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
That was
There
a
was a cool
$5,600 TV when I bought it.
There was a good video too of this the modern day water pistol, water gun. Like that's another one of these futuristic devices. Like holy shit, like technology is taking us in the future. They sell it on Amazon. It's like this $160 water gun. It's electric, and you just dunk it into a pail of water, put it on like fill mode. It fills itself up, and it fires. It like describes it as a cohesive burst of water.
Yep.
And like in slow motion, it just looks like a cylinder of water. It looks like it shines like a bright light every time it fires too. So it's like something futuristic. It's like this blast coming, and they show it hitting things.
I've seen it mainly because of Chris Guerrero, but like there's some little fucking plastic gun thing that you put grains of salt in, and you can shoot flies at and shit.
With for flies, yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
I saw it at the Ace Hardware. I didn't buy it. I was one of those things that it'd probably be a gimmick for a few weeks, and then I'd find it years later and be like, yeah, I remember this, because like, yeah, I'm not gonna be like shooting flies. That's pretty.
After a while, it gets fun though. Like it really.
I guess it would be fun for
a waste
a
of
little
time.
bit.
When you're bored, yeah, you just like, and that fly that doesn't leave you alone, it's like, I'm gonna get you.
And you would get your accuracy up because, yeah, if you're trying to shoot a grain of salt and hit a fly, you'd have to have pretty good fucking aim.
Well, it's a shotgun blast, so it blasts like a shotgun. So you have like you practice like on a can or something from a far distance. But like once you get good, you just gotta point the target and pull the trigger, and that's literally it. It's just like a real one. It's crazy. It is a real one. It's just you salt.
Yeah, well, whoever came up with that idea, he probably sold a shitload of them and is driving a fucking Bentley.
$68.95 or something when I first got them. It was at Ace Hardware, and I got the yellow one, so people wouldn't think that it was a real one in my backyard, because they had like the black ones and all these cool ones that looked real almost. I was like,
my uncle's got one that's like a sawed-off shotgun.
Yeah,
a bug assault.
They got all these different versions. They got the handgun. They got they got all these different versions. Big double barrel.
Happy 20.
Cheers, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me for my 420 in the evening. Like I said, time for that joint. I rolled like 7, 8 joints for the music festival, and then found out that it wasn't hippie music, psychedelic hippie music. It was psychedelic electric music. And that kind of killed the mood. So I got a bunch of pre-rolled joints here.
Yeah, I finished I rolled 5 really nice joints to go to this Masonic party. I smoked one myself, half on the way home and none on the one. So this morning, I still had 4 left, but I smoked them today. I only have a roach. But
well, yeah,
everyone was doing dabs. There was like no one. It was weird. They were all just dab heads. It wasn't like, oh, anyone want to smoke a joint? No, not in that crowd. They were
hash heads.
Hash heads. They're all cool and all, but I'm not a hash head. I like it and all, but no, I wouldn't qualify. I'm not. Even though in 2011 I started a company, Dab OTG, Dab on the Go, and had booths and was part of the BHO thing, and so I've been around the hash thing. No, no, I'm not one of those. Is it inside this culture? There's different little sects, cliques, in the hash heads, and then within the hash heads, there's the heady boys. Yeah.
1 for 6.
The ones that won't let here, you can do a dab out of my rig, but I'll hold it for you. I'll put it in for you. I'll heat it up for you. I'll clean it for you.
Well, some of those rigs I get it.
Yeah, I don't want
something I had was like $3, $5, $10,000 piece of glass.
Yeah, anything like that doesn't get handled.
Most likely, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't bring it out. I'd be at home, but yeah, some of those rigs are pretty fragile too.
The ones that Mace have seem to be pretty sturdy.
Yeah,
like the giraffe.
Yeah, well, those I've hit those at his house. He doesn't bring those out.
Yeah,
he has like the ones that are out. Well, other people, even when you see these guys walk up, okay, they always are carrying like a Pelican case and have like a expensive backpack. I don't know what's in the backpack, but the backpack's expensive, and they have a Pelican case, right? And then those are like heady boys. There's like they have a certain look. One, you got to have a Pelican case.
What about the
Huh? You
What
got
about
to
the
like be
backpack on the front?
carrying your rig. Oh, and now they all have a little mini refrigerator, right?
Jeez.
Because especially full melt, like this full melt I got, it was like this whole jar full of beautiful white trichromes, fresh out of the freezer. Even when I went over to the table and was dabbing, like they sort of laughed at me because I didn't know when it's cold like that, you got to let it get room temperature first. You don't open it because that fucks it up. And then you're supposed to keep it on the freezer to keep it from. It's like mine, even though it still fucking hits killer. It's motor breath crossed into something. It's really good. It just turned into like
goo.
that. Yeah. And it's super hard. Like it's not like rosin where I could just dip into it. I have to like it's sticky as fuck. But
I've
I'm
got a
not
buddy who just
like
takes
even when they like, oh, I got a refrigerator in the kitchen. If I had to get up to get this jar out of the refrigerator and then let it get temperature and then take a hit, no, it, that's too much. If it's not just right here in front of me and I can grab it, you know what I mean? Like
I know a
it's
guy who
not
just
that
takes a straight,
serious to me.
just has a straight metal tube that he heats up with a torch, and he just sticks it right into his jar of fucking gabs and just smokes it
And
that way.
yeah, if I had to like be so into my rig being so clean that every hit I had to dunk it and clean this thing and da 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 da. No, it's not that serious to me. I appreciate all that. I appreciate all that. Like, yeah, the right terp slurper with the marble and the fucking pill and the perfect temperature and it's
Didn't the
perfect
mob used to
clean.
make like kill people with ice cubes? Wasn't that like a rumor? The
It's
CIA?
not like I have
Don't you
anything better to do with my
don't you
time,
just
but
take
that's not
the
what I'm going to do with
torch?
my time.
Don't you just take the torch and hold the torch on the bottom of the pot until everything burns off of it? Isn't that how you
Well,
clean
you
them?
can do that, and that chases it, or you just use a Q-tip and clean it out. That's what all I
Yeah,
do.
if you
I
come to
stick to the
Thailand
bucket.
and your
The terp
alcohol's
slurper,
blue, don't use it. That's ethyl alcohol.
the terp
You may,
slurper, that you kind of do need to clean every time. Where like a bucket, yeah, you could just Q-tip it real good, or even burn it off. But a terp slurper, but yeah, like the hits I took yesterday at 500, like where I'm like 500, so it's a pretty low temp on a terp slurper. Oh, perfectly clean. You can taste every little bit of whichever one you're
yeah.
doing.
Purpler
But
with grape soda. Yeah, I'm stoned.
but that's a lot of that's a that's a lot of cleaning and shit to do that. Like that's what I notice when I hang out with those guys is that the whole time for those hours, that's what they're doing. Q-tips, these towels, they got all the stuff, like all these things. Even today, I
All the
brought my
accoutrement.
I brought my rig and all my stuff to work to offer dabs to my partners. And I thought about it and I wrapped it up. I put it all in a box. And then when I got there and set it up, one, I forgot Q-tips, but oh, we had some there. Two, I forgot the dome cap, right?
Oh, that's the worst.
And yeah, we used the container cap to make do, but it wasn't as didn't seal like the same. But I was like,
No.
that was that. Oh, but I did remember to bring the tool. Like, oh, it's all these things, and if you miss one of those things,
The
oh, the
accoutrement.
experience is off.
Yeah.
Now, a joint, you need a rolling paper. That's pretty easy to always have one of those around. And the weed,
The
that's it.
weed.
And you're good to go. And you could take it anywhere, be anywhere, let it go out, relight it. Like,
The former me would say that's why I used to snort lines too.
Or a
Never mind.
pipe.
Hell yeah.
Give a man a pipe and smoke for a lifetime. Give him a pack of papers and he's good for a week.
Yeah, but sometimes you cross borders and you can't take a pipe, even if you clean it
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just yeah. I'm just joking around.
The old shoe.
Like my friend told me about Vietnam, he just did a border run, and he says, "I know you, and I'm telling you this." So my tolerance level by the time I get back should be pretty well knocked down.
I guess the serious enthusiast would make his own rolling papers, learn the art of paper making.
You can make them out of rice. You can make them out of a lot of things.
Those are usually the finest that I remember though.
Make them out of hemp.
Rice papers,
Clubs.
Marijuana stock.
Yeah, but those were thick. I mean I remember trying those and rolling papers, but
Or what? Randy's hemp?
maybe you can make them out of
were the
make them out
best.
of stick only. Somehow make them just out of trichomes.
Well, I've been packing to move.
Yeah, a little bit.
I
of
found
cellulose.
cupboards and boxes that had really styly. I remember us buying them bongs with blown killer, but they're the kind that you remember you had to have the grommet that fit in there that then the down tube went in, right? Which I guess if I went to a head shop, I could probably use them, but
You have to
like
pull the
that's
stem
not
out?
even how bongs, like that's not how they make bongs anymore, right? Like,
You pull the stem out for a choke?
I found my volcano in my cupboard. Yeah, I guess if I bought some more of those bags, the bags
That's
are
all you
been
need.
Is
Is
that
yours
one
digital or
like out
one
of
of the first ones
no,
with
it's
the
one of the
dial
first
knob?
ones, but oh, I enjoyed that. I remember having it on my counter. I know one thing, you better be a grower if you're going to smoke out of volcano, because like I remember we had
It
this
takes
certain
a lot to
ashtray
get you high.
where we put the carcass, and I after a few days I'd be like, holy shit, there's this huge pile of fucking carcass. But it was tasty and probably healthier, and I don't like the noise of the bags. Turkey bag noises bug me. Like it's one of my weird like ticks. Like even when they're new, they don't make this crunchy noise that bugs me. But like as they get a little older, they change. Yeah,
Like when
the
Sun Chips
noise
went
of
to
a
that
turkey
really
bag,
loud
the
bag for a
crunchy
while.
noise. Oh, that fucking drives me nuts.
Like when Sun Chips first came out, their bags were just like you could wake up your neighbor with them trying to sneak a chip.
Yeah, well, that's turkey bags. It's fucking, I deal with them my life of turkey bags, and the noise bugs the fuck out of me. And that's what a volcano bag is, turkey bag.
Yep. Exactly.
But then I found a bunch of other pipes and this and all these years of stuff that are like outdated. I don't even know why I'm saving it now. Oh, I found my sidecar from Snodgrass
That's
that was like
cool.
I might have traded him a bud, or I might have given him $20 or something, because it was like back when he literally sold pipes on tour out of the back of his SUV or whatever for like reasonable prices, because that was before he was famous and known. Now that one's a collector piece that's like, okay.
Yeah.
And I won't just, it's clean enough. I could start smoking out of it, and I'd be afraid to break it or whatever, because But the rest of
It's a
it, I'm like,
snodgrass now.
I know it's bad when like my workers or people are helping me. I'm like, oh, if you want any of that, you could have it. They're like, they look at it and they're like, and they're really cool pieces, but like they're outdated. They're like, nah, that's the wrong kind. That's not the kind of bowl I have or whatever. Like, yeah, like grommets. Remember, you have to put the grommet in the fucking thing, and not all the blowers were real good at like putting it right. So, like, if your
Did you have to
grommet
like
needed to
pull
be
the stem out
replaced,
as a choke? Are you talking about the kind where you have to pull the stem out like for like as a choke?
yeah, like that kind, you know,
Here's the
20 years
demonstrator.
ago.
I got the hole in the back. My glass pong has a hole with the little grommet, little red grommet on there.
Now, I haven't taken a bong hit. Well, I guess maybe one or two, just because if someone offers me at their house a bong hit, I won't say no. But no, I don't like bong hits.
A little it is.
I missed the gravity bong 2-liter in the tub.
I got the guy around the shop around the corner to stop testing people's weed out of a bong and smoke a joint of it to test weed that he wants to buy or people are trying to sell him.
Well, if you do that all the time, over time, then you'll develop a way to see if it burns good, if it, you know, like even some certain strains
Mold.
that are super killer. Somehow when you break it up or grind it, then it doesn't smoke so good in a joint. You know,
We had some bud.
some weed like is perfect where it doesn't really burn, but it stays smoldering enough that you don't have to relight it. It like you don't have to hit it every second, but it will stay going. Other weed, and it's not always the dryness of the weed. Some of it's the structure of the bud. Yeah, like if you don't keep it hitting it'll go out by itself pretty quick. But there's a bunch of things you notice about it, especially if you use the same rolling papers all the time.
Well, we got hit with, there was a farm that had a problem, and we're talking like nickel to quarter size buds would look fine, and then you would break them open, and then that inner part, you could just see the mold in it. And these are from like little buds that you wouldn't suspect it from. But breaking the buds up to grind them up to roll a joint, you notice it. But we had a lot of bud come into town like that looked really good. Had trichlomes on it all over the place. But that's a big problem over here is moldy weed. You tell people like this guy's got a wet wall and he shows you a picture and you say, hey, you got a problem there. That white crystallization on your plants in front of your wet wall and this on your wet wall.
Well, wait,
you need to
explain
like
what do you mean
that.
a wet wall? You're talking about a waterfall wall?
A wall of
What's
water.
a wet wall?
It's like a big radiator.
So it's like a way of cooling where it's water.
Yeah. Yeah, water.
I made it in the greenhouse with a king size mattress and a hose and a big barn fan.
But I told him, hey, listen, you have powder mildew. And his guys at the shop were trimming up, and I seen they were trimming up the flour that had powder mildew the other day, and they're still selling it. I know I won't be buying anything more at that shop.
Well, I mean, a lot of it is the overall climate there's right, much more humid, tropical. It's tropical, right? And,
Yeah,
I mean, for the most part,
tropical.
right?
But
Well,
we don't have a
tropical.
powder mildew problem here, unless you put it in a air conditioned room and you dry it out.
Well, and you might not have
Because
had
unless
powdery
it's
mildew
really dry
problem,
out, you're not going to have
but
powder
when
mildew.
a lot of these plants that have been infected with powdery mildew and cloned off of for decades, which a lot of that genetics came into your country, plants that might not be exhibiting powdery mildew, but have been, you know, powdery mildew is probably there now. There's powdery mildew has like a whole like hundreds of different strains of it, like each, like
Exactly.
you know,
it happens all over the world. It's just
yeah.
when the temperature right and the humidity is right.
No,
And
like the Latin name for that powdery mildew is like if you research it, there's a Latin name.
That's an old pipe.
It's responsible for like fathom, like when everyone starves to death. Like in the history of man, powdery mildew's killed like almost more people than any other agriculture thing. But it's not really called powdery mildew. It's referred to as its Latin name, but it's the same thing. Like the potato blight in Ireland or that area called potato fathom. I can't pronounce it right. That was basically caused by powdery mildew, a form of powdery mildew. Like before they even knew what it was, it would wipe out crops, and then that people would starve to death.
I thought he was showing us a pipe with that first one.
Pirate heads and skulls. I literally fell asleep right now when I was standing here. I saw a skull. Keep nodding off. Sucks.
Yeah.
Some coffee before.
Hash is better. My hash is better.
Yeah, I still have a big pile of dry sift.
Oh man.
Do you press your dry sift together or you just leave it loose, powdered? Press it?
It depends on
loose.
Yeah.
I usually leave it loose.
I used to put it in film containers, and then some of them would be like that milk that would like crash and turn into like a gooey stuff. Other stuff would stay dry and stay keefy. Which I used to like it when it was dry and keefy because I like to just sprinkle that in joints. That's my favorite thing to do with keef.
I was thinking about just rolling a keef joint. Solid keef. Those are good. Just make a hole in the middle of it.
Yeah.
When you roll it, put a stick in there and pull it out. Get a nice dry sift joint.
During the summertime, I would collect all my keef, and right as winter was starting, right as my heater in my house in Michigan would kick on, I would take all my keef and put it in a little baggie and put it in between two plates for they were blank plates for junction boxes. And I had two C clamps and I would just clamp it down and I would press that keef all during the winter time in front of that heater. And then springtime, I would undo it.
I keep a little
Be all
corner baggie or
black.
like a boat. You know how you can fold a boat in a little origami? I keep one of those wrapped with duct tape in my wallet, or like in between my wallet and my butt cheek. So it's constantly getting that nice ass pressure on
Some
Ass hash.
Yeah, man.
Ryan smoking ass hash.
Just leave my
Hey, I smoked grass out of my ass, so it could be worse.
No. I'm sure some of the hash I've smoked over the years has come into country that way too.
I just took a little bit of it. I'm pressing it between two fingers. It's just a little bit, seeing how it is, and rolling it.
In my new
Yeah,
life, I'm
it's
responsible for
pretty
all
good.
these animals every day. So I feed them either this alfalfa hay that's in these, hay bales, or this Bermuda grass. But the alfalfa, it's like stemmy. Like I was thinking the other day that if someone like had pressed alfalfa type bales out of hemp, wouldn't that be like just as good or better or even healthier for horses to eat?
No,
Like I don't
alfalfa's got
think,
a lot more. They've got all the tricanthanol and all that shit.
but I look at the
A lot of
I can see they're
protein.
doing
stems, or
they make
like when I
And
pellets.
peel off
chewing it.
chunks of
That's
it,
got the nitrogen,
it
the
reminds me of
protein.
like it doesn't look like if you made it, like other than maybe the shape of the leaf, it would look about the same. Like if you field growed
Yeah.
like hemp plants and mowed it down and put it in bales. Because like when I peel off these alfalfa parts, yeah, it's like all these stems in there and stuff. Just like the stems look close to what
Yeah,
cannabis
It might be
stems
good
would look
too.
like.
look like alfalfa though. They don't just
You
automatically bale it, or it would
you can't
start on fire.
chew it. I don't think they could chew it, could they really?
Oh,
What's
they
that?
munch.
I
Hey,
mean,
I'm always
hemp's a
surprised
pretty
when I'm
strong
listening
fiber.
to
Yeah.
Oh no,
the
cattle will eat it. I mean, but they're
yeah,
not. They
they
don't.
got when they eat hay and
They
stuff,
don't
you hear
prefer
them
it.
chomping on their teeth, like
Like
they grind
grind
that
it up.
shit up. Like it ain't no
Yeah,
joke.
you
Like they're
could
like
grind.
chomping on these huge teeth.
I'm sure you could probably grind it up and put it in with a mix
Well, I'm sure at
and
some
feed it
point,
through a
if
trough.
hemp farming was like a huge thing at one point in our country, and they fed livestock with that shit, like why not? Like,
Right.
they pretty
They don't
much.
prefer it as a grazing plant. If you get into um like paddock feeding and all that shit, they'll avoid it and they'll
Well,
eat
it
it
might
kind of
not
that.
be something to have like in their daily diet, but it probably wouldn't be a bad thing that if like, oh, weekly or monthly they had a certain amount of it that would give them the benefits of the CBD and the hemp and all the medical things we are know now would apply to animals too, right?
But it is a fat. I mean, you got to give a cow a lot of. They've got to ingest a lot of hemp to get the effects as we would. I would imagine. You know, like a 2,000 pound animal. I mean, that's 10 times as much. That's like 10 times a joint? Fucking like
Well,
a
they're
quarter ounce at a
beneficial.
time just to catch a buzz.
Well, and when it comes to okay, each animal is different. We don't deal with any pigs, but I
Deer,
know enough that a pig will eat anything, right? And uh, yeah, I would think that hemp grows so easily and all that I don't know.
you
I
could put
just
in a
because I
pig slop.
always think that.
Like
I know that this one baby
they had
horse.
a little tent that want to eat hay, which is just the, like the cut grass, versus horses prefer the alfalfa, I believe.
2 different
You
days.
could probably get
and
chickens to eat seeds. You could probably get your chickens to eat seeds.
When I
Oh, yeah,
put this
for sure you
one
could.
baby horse called Xena, it's only 6 months old, in its stall. 2 times in like a month, I've had like a couple buds in a baggie in my front pocket, right? Most days I don't. I have other shit in my pocket, but not any weed. These 2 days when I was like standing right in front of her stall where she has a place to lower the gate goes lower for she can stick her head out. She like totally stuck her head and was like sniffing up my pants right where the weed was, like it like could smell like like
Well, we got like the
Smoke
worst
a
smell
joint
of
with me.
I'm gonna have to ask Carrie if it's okay, but like if they like apples, well, can I give them some like weed once in a while? Some treat?
I think that's a mistranslation.
I can see you having that conversation, bud.
Well, like if you grow some male plants or cup some, oh, you do your defoliating, whatever. Why wouldn't you feed it to them? Okay, that's what they eat. Everything that's green, that fucking they love it. Any leaf, they'll eat the fucking leaves off the tree.
But they are like, when given the opportunity to free range and to selectively graze, it isn't one of their top.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know how
Well,
to
I
call
know
it.
one thing. They fucking love alfalfa more than that other hay. Like the other hay, like the one horse,
It's
like
fresh.
basically
Timothy
won't
grass,
even
maybe.
fuck with that. But the alfalfa, they go crazy for that shit.
And I believe hay's like gone to seed already most of the time, so then it's like there's not nearly as much or nutrition in it. I'm just talking out of my ass out here, basically.
Well, like I've seen hay fields and I know about that, but I've never had any hands-on experience. But that's a hell of a racket that you can just grow basically fucking nothing, these hay, and then chop it
Hey,
up and
now.
put it in these
It is more than
bales
just that, though.
and
There's
charge
certain.
like $14
There's a lot
a
of work
bale
to it.
for it.
Yeah. I've baled a lot of bales of hay and alfalfa
Yeah.
growing up, Midwest boy.
Phew.
Learned how to drive a tractor
Oh,
when I
my.
was like 10 or 11, probably. And I got paid chores for many years. I had to throw alfalfa bales over a 6-foot fence to feed the neighbors' horses. They had big percherons. I don't know. It was fucking
Yeah, well,
not fun when they're like
I'm gonna
60
learn,
bales.
or I'm sort of paying attention. But yeah, that we have a tractor. It's not one of those big ones. It's with a K, Kabuti or something,
Kubota.
whatever. But it's got a lot of functions. It's
An
got
orange one, right?
a lot of knobs and shit. Does this and that. And we have a couple different fittings. I've helped change I don't even know fucking
Forks on it,
name.
or
But
the
there's all
attachment?
these adjustments. He fucking knob can change the pitch of it and all this. I've driven almost anything. Like I'm not afraid of it, but I'm like, oh yeah, I don't know how to drive a tractor. You gotta, it's not a car.
Got a front end loader.
My grandpa had 2 Alice Chalmers tractors. I think they were both
Massey Ferguson.
One of them had a wide front and one of them had a skinny front, but they both had buckets on them. They were like,
Never had a bucket, but had 2 Massey Fergusons and a Ford.
Worked on a lot of the old cases and shit. The W's and the D, or what is it? The D's and W's and C's.
I call it whatever. It's like a plow, or it's like, okay, so yeah, there's an arena that has the size and the exact ground, whatever, soil, it's not even soil, that is called like Olympic or show, meaning to practice your horses, it has to be the same as like when they're going to compete. So this arena is huge. It's like this, it's almost like rock wall, it's like this foam and sand and I think one other thing. And because it rained a couple days ago, it's been like a little bit of rain. Yeah, last night it was already dark, but we had headlamp. Yeah, we had to hook this other
Attachment.
attachment, but this thing like forks it up, like, oh, it's custom, like fuck, it's mechanical,
Windmill.
made for this arena, but like to try to give it
Leveling bar, I bet. It's does it have like
no, the
backwards
opposite of
hooks on it?
leveling. It's to try to make it like as much surface
Fluffier?
area and like not level, because if it's level, then when it rains, the sand will pool and wash away from the yeah, to keep it mixed
Arena.
right. Yeah. So it goes and it fluffs it up and kind of turns it into like a bunch of little, like, not
So it
piles
just
by any
soaks
means.
in.
Yeah, more surface area. Like, yeah,
Fluff
and
it
to
up.
keep that up, like, oh, one thing is most of the places you ride where they set that up for the event. To keep one year round, oh, like it's a lot of work. Like, oh, if you don't keep it watered in and all this stuff, well then, oh, and the horses will start to compact it and shit. So you gotta,
I always thought
yeah.
it was really crazy how I used to go to a whole bunch of motocrosses or supercrosses back in the day. The AMA tour would come through the
Yeah,
Metrodome.
they have a whole
And
art. There's like
they would come
certain
in there and
guys
they would
that
set up these
are,
dirt tracks, and they would have the precise uh moisture of that dirt, that dirt clay mixture that they had, their proprietary blend of whatever C5 or whatever the hell it was. And that would I always loved coming early so we could watch them build the tracks.
yeah, no, there's a whole art to that. And there's certain guys that are like known as the top guys
Dirtworks. I still remember
in
the
that
company that did
industry,
it.
that because yeah, and sometimes over the years they fuck up, like it's because a lot of it has to come from the region. So, oh, not all dirt's created equal, and when you're building these track designs, they lay in a certain corner, and the next thing you know, they rut it out in 10 laps, and yeah, there's a lot to that. Mainly because of the power of those bikes, will tear up anything pretty quick.
Yeah, that'd always be an issue is where they'd have the ruts that would swallow a whole bike.
Yeah, well, it's part of the whole race experience is knowing that, oh, the track starts out this way, but to get to the main, it's going to turn into this, regardless of how well it's built.
So it was fun watching the outdoor ones where it's raining and shit just gets swallowed up.
Well, yeah, those guys pretty much race no matter what. I mean, if the conditions, conditions once it gets to what they deem unsafe, but there's been some crazy battles where you couldn't even get around the track. You would just swap it. Like, yeah, I love motocross.
You ever seen the film Any Given Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh no, On Any Sunday is what it is.
Yeah, I think, or Was it? Yeah, that's the one. That was like one of the historic motorcycle movies that kind of, just like in surfing, there's the one about Wednesday, uh, about some legendary swell, like on it, something Wednesday, Big Wednesday, something. You ever see that surf movie?
I have seen a surf movie. I can't remember what it was though.
It's kind of cheesy or whatever, but they say that movie like introduced surfing to more people than anything.
The Crusty Demons of Dirt videos were big back in the day for the dirt bike
Well,
motocross guy.
I live in this area between Temecula, IE, North County. Yeah, it's like even right on this freeway, the 15, there's a empty lot or field that is a total motocross thing. I forget which pro. It's one of the top guys. That's his place. And sometimes when you're driving by, oh, they're practicing. They're ripping around.
Back when I used to pay attention, there was Jeff Emig and Jeff
A lot of that stuff is based here, like the whatever you call it, the X game crowd of motorcycle guys, surf
I think
guys, skate guys.
they used to always have the finals at the Coliseum in LA where the track would go in and out of the stands and shit.
Yeah. They still have events there.
There is no more Metrodome.
The Coliseum's still there, but there's new stadiums popping up. Now the soccer teams and different things, they seem like they can just pop up these insta stadiums, like, and then they built this giant ass billion dollar one called SoFi. I went there. It's mega, it's big, but the soccer team plays. Yeah, LA just has all these venues now. The Coliseum, though, is epic because that place actually like can hold over 100,000 or some shit when like they seated it to capacity. Very few places hold that many people. Some of the best like festival concerts, rock and roll ones like Cheap Trick and all these crazy bands. Yeah, they used to be at the Coliseum in the 80s. Like all those rock bands, they would have like World Music Festival at the Coliseum. It would be epic.
Make Christoph a sandwich.
Actually, I'm looking at stuff to eat, and I had to kind of laugh here. It's fried chicken with spicy cow's drippings.
Well,
sauce.
Remember last time I was driving home, I said, "Oh, I had to get Winchell's donuts, and they suck, and they do suck." Today, on my way to the warehouse where the three of us were working, I stopped at the Good Donut stop in Bonsall and got a dozen donuts. They were like, oh, the best ones. And then there's 4 left.
Wow.
That I brought home from that didn't get eaten today when we were working.
I thought it was the buck that had the nuts.
Yeah, I got 4 good donuts. I'm gonna have half of one now. I'm going with the maple buttermilk. I'll save the other one for tomorrow.
Chili mayonnaise sauce. Mm.
I already had too many donuts today. That's how I ended up at Captain Kino's. Like, we started working at whatever time, eating donuts and drinking coffee. And I remember it was 6:45 and we still had some more work to go. And I was like, fuck, I don't need any more donuts. I need real food. And then we finished up at whatever time. I'm like, oh, I'm going over to Captain Kino's. And I had what did I have? I had baby back ribs. I've been all over since we've been on. I started at work and went to Keno's and then went to Albertsons and home. A few months, for like 5 months, I had a hernia and could barely even do anything. Since I'm recovered and back to normal, I can't just sit around. Before the hernia, I used to sit around. It wasn't like I was, but since I recovered, I'm so into like being recovered and having 5 months of like no bad health and compromise. It's just great to be able to be busy. Like stand up, do things, not hurt, not like, yeah, that was gnarly. I know a lot of people have had hernias, but that was gnarly.
I would just have to carry around this huge cock my whole life.
Oh man, this place has got mac and cheese.
He's got green fingers.
You can't go wrong with mac and cheese. I mean, there's levels of mac and cheese. I like a really good one, but any mac and cheese is pretty good.
I'm
Sometimes
thinking
I
about
crave
the Korean fried chicken.
I
Gotta
crave
have
But
those.
they don't
the
offer.
dollar box of mac with the powdered shit. Sometimes I crave that.
Gotta have the Velveeta shells. Worth that
Yeah,
pack.
like sometimes it's weird, like, because I grew up kind of on fucking junk food from the 60s. I crave certain things that, like, yeah, I still crave Captain Crunch every once in a while, like Pop Tarts every once in a while, crappy fucking box mac and cheese.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm gonna have to save this restaurant.
I like the baked
I
macaroni.
like healthy things too, but like I couldn't give up
Daddy Mac will make you.
all those other things too. I actually think that as bad as some of those things are, as long as you eat them in moderation, you're okay.
Yeah, I mean, my grandma ate a lot of butter every day. A lot of butter every
Yeah.
day. She's like 80 something. She like had a lot of.
My grandma used to cook and save like the bacon grease and have like lard and
I still save
butter
bacon grease.
and yeah.
Wait,
I
my
think
mom
you're
would
talking
do
about those Pop Tarts. I want to get some Pop Tarts.
deep fry. I guess
Yeah,
Pop
I'm
Tarts.
over the Pop Tarts.
Good.
I probably won't eat another Pop Tart for years, but I definitely went on like a thing. It started where at that grocery outlet they had, forget, maybe it was only $6.99, but you got 48. You got like all these boxes inside the box, right? And I was like, oh, for $5.99 or some ridiculously low price. I'm like, oh, fuck it. I bought
That
it.
sounds dangerous.
Russian
But
nesting
they
Pop
were
Tarts.
all strawberry. They were all strawberry. I like that one. I might like that would probably be the one I would choose. But that many of the strawberry, even before I went through those, I bought single boxes of the cherry, which that's my favorite one, cherry. And then
I'm gonna be
I
looking for
tried
them at the
some
store
other
next time.
like chocolate one, which no, that wasn't any good. Oh
The
no,
s'mores ones are
raspberry.
okay, and
or
And,
grape or something.
every once in a while.
And then I was like, each time I ate them, I'm like, what am I eating? This is like, is this even food? Like, what is this?
I don't even have a pop-up toaster anymore. That was like the whole thing
Right?
about them.
Like,
I heard that Pop Tarts are supposed to be good with butter.
it's like, I'm not
Or
even
they
sure what that
packaged this in
is, right?
twos for the toaster.
I mean, I know that there's some sugar icing with sprinkles on top, but like the crusty stuff is like, it's weird. It's
That's
and then
Get the unfrosted stuff and put butter on it, like Ryan was just saying. That's super fire. But the unfrosted, you don't need the frosted butter. That's
How about
low.
cinnamon rolls with fucking
Yeah, that's the healthy way to
ice
go,
cream?
right?
What is it? The fucking cream
well,
cheese icing?
I've seen it,
It's the
but
frosting that's the unhealthy.
it was before I was into eating Pop Tarts. But I once saw a package that said that it was like a healthy pop. It was made by Pop Tart, but it was like a healthy Pop Tart. I remember me and my wife laughing at just the concept when we saw it on the shelf that it was like
Oh
all
yeah, it's a health food
natural,
store. Yeah.
whatever. No, it was like at Walmart or something. It was it had to have been a few years back because I can remember me and my wife because she was a vegetarian health food nut forever. Like not like she cared that anyone else was, but she was, right? Um, so yeah, we laughed at the marketing of the like healthy, natural, whatever the fuck. Like somehow they were marketing a Pop Tart. Like could there even be such a thing?
That's awesome.
Toaster strudels.
Toaster strudels were good. Those are super good.
Was that those old ones?
Because
Were
I
those
like
like oval
white
shaped and
icing.
thicker?
You can't go wrong with that white icing.
Yeah,
that
we
cream
have to put the
cheese.
icing. We have to put that on there. Otherwise, it's
Banana cake and carrot cake and fucking
Whenever
cinnamon
when
rolls.
somebody realized all of a sudden, like, hey, let's make things you can bake by putting them in a pop-up toaster.
yeah.
Like, wow, that opened up like a whole new idea, like all things you could do in a pop-up
Has
toaster.
anyone
Like,
ever grilled
there were
frozen?
like pizzas, like with like, it was like the gooey stuff was all enclosed inside. It was like two crusts.
Well, I guess they wouldn't keep them around if we didn't buy them, but people go out and buy them all, so it's a win for them automatically, even if it is crap. Food smells
My
like
favorite thing to buy, but lately they haven't been on sale where I used to buy them when they were like cheaper. They're made by Partridge Farm and they make either apple or red raspberry turnovers, right? And they're like in the frozen area, but they're flaky. Like when you cook them right, they're flaky. Um, yeah, they would be like two for $5, so like $2.50 each. And I'd buy a few of them, and then since the new inflation thing, oh no, they're like $5.99 for like. So that would mean there's only four of them in there, so it'd be like $2 for each turnover or some shit. Nah, it's not worth
I used to
that.
get turnovers
I
when
buy
I
them
was
for
in elementary school. They had like little packages that they'd be filled with like grape filling or fucking blueberry filling or whatever, but it kind of be like a Pop Tart crust, but soft and taco shaped kind of. I mean, one of them things in fucking a decade of it.
even though it's like, oh, I drive by it, I don't like. I'll even go to Trader Joe's, but I'm telling you, if you go to Trader Joe's, they make these chocolate croissants that are frozen, but they're better than the best French bakery. They really are, because when you cook them, you have to let them sit for 8 hours while they blow up because it's like the dough, and that's why they're like super flaky and the like So you can't just put them in the oven. You got to let them sit for 8 hours before you cook them. Yeah, I think I've brought it up twice now because sometimes I drive out of my way to go to Trader Joe's and buy like 10 boxes of those because they're that good. But they only have them at Trader Joe's. They make a regular one too, but the chocolate one is the one to get.
I'm gonna try them.
It's like legit, and it's like frozen from the frozen section. Very few things from the frozen section like is as good as like the real thing, you know. I think the croissants from Trader Joe's, yeah, that's the ticket.
I'm thinking shrimp tonight. I can get it with blue crab or regular crab.
Is it? I mean,
I've never had blue crab. What's the difference?
Smaller.
Well, supposedly it's a
Okay.
rare thing when it's a blue lobster, but the meat's the same. It's not like, but I don't know what it is with crab. It's probably a different crab.
Dungeness is nice. My favorite.
But I mean, over here, crab is like super expensive and a delicacy, or it's very expensive. Over there, it's probably less expensive, right? Crab's more plentiful, and a couple
Yeah,
times,
there's a lot of crab over here.
and then I'm not a customer for it, but one time I looked at the crab and it was like some crab leg, and it like said it was $253 just for like this piece of crab. I'm like, holy fuck, man! People aren't fucking around when it comes to crab.
Yeah. I remember getting like $30 one and thinking that was expensive. And it was. It was way too expensive for just some crab. It was years and
Well,
years ago.
I don't eat crab. I'm not a fish guy, but when I watch those guys catch it on that show for years, and they would talk about how much money it was worth, I was always like, holy shit. Meaning, like, one of those boats filled with crab were like millions of dollars. I'm like, holy shit. Crab ain't no joke.
They itch. Right.
Yeah.
They're itchy little crabbies.
When you work it out and they're getting paid like $12 a pound for some of those king crab, $20 a pound.
Yeah, no, I think they get paid more than that. Like close
Yeah,
to
the
20.
Alaskan.
That's in bulk at the fucking
20.
packing house way the fuck up there. That's like,
Well, maybe what the fishermen get paid.
like I think even they show like on one of those crab boats, one of those big king crab is basically almost worth $100, like per crab being caught on the boat way out there.
Yeah, I can't tell time apparently.
One thing though is like, oh, that takes a special kind of guy to fucking be one of those crabbers. I mean, it's probably a good gig. You only work so many months doing it and make a lot of money.
Yeah.
But
It's hard work though.
Yeah.
Believe me.
That show was probably good for the industry.
well, it's
I would think. I
weird.
wonder if the price went up.
Seriously, I feel like through the years of watching
that.
those reality shows when those were like a new thing and popular, I feel like I've been a crabber, I've been a logger, I've been a gold miner, I've been a survivor in the fucking survival fucking shows. Oh wait, they had the truck show. They had the one where they were on the ice road of fucking Alaska truck show. They had you feel like you watched a few seasons of those things and you like vicariously, you know, At least you have a comprehension of what some of those gigs were.
Yeah.
You know,
Big chicken
Like
on
crabbing, yeah.
rice.
so
Like
shit,
that
I
crabbing, yeah, it's not
more
9 to 5.
during those seasons because they produce those shows pretty well where you felt like you were like right on the fucking boat, man.
Cheers. We just missed the 20.
It
421.
is weird though that because I've seen different like posts where like not all, but like varying people from varying reality shows end up like being like criminals or like basically having like fucked up shit happen or like even remember those I give it to them for this. You remember the two guys, what was that show, Frank and they went and searched out junk. What was that show? It was like the most
Antique Roadshow.
American Pickers.
No, Pickers.
American Pickers.
The Pickers, that's still going.
That they didn't resign the show is because the one of them like invested and was promoting a CBD hemp business. That he was in or whatever, and because of that, that network wouldn't resign him. And hey, he could have like said, "Oh fuck it, all right, I won't do the weed thing. This is making me all this money." No, he drew the line and basically stopped doing that show, and that's why that show stopped. Because he chose to have a cannabis business, and so I think it's the not Frank, it's the other guy, the main guy.
Mike.
What was it, so?
Mike, yeah.
Mike
I
Wolf.
was like, oh, if that, I read that story or that's how it was portrayed in this article I read a few years back. I was
I
like,
actually
wow,
looked up.
that's a pretty powerful fucking move because in that article, it like basically said that he turned down, like basically walked away from lucrative millions of dollars. Like that show was the top rated show, all because of the cannabis and that network, whatever one it was, USA Internet. Yeah, basically had a rule and like we're enforcing it, which I thought was there. That's bullshit.
So that
Yeah, I guess they're playing the reruns, which makes it bogus too. That if they're going to play reruns, like, why don't they? Where's the ethics there then?
you seen the show with what's his name with the Blues Brothers brother, Belushi,
Well,
what's that
yeah,
one? What's it
yeah.
called?
That was the thing that at the same network was like okay with that show, but
Yeah, the
had
Jim
a
Belushi
problem
show.
with someone having an outside business.
So
To the
they don't know what the hell they're doing at the begin and like they're I remember when their premiere came out, the thumbnail was this huge it was this picture of them standing outside in the sun with like their whole entire harvest in like 20-gallon jars or like these big fucking like barrels worth of jars and all clear jars full of buds and that was like their thumbnail and I commented on there. I'm like, don't you know about light degradation and all this? And like the jars were all filled to the top too with like what was looked like fresh buds. And I mentioned it in the comment. And I wonder if I can go back and find it in the comments if they left it in there.
the problem I had
But
with
I
that
mentioned how that
show.
was
I'm
bad.
glad
They
you
said,
mentioned that.
oh, the bud in those pictures was stuff that tested negative that we had to remediate or something like that. And like I'm like, you got it, like you're pawning it off like you had this fucking huge crop and here, nope, that was just garbage that went to fucking oils. That's why it was out in the sun and you didn't care about it. I'm like,
But
okay.
the problem with that show, which was like he was representing cannabis, and I thought was that he thought he's a comedian, so he tried to make that show have this like comedic part. It seemed to me to just like be dumb and was like wasn't taken serious. Like, oh, you should have a reality show about cannabis and cannabis growing, just like you had one about every other
thing, right? But like more serious, where his was like had all these comic
There's one.
fucking get
You
bullshit.
know that there was the English guy that was like after Billy Mays here. Then there became the English guy that was I don't know his name, but he was like showed you all the fucking ShamWow and shit after that. He did a CBD show too, where they had a lot more. I don't remember if they succeeded in the end or not, but I know they had a lot more like they just jumped into it head first too and didn't know what they were doing and were like learning
If they
gardening on the fly.
had a reality show, like they have with like all these other things we just talked about, the loggers and the this and the that, about a cannabis, not just one, just like they do. Oh, let's do some commercial brand or outdoor growers and showed what they went through in a season and all the stuff and the
Real Meat
harvest
World?
and built characters and all the things they do. That would probably be one of the most popular hit shows. If you, right? People would, even people that weren't stoners would find it entertaining. But somehow,
Everyone gets the same
they
food
can do
pack
a
at the
radio
beginning of
show
each
about
episode, or at the beginning of each show, or the beginning of like the series. Maybe everyone starts out with the same beans. Well, I suppose that's just grow along still, but I mean, like,
Like I remember it was like a legit show. It was that cooking one called something, and it was pretty legit. They were cooking like real
Top Chef
had
or
real
whatever.
chefs come in and it was called the Canna. But I don't know. It never got. Hey, when Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg seem like someone like Martha Stewart has enough presence that she could normalize a cannabis show. But other than that, they seem to always make it like a joke. Like even the Belushi thing.
Vice News had a cannabis cooking show that was like the top end cooking.
Like he seemed like he was playing the fool on that show, which like I guess that's a comedic thing, but I didn't really think that show was that good.
I didn't know.
Belushi and
The
whatever.
Bond.
Remember, he had some guy. Then they killed all the plants because they didn't water or what. It was like one farcical thing after another, right?
Dan Aykroyd came in to promote his. That's probably what the whole show was about. Was so Dan Aykroyd could show his crystal skull on TV, and that the whole entire thing was just a sham for. That was the whole meaning of it at all. There was who cares about the weed. Dan Aykroyd just wanted to get that on TV for a second, and he didn't want the show to be about him because he's got the Blues Bunny money. The Blues
There's
Brothers.
been a lot of celebrity brands, and one that, hey, I actually bought it and maybe kind of just supported Willie's Reserve, right? Oh my God, that was some of the worst weed I ever had, right? Whatever cannabis celebrity endorsed brand, I don't know. Is there any of them that's like really legit good weed or like a recommended purchase? No, usually that's just what it is, like an endorsement deal. And almost everybody has one these days, or a lot of them have them.
I laugh every time I see Master P on the ramen noodles in my fucking dollar store.
Even that guy Seth Rogen has like, well, he tries to have more. He has like ashtrays and weird shit he sells. Um, but he has a cannabis like brand that like him and his partner. It's like because these are the strains that they like.
Have you ever smoked any Belief stuff? The Be Real from Cypress
I
Hill?
smoked a lot of B-reels. Dr.
Green
Ego
Finish
stuff.
does.
Yeah.
Like out of all the stores I know of, if I was really going to go to a store, I would think your chance of really getting something good and legit comes from him.
How about that Stizzy?
Even the all of his pre rolls are grown up in Humboldt by this Turk Mansion. They made a contract. That guy that Turk Mansion took first and third place at the Ego class in flower.
with it, the lemon cherry gelato, which is the strain that's in the pre-roll. So, well, I guess that pre-roll is probably decent or might even be really good. From what I know, Be Real and his team, yeah, they're like representing like they came out of the 215 era, and he still has the same principles of the way he runs his business. Like supposedly there's a program where even small craft growers have a way to approach his company and they can make small purchases outside of metric. So some of his small batch stuff is actually from like unlicensed or whatever, like people that yeah, where none of the other places even attempt to do that.
Does Mendo? They don't have any of their own stores yet, do they? They're just in select Mendo dope.
I think they're in stores, meaning they're in metric, which means stores, all the stores can stock their stuff. Meaning once you're in the metric, it's basically a big catalog of products, and any of the stores that are licensed, they can order from that.
That's crazy. I would have never imagined that, you know.
You
Yeah,
know,
wholesale catalog
one
of
guy I know runs a
cannabis
store a
products.
couple years ago where there was like an event at. He showed me this book. It was just like real thick, and it was sections like, oh, here's all the pages of edibles, here's all the pages of
Yeah,
vape carts, here's all the
crazy.
pages of flour, here's all the pages of everything, right? And it was this list of all the products. They were broken into, I think, alphabetical by company names and what they had. And even he said, this you don't always know if that's still available or not. Like it's the list is, put out and some stuff there's only small amounts of or whatever. And even he said that he runs the place over here in Vista that he kind of uses data what's selling through in other stores is what he's going to try to stock because it's ultimately about the sell through. Like, okay, you get X amount and whatever amount of Mylars from some brand, and then you only sell half, and then they sit on the shelf. You want to whatever you stock, you want some kind of action on that has sell through.
I wonder if they have like little displays that will offer. Well, actually, like Subcool said, like yeah, he had a little display for his seeds. He would give to the stores too as like a whole little
Yeah,
dealio if they took his
was
products.
calling 215 dispensaries in San Diego. I didn't know him at all. I was hired by the guy that ran the dispensary to run the grow, which was like a couple miles away. And he called me and said, "Oh, hey, can you stop by?" And I was like a mile away. So I went there. And it was because he wanted me to meet this guy that was trying to get the store to stock seeds, which back then, like even the dispensary, the 215, they sold flour. They didn't like who buys seeds. You know what I mean? Even only a few of them starts having clones because like people just wanted weed, right?
Yeah.
But Scub Cool was pitching him on like, yeah, and he had this display and this little pamphlets and all this paperwork stuff to go with it. And my Danny, my old boss or guy at the time, he's run the store. If he wanted my opinion, you think we should do this or whatever? And all I remember was that we were basically saying no. Like some of it was his first pitch was like we weren't going to give him any money. Like it wasn't like we were going to buy anything. But like he wasn't accepting no as an answer to where like his next thing was, well, here, we'll just set you up like this, right? And even somehow myself, who like it wasn't part of the store, he gave me like 5 packs of 5 different kinds, and then I was supposed to get money. Not supposed to. I did get money orders and send them to him when I sold them, which I remember selling a few, keeping most of them or the rest, and then sending them the money orders and clearing that up. And yeah, I grew like these different subcool strains and gave a couple away and sold a couple. And that was my only contact with subcool. But I remember he was such a salesman that like even if you said no, like it wasn't like you could say no. Like that's how he was. Like
Yeah.
yeah. And looking back, the fact that he had the gumption is like back then the stores didn't stock seeds. It became a thing, and in the next few years, certain stores had access to certain breeders' stuff, and through their website or whatever, they would list which dispensaries stocked their seeds. Like even Cali Connection, like it used to be, oh, they were at these certain stores that you could get it from. And then clones became a thing where like most dispensaries also sold clones. Not a lot of them. It wasn't like most people that went to 215 spots just wanted to, they were just wanted product. They weren't trying to grow their own. Somewhere, I'm probably gonna find it. I know I don't have any of his seed packs, but I have this like pamphlet that was like Subcool's menu at the time. Which this was like a long time ago, like early 2000s, 2000 something. Oh no, maybe 2005 or 6, somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's pretty early.
I'm like, I can call myself like a loyalist. Like, even well, at that time, I was already like sort of plugged in with, nah, must have been later than 2006 or something when I met Subcool, because I was already like in the early stages of like being like loyal to Cali Connection, which my loyalty to that is that I grew up in the San Fernando Valley, even though I'm Topanga, but I was on the valley side. Yeah, well, Swerve and the Cali Connection crew and all that were from San Fernando Valley. And so by 2010, yeah, I was like, that was it. That was the camp I was in. And at all the events, oh, I would see third gen fam and I'd see Subcool and I'd see Don and Aaron and like the different other seat guys. But like today, it's cool. You grow some of everybody's stuff. Maybe it was cool then too, but no. There was like this weird thing when you were part of one thing, then that's the thing you represented. You didn't represent all these other guys. And even to this day, I'm
Bye
still
bye.
like,
Bye bye, les amis.
All right, good stuff. See
Bye
you.
bye. Merci, thank you. Et puis, see you soon. Hein. Big force, mes frérots. Big force, the bro. Bye bye.
Yeah. Au revoir.
Bye bye.
Merry Christmas, happy, comment on dit? Happy,
Yeah.
sorry, je sais pas. Joyeux Noël, voilà, en français. Joyeux
Yeah.
Noël. C'est Happy
Noël.
Christmas, hein? Happy Mass, c'est ça, oui, je crois.
Yeah.
Ok, bye bye, thank you les amis, je vous embête pas plus tard. Bye bye, merci, thank you.
Now, does any of you guys go on the CNN and then they track Santa's path through the NASA, or like supposedly like one of the big agencies goes along with this gag and makes it seem like they're tracking NASA? That probably costs us like a
probably
million
do.
dollars a year in tax money to put that charade on every year.
It's funny.
Yeah, yeah. It is funny. It's the reality is humanity and what we've become. It's pretty funny. Even some of the fads of the past, like it wasn't like it just got funny. It's been funny for like hundreds of years. We're like whack.
All right. Well, I gotta go.
Yeah, we should sign on.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm hungry as shit.
They're super
Everyone have like whatever it is, have it the bestest, festus all the way. Enjoy it.
Yeah,
Everyone
definitely.
else have the same one. Enjoy your holidays. Peace out.
Yeah. Good end of the year. See you guys next time.
Yeah.
Maybe Tuesday.
All right, everybody. We'll plant some seeds.
All right. Yeah.
I can't wait till you open up what I sent you because you're going to be like, you're in for a ride.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Have a
Yeah.
great holiday.
No, it's all good.
Peace out, everybody.
Hey, I was supposed to send this a long time ago. It just happened. I finally got motivated right before Christmas. It has nothing to do with Christmas.
Hell yeah.
All right. See you all later.
Worked out pretty well. All right. See you, bud.